How does it feel to have your age increase drastically to the point where you might kill yourself? Should I start the podcast off with suicidal thoughts? Nobody's listening.
Hello?
Who
said that?
Are you fucking Woody Allen now?
I'm old now.
You turned 40 and you're Woody Allen? Don't let this man adopt a daughter.
What's the worst that could happen? I'm not even doing Woody. I was just trying to do old. I wasn't even doing Woody. I think I just naturally become more Jewish as I age.
Well, that'll happen to you. That'll happen to you.
I was actually thinking more Hans Moleman is what I was thinking.
Oh, but he's not old.
Oh yeah, he's like 32,
he's
right?
Like 32.
I was saying Boo Earns. I'm gonna need some more Coca-Cola Ultimate to get me through this.
From last week? The Coca-Cola Ultimate from last week?
Yeah, that's been sitting
on my computer desk this entire time.
Unrefrigerated for 7 days.
Yeah.
To answer your question, bad. was that the question? How do I feel? The answer's bad.
Good. That's the right answer.
But it's not too late for you people. It's too late for me, but it's not too late for you to send me birthday presents.
Is it too late to apologize?
Well, we're going to have to ask One Republic about that.
I'm glad you knew who it was, because I couldn't remember who it was.
Well, I had to do like weird deduction in my head, because I'm like, it's the one band, but it's not the Harry Styles one. So the Harry Styles one is One Direction. So it's the other one, which is One Republic, which I associate with hearing over the PA while riding an escalator downwards in an H&M in England.
Weird.
Yeah. I just have weird, pointless connections with a bunch of songs.
Your brain works on such a weird level.
It has many wrinkles.
Yeah, wrinkles and not smooth.
Yeah, not smooth.
Not a smooth brain. I
It's
don't have a smooth brain. Scott Henson. That's your name.
It's not too late to send me birthday presents to paypal.me/notscotthenson. If you want to send something, Drew, as well.
Man, 40's hitting you hard.
Strong start. You can also do that thing that I said. Well, you're going to have to carry this podcast and all future podcasts until you also turn old, and then we're probably done.
Well, the good news is I still have several years.
I thought you were going to say...
And by that point, you're going to be so much older.
I won't know where I am. You're just going to have to guide me in here. Sit me down.
Take my hand. No, the other hand.
That's my penis.
That's my penis. Funny enough, my hand is on my penis.
So I had alluded to an important question had to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Mid to late part 1, much as I am in mid to late life currently, that I was going to save for the beginning of part 2 when people might listen to it. So we have discussed many times on the podcast living our lives second half gay.
Sure.
When does second half start?
It was 24 for me.
Okay, so I'm well behind.
I've been gay this whole time.
You've been gay since we met.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good to know. Well, now that makes my decision much easier.
Yes, it does.
And also the hubris of thinking I'm gonna live to 80.
Not gonna happen.
I expect to be murdered around 47.
Don't worry about it.
I think I see. That is how and when I expect to go.
Don't even worry about it. It's coming.
Well, I won't anymore. Hey, are you on the internet?
Nope.
Oh.
Yep. What do you need? What do you need, a hot shot?
No, I thought you were just going to tell people if they wanted to find you on the internet.
Well, I'm currently looking on letterboxd.com.
Mm-hmm.
How about Letterdoxed? And it's just a website you can go to get everyone's real
address?
name and address. No, I'm just seeing like you can link who your Twitter friends and followers and stuff are and then see if they have Letterboxd.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not
Turns out
a lot of people that aren't already following me or that I'm already following.
Turns out I have no friends.
You have 0 friends. Well, you know,
So probably at
Sarin Softpaws, you know,
letterboxd.com/Sarin Softpaws.
Softpaws, or Twitter, or Instagram, or PSN, or twitch.tv/Kevin Can Wait.
What?
Yeah, that's my Twitch.
You scooped Kevin James on the Twitch handle?
I got there before him.
Son of a bitch.
Wasn't that a thing that a bunch of people were doing, like, in 2015 or 16, where, like, WWE would sign people, and then people would go and get the Twitter handle, like, at WWE Baron Corbin or whatever, and then, like, they had to
buy it from them.
And stuff. Wasn't that a thing people were doing?
Yeah, it was. They're calling it the new .com boom.
That's very funny. I like that a lot.
Wrestlers' Twitter handles.
But just WWE wrestler Twitter handles.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Who should we do that to? Who should we scoop for Twitter handles? Also, maybe are we still doing Twitter, or are we doing Threads now?
We're doing Threads now.
Are we doing Threads?
Threads is the big one.
Yeah. It's the same as Twitter, but run by a different barely human billionaire.
Correct.
So it's cooler.
It is cooler.
I guess.
Although I like that billionaire better, I think. I'm very much over Elon at this point.
Oh, Elon's the worst.
Yeah, he's like... I don't know, like, maybe this isn't something that is an issue for a lot of people, but
as a South African who made all his money through blood diamonds,
South Africa? There's blood diamonds in South Africa? I thought it was Sierra Leone and Cote d'Ivoire.
Well, that's where the diamonds are, but all the people who make money off of that.
Oh, sorry. I thought you
African.
were implying that you got the blood diamonds in South Africa.
No, Elon and I are South Africans whose money came from
You're
blood
Indian,
diamonds.
not South Africa. But anyways, that like
How dare you.
on Saturday, this past 2 weeks ago,
2 Saturdays ago,
July the 1st,
Canada Day.
was
You might even say 3 Saturdays ago.
NHL free agency, like the first day of free agency,
And Elon Musk bought the New York Islanders.
and it was
He did what that guy from the 30
Jack
Tunney,
something,
president of the WWF.
where that was the day that Elon limited the amount of Twitter
That was a funny one.
feed things. Like, you can only see 300.
You can
whatever.
only see 2 tweets a day, so pick them wisely.
So all of those, like, journalists and, like, analysts and websites, and, like,
Were
everybody's just posting, like, all day, like,
Yeah.
all of the transactions that are happening.
Yeah.
But then nobody could see them because it kind of maxed out really quickly.
Right.
If you're, like, refreshing
Sure.
to try and get new news on stuff.
Yeah.
And so then all of them were just like, this is literally killing my job.
Yeah.
Because, like, I can't even do the one thing I need to do.
What was even the reason he did that?
I don't know, because
He's like literally just trying to kill the platform.
no, he
as a joke.
because he wants people to pay for the check mark, and if you pay for the check mark, you don't end up you're not paying for. Sorry, if you're paying for the check mark, you don't get those restrictions.
Yeah.
So that's the idea: is that he's trying to go, well, if you have a blue check, then you can, get as many.
You can see
as
all
you want.
the tweets you want.
But, like, I love the idea that, like, the internet is free and the internet is there for you to do what you want and say what you want.
Yeah.
But then he's, like, trying to limit it so that you have to pay to use the thing.
Well, he's trying to monetize it. To find a way to make back the $44 billion he was sued into spending on it.
Yes.
That he probably just started as a joke.
Yep. And then he ruined the platform and everybody hates it.
Such a fucking idiot.
He's full-blown autistic.
Yeah, like everything he does is really fun. And like the best thing I've heard to describe him is he is so divorced. He is like the most divorced man on the planet.
Yeah, he really is.
And like wife leaves him for a trans person.
Yep.
His kid is trans.
Yep.
He does nothing but make transphobic posts on Twitter.
Yep.
He just seems. I don't know how you could be that rich and that sad.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, also, you the way that you look is a very big problem.
It is a very big problem.
His face is like melting.
Yeah.
And he's like fat, but not fat, but fat.
He's in weird shape.
His body shouldn't exist. Like the type of body he has.
Yeah, no, it like defies
exist.
physics. It's like a non-Newtonian solid. His body's like toothpaste.
It is like toothpaste. It like moves around everywhere.
Yeah, like different parts of him become fat.
Yeah. Yeah, like his body total amount of fat has to be a certain percentage.
Yeah, but it can be in different places all the time.
In the body.
Yeah. Like it can be entirely his head sometimes. And otherwise he's just like jacked. And then other times he's like the fattest guy you've ever seen. It makes no sense.
It's pretty wild.
And then just every move he's made on Twitter has been stupid.
Yeah.
And most are like and they're all for like petty reasons, because they're either for petty reasons or to try to scramble to make a fraction of the money.
Yeah.
Well, because like the trying to get everyone, I didn't know how relatively few people were paying for the check mark.
Yeah.
It's like 600,000.
Yeah.
Which that at what, $8 or $9 a pop,
8, I think,
a month. That's going to be a while to make back 44 billion.
Yep.
Like a really long time.
A really long time. Like a significant amount of time.
Yeah. It's time for Scott Does the Math portion of the evening. So if we go 600K times 8 times 12... 57 million a year. So, look, in well under 1,000 years, that's paid back in full. That's actually that's like 750, 800 years.
Yeah.
So, easy. Okay. You know
not
what?
even a problem.
I was wrong. I retract my previous statement. Elon knows what he's doing.
He sure does.
And like adding view counts to everything was done for completely petty reasons, because people were making fun of him for being the owner of Twitter and biggest guy on Twitter, but like getting relatively low engagement on his posts, likes and comments. And he's like, actually,
it's more about views.
Actually, tons of people are looking at it than not doing anything.
Yeah, it's more about how much.
So
people
I'm going to show
at
views.
Yeah.
Also, we can use this to inflate the prices.
Yeah. Stupid.
He's great.
Yeah, I mean he's the most mentally unstable man with the most power.
Yeah.
He can buy almost anything. He wants to fight Mark Zuckerberg in an MMA fight.
That's funny too.
It's just crazy. What if I told you? I mean, this is just news for nobody. What if I told you that somebody discovered that disgraced he still plays in the NHL. Evander Kane has been playing in a men's beer league in Edmonton under the name
Guy Incognito.
Capital F-A is his first name.
Go on.
Last name, capital A-F-O. Fa-a-fo. Fuck around, find out.
Nice. Good.
Or fuck around and find out.
And find out.
That's very funny. How he can do that, I don't know, but it's pretty funny. Anyways, how can they find you on the internet? Because we did meet, then we got distracted, and then here we are.
That doesn't sound like us. I'm at Not Scott Henson on Twitter.
Are you?
I'm at Not Scott Henson on PayPal. You might be listening to this right now on youtube.com/@NotScottHenson.
You could be.
In which case, enjoy. And if you are, consider clicking the join button and joining. You baby.
Are you gonna do subscribers? Have you done that in a while? You should probably do that.
Probably not.
Give everybody a shout out.
I'll give some shout outs, and especially to the thick hogs among the group, because several are at the 6-month and a few at the 7-month mark now. One, which is super appreciated, and two, I hope you appreciate the hoggy badges. that you're getting that that are filling up nearly the entire frame at this point, but will somehow get even bigger at the 12-month mark. I wish I had been going to YouTube Studio while I was talking, which was my original intent, but it turns out I can't do two things at the same time. Members. CL members. Let's sort by total time as member. From the goddamn ground up. G'd up from the feet up. Nick S. Noted Non-Creep Brandon. Maddie. Zachary K. Tommy. Caraxa. Eve, Brian Palmer, Jimbo Jones, Brian Silverman, the end. And by the end, I mean that's all the people who have a big fat hog showing right now for 6 months plus.
Have a big fat hog showing.
And a good chunk of folks in the 5-month category, so enjoy your noticeably thicker hog next month. Final Douglas, Joe Steotan. Yep. Steo like studio, I think. You've told me 100 times, and one day I'll get it. Dry Juice, Caffey, Here I Am 123, aka Another Brian, and Sonex. Those are the 5-month boys and girls. Pseudo Scott 4 months, Tachyon 4 months, Limp Bizkit Dreamcast 3 months, Vicious Cabaret, who is not UV/live/Fantasia Stroop. My apologies for getting that wrong last time. Who is their own person with agency.
Their own person.
And Brock. So thanks to all of you. All 21 of you. Let's get that to 30
now.
Tomorrow.
Oh.
No, do it. You guys do it now. I want to look tomorrow and not, for once in my fucking life, be disappointed. All right?
Yep.
All right. You can sign up at the dude dog level if you want. $5 a month.
Fine.
Who's that hurting? Nobody. Not you. Who's that helping? Us. Thick hog level, $10. Still not hurting anybody. Nope. Helping us. Top hog and top dog level, $50. You know what? That's the best one. I was gonna be like, that's not hurting anyone. I'm like, yeah, some people are gonna feel $50.
Some people are probably gonna feel it,
but some of you aren't. And those of you who aren't, get on the trolley.
Jeez. Help out the team.
Help out the team.
This is the team.
This is the team.
And you want to help.
Are you part of the team or not?
Yeah.
This is a very much a with us or against us situation. If you are listening to this and are not actively giving money to us every month, you are against us.
Correct.
You're an enemy.
You're an enemy of the state.
Will Smith, Gene Hackman. Nice.
Oh, I see.
Any good? Average?
Is this good?
What? Is this podcast good?
Is Enemy of the State good?
Yeah.
When was the last time I fucking saw it? I don't know.
1999?
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is it good?
I don't know. I'm not rewatching it.
Why? What? It's great.
Well, first of all, it's impossible that it's great.
I know.
Because Will Smith has never been in a great movie. Besides Aladdin.
The only thing I remember about it is when he's running through all those apartments and there's a bug in his clothes and Gene Hackman tells him to strip, and then he's getting naked in front of that old Chinese lady who's like, and then big black penis.
Yeah, and then Hackman's like, JK, I just wanted to see your cock. Classic Hackman
It
prank.
is a 3.4 on Letterboxd. It's directed by Tony Scott. R.I.P. Killed himself.
Drew, in the in memoriams, you normally don't say how they died.
Tony Scott jumped to death off of a building.
Ridley Scott pancaked by a drunk dump truck driver. How do you think Ridley's gonna go? Eaten by xenomorph?
Oh, destroyed by his own creation.
Yes.
Died
doing what he loves. Getting eaten by a monster.
Xenomorph's gonna tongue punch his fart box, and it's gonna kill him.
Is that, like, in 100 years, will that line be Daniel Tosh's, like, contribution to culture?
Yeah, probably.
Tongue punch his fart box?
Yeah. Fart box, yeah, probably.
I feel like that's what's going to endure of everything that he's put out into the world.
So. Yeah.
And good for him.
Yep. I want him back, please.
Yeah, can we have...
I need him back.
I
want him back, I need him back.
Can we have Daniel Tosh back, please?
Yes, please?
Just at Drew's house. Whenever we need him, we just open a door and there's Daniel Tosh.
GT, baby. Apparently he's a very nice man.
He seems like a very nice man.
Apparently everybody always says he's very nice, very humble, very down to earth. Just plays a character on TV. That's all.
Just let him do stuff. Has he done anything?
He's doing stand up, but
I guess he's just touring. Oh yeah, because he
was doing Tacoma. He was doing Tacoma or Seattle like the weekend after we were there for SOS or something.
And he was almost doing Vegas the same time we were there.
Oh, maybe it was Vegas. I'm thinking, yeah. Like, Vegas. He was like a month after us.
Yeah, a couple weeks after.
DT, baby.
So there's your
Dan Senior, big homophobe. That's all I remember from him. That's my only Dan Tosh go-to.
Dan Senior.
Dan Senior, big homophobe. Well, he hasn't done anything for IMDb since the last season of Tosh.
Yeah, so he's literally just been doing stand-up.
Yes. Brickleberry too, but
it still exists.
No, that was like the last.
Okay.
I guess was Brickleberry on at the same time as Tosh?
Yes.
Brickleberry was until 2015.
Yeah.
And then he did one episode of Paradise PD,
which is I've never watched either, so I don't understand what the deal is, but they're the same show.
Oh, okay.
That's the most I can tell you.
Same animation and stuff?
But so no, like the same characters. Oh. Like, I don't know if they just renamed Brickleberry or like slightly rejigged it. I said it right again. But I don't understand because I saw maybe an ad on Canadian Comedy Channel or Canadian Adult Swim or something for Paradise PD. I'm like, that's Brickleberry, but they called a different thing. And that is as much as I looked into it.
The only thing listed under his future things is he's hosting a TV show.
Tongue punching your fart box?
Yeah. He's hosting a reality TV show
called Tosh.1.
Called The GOAT.
Okay.
Where legends of reality television compete to earn the title of greatest reality show contestant
that is
of all
an oxymoron,
time.
And I hope he is doing it ironically and is mean to them.
Oh, if he's not, I will lose all respect for him.
Yeah. If it's done
unless
properly,
it's paying like $1 billion and he's going to take it seriously, but
sure.
Oh, and they gave Lily Singh her own show again, and it's going to fail like last time, I bet.
Stop giving that bitch shows.
She's not funny. She
talented. Sucks. Pete, look, she's.
I get it. She's a woman, and you have to give women everything.
But it's not even women. She's a YouTuber.
Yeah.
And
she's Indian.
And she is, regrettably, Indian.
Bet she smells.
You know it'll be smelling crazy in there. Producers or network people or whoever, you need to listen to me right now. Everyone who's not a network executive, turn the show off. Listen to me. YouTube popularity does not translate to anything else in media. Nothing.
Correct.
Okay? Do you understand? Lily Singh, PewDiePie, whatever, they get billions and billions of views from babies.
Yeah.
All the top YouTubers cater to babies. You as television and filmmakers are not catering to babies, and there's no crossover.
No crossover.
Nobody wants to see fucking Lily Singh besides babies on YouTube. That's it.
Correct.
Nobody wants to see Miranda Sings' Netflix show.
Not anymore.
It turned out she was a guy. What was her deal?
Do you not remember the thing I sent you?
You did, but that was a long time ago.
It was earlier this week.
Yeah, I know, Drew.
She's been accused of doing a bunch of grooming.
Oh, that's right.
And then her way of saying no. Was playing a ukulele.
Here's the problem.
Singing a song.
Here's the problem. Yes, I knew all of that.
Yeah.
It only used her real name. And I never made the connection.
Gotcha.
That it was Miranda Sings.
Same person.
That's even funnier
Very
now.
funny.
Because I'm like, who? I assumed it because I didn't know the person. I assumed correctly it was a YouTube bitch.
Yes.
But I didn't know it was Miranda Sings.
And then it came
Very
out
funny.
after that.
Also, can women groom? Can women do?
Yeah, she was trying to sexual. She wasn't necessarily like doing it. Like she wasn't actively trying to have sex with kids, but she was having like very sexual DM conversations.
Sure, but
and
like,
then there's like a porn star who's very dumb. She's the one that said on like
not like the rest of the genius porn stars.
a lot of them are smart, Scott. You don't know them. Don't judge them. But she was that one that was on that podcast a while ago that said, I don't even understand why we need gravity. Like, we don't need gravity. Did you ever see that clip?
I didn't, but I like
Oh,
that.
yeah, okay. So she's like a big dumb bitch. And she apparently was sending clips of her porn to minors and then, like, making fun of her about being, like, ugly and bad at sex and all
that's
this
pretty
stuff.
funny. I just mean, like, in general, like, can women do sex crimes? I would argue that they can.
It depends if they're hot.
Well, she's not hot.
She's okay. As herself, she's okay.
Okay.
But, like, not obviously as her character.
Fair.
But there's, like...
So if Miranda Sings had been grooming...
Prison. Immediate prison. Life in prison.
Death sentence.
Death. No, she's got to live with her crimes.
Hanged by the neck until dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, look, women have it tough in this country. I think they should not get in trouble for anything sex crime related.
I'll allow it.
Yeah. I mean, how much can they do? Show children porn.
Yeah. Suck a kid's dick. Whatever. Whatever. Not even a problem.
Yeah.
Who's that hurting? The kid gets the bust,
Yep.
and he gets to, like, be the coolest kid at school. He gets to walk in fucking Fonzie. Hey.
There is, yeah, he buys a leather jacket.
Tells all of his buddies that some creep from the internet sucked his dick.
That's true. I see no negative scenario in which a kid gets to bust.
Just because some 40-year-old woman wants to suck his dick.
What led us down this path?
I don't know. Should we just go to do what we're doing?
No.
Yeah, we got it. We got it, Scott. We've got. You want to do this again, where you go? Well, I'll say we're almost at 3 hours. You go, how?
Well, no. Here's what I want to do. I want to check on time, and you say we're at like an hour 5.
Right. 27 minutes and 48 seconds.
Awesome. So we have another 40 minutes before we need to start. So I check, and you say we've done an hour 5, and I say great. Let's get going with the content, and then we do it, and it seems like about an hour has gone by. I'm like, so what are we at? About 2 hours, and then you say 3 hours, and then I flip out.
Yeah.
Just don't do that, and then we're fine.
Yeah. So
don't steal an hour from me, time thief.
No, I'm gonna.
No,
I need that hour.
I need that hour.
Nah, you're fine.
I'm old.
No, we have a lot to do, and we shouldn't fuck around a bunch.
Should we fuck around and find out?
I don't want to do 4 hours of the second half of this episode.
For a total of 7?
For a total of 7.
I don't know. I'm going to think about it for about an hour and get back to you.
I'll let you know when an hour's passed.
Okay. Set the timer.
Done.
Okay. Have you shaken out the sillies?
Nope.
Oh. You want to do some more? Do you want me to... look, I'm going to open my Gatorade. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see get your Gatorade.
I'm very stealthy. For a big guy, very stealthy.
Sneaky snake.
I am a sneaky snake. Admission time. When I sneakily got my Gatorade, I did have a few more sips of my energy drink that I said I wasn't going to.
Nice.
But not so many that I feel like I need to throw up.
Smart.
Oh, before we get to things, have you had any interesting caffeine-related adventures in, let's say, the last 2 weeks in podcast time? Maybe at work.
No.
Are you sure?
Not that I feel comfortable speaking about live on air.
Oh, actually not?
No, I don't know.
I
spent the
I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I just thought it was an interesting thing.
I spent the majority of last weekend Friday, Saturday. Did it happen Monday?
It was actually 2 weekends ago.
2 weekends ago. Sorry.
You might have noticed a very short episode on the July 4th.
Or you didn't notice it at all
because you didn't listen. Because like, oh, it's under 7 hours. I'm not listening.
Yeah.
What's your deal?
Who the fuck are you? Yeah, I spent the majority of 3 days feeling sick and drinking a lot of Dayquil and drinking a lot of Gatorades and
not
having a
eating
lot of soup
and not eating much food.
and not having a lot of solid food in my stomach. And I went to work on, what day did was it Monday or Sunday?
Sunday.
Sunday?
Maybe.
On Sunday, when I got to work, I thought, well, I haven't been moving a lot, and like laying around and feeling sick.
I have to break out of this lethargy.
I'm definitely gonna need a boost. So
what's the right move?
Well, so we discovered a couple weeks ago, several weeks ago, that you can now get Trentas.
The Canadian FDA has unbanned the Trenta size at Starbucks in Canada.
So I figured, well, I'm going to need the boost, so I will go get the Trenta.
Sure.
And
30 ounces of coffee.
30 ounces of coffee.
I'm going to say
30 ounces of cold brew coffee.
Cold brew.
Which is a little bit more intense than regular coffee.
Yeah. If you want to go metric, I'd say around 887 milliliters.
It's almost as if you looked that up and pretending like you're smart and did the math in your head.
I don't see me looking up anything.
You looked it up last week. I saw you do it. You were talking to me while you were doing it.
Oh, fuck me for remembering something for a week.
It was on the podcast.
It was on the podcast. But that was a whole week ago.
So
just ask this Coca-Cola Ultimate over here.
Been sitting here for a full week waiting.
It's our timekeeper.
Yeah, our timekeeper. Yeah.
It's our hourglass.
That's how we know how long into the podcast.
Like Bubbles.
An hour's up.
No, don't you put that evil on me. Like Bubbles through the Coca-Cola, these are the days of our lives.
These are the worst years of our lives.
A thing that we called it.
So the first 4 hours, I was like jacked. I got a lot done. I was super full.
It was doing its job. Everything was great.
But then obviously because I had nothing in my system and I'd been living off of drugs, I had a full blown cold sweats, complete jitters, needed to sit down because I was having a full-on anxiety attack, and I just went and sat in our conference room and watched episodes of Tosh.0 until I mellowed out for a bit.
Further evidence that we need Tosh back.
Yeah. And then I needed to go, and then I went and
he saved your life.
I got what I ate for lunch.
Yeah.
Was
another Trenta from Starbucks.
An entire loaf of a French sourdough loaf.
Nice.
And hummus. And I literally ate the whole loaf because I figured it'll absorb.
I just need to get carbs in.
It'll absorb the poison in my stomach.
Sure.
And then I was fine by the end of the night.
That's good.
But I was
not a great
jacked.
Not a great midday.
It was not a good midday.
Yeah.
So can't do that anymore on an empty stomach. It's fine if I have food in me.
Yeah.
I didn't chug that thing until we ate most of our Popeyes.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, now I can finish drinking this because there's food in my tummy.
Do you love that chicken at Popeyes?
Love that chicken at Popeyes. They should sponsor us. But they have to eat Popeyes all the time.
There are worse fates.
I guess. We have to eat.
If we had to eat shit every week, I would maybe balk at that sponsorship.
I eat shit on the ring to 5cc every show.
You do. Metaphorically.
2 to 2. 2 out of 2. Can't stop falling.
I can't believe you fell the second time.
Well, because there's fucking water all over the floor.
Have you contacted Boot Guy?
No, not yet.
Contact Boot Guy.
Too expensive.
You're a millionaire now.
That's true. I'm a millionaire.
What are you talking about? He said he found snow leopard material.
Nice.
So
I'll send him an email.
Don't make a fool out of him.
What if I do? Then it makes you look bad, and then maybe next time he'll give you bad.
Yeah, maybe next time he fucks me. So fucking contact.
Scott, that's not a threat to me. You getting fucked is not a threat to me.
Yeah. Okay. So you get fucked, and that hurts me. How?
You get fucked, and then I get to laugh. So what's the problem?
Where's the downside?
Yeah. Boot time. Well, it's bedtime first. Bedtime, then boot time.
Yeah. What else is going on?
That's it. That's all I got. Panic attacks at work, getting beds and boots.
It's a big month.
It is a big month.
I can't wait for it to not be hot anymore.
Yeah, I know.
It's been hot for like a week. I'm fucking over it.
Well, it's gonna get nicer, and also you need to get a fucking air conditioner.
My
You
windows
can do
are
it.
complicated.
No, okay, we'll go to your house next time, and I'll do it. I'll do it for you.
Deal.
Yeah, because it's a game changer, man.
I know. I would love it.
Sleeping in here is so nice.
I'm sure it is.
Like I don't even wake up.
Sometimes I sneak in and sleep here.
Yeah, we spoon on a single.
I do this every night with your son.
All right, let's. I'm slowly running out of steam. Maybe because I'm sitting in a comfortable position.
You're sitting way too comfortably. You should be.
Uh-oh.
You should be sitting in the position you jerk off in, which is, and I shouldn't be sitting in the position I jerk off in because we had an explicit jerk off discussion off pod. And it turns out I am a much more leisurely masturbator.
I'm a more
than Drew.
aggressive jerker.
Drew is like a bend over gargoyle type. Yeah. I'm a lean all the way back in your chair type.
Sitting, you're trying to get it in your face, and I'm trying to get it nowhere near me.
I'm not necessarily trying to get it in my face.
But you're not trying to get it in your face.
Look,
like if you get it in your face, you're like, whatever.
Well, if I get it near my face, I try to catch it midair with my mouth.
Nice.
I just bite at it.
Bite at it? Like a hose with the water?
Yeah, like a dog biting the water from a hose.
Oh, so you're a dog.
No.
You heard it here, folks. Scott said he's a dog.
This podcast is over.
Well, we're at 37 minutes.
Okay, so another 28 and we can start the content.
I don't think that's a good idea. I feel like we're going to run out of steam towards the end, and then we're both going to feel like assholes. Maybe not.
Way ahead of you, pal.
Oh. I'm still angry about my list, and I don't like it, but...
Yeah, so we had to make our lists before this, because it would be difficult to do it in the opposite order. But both of us had a bad time, as we alluded to last week. And I think we're both mad at our list. I think we're upset with our list. I think we're unsatisfied.
I think there's no way.
I think my list is wrong.
Yeah, I think there's no way we don't go into 2021
and
where
say,
we don't go.
Couple changes.
I want to make some changes on my 2022.
Yeah,
I think there's no way we don't do that.
I think we definitely do that.
Yeah. Because like even between episodes, because it definitely was 7 days apart and not
2 hours.
2 hours. I was sitting here actively thinking, I'm going to change my number 10.
You were saying that.
There's still a bunch of movies we haven't talked about because they're like the too hard to cut or last cuts.
Too hot for TV.
And
your poor windscreen.
It's completely fucking broken. I don't even know if it matters if I use it at this point.
Mine matters more than you. Yours has a better built-in... I guess you also have a pop filter on top of it.
Yeah. I'm just gonna...
Mine without one of these, my peas are pretty poppy.
Well, I guess now you're going to hear a different second and third quarter of this episode, and then.
But what about the fourth
quarter? I'm just going to not talk because I'll be dead.
Okay.
What was I saying?
Movies.
Oh, like there's a bunch left that are the like really good last cuts, too hard to cuts, and I was like, oh, there's still a couple in there that haven't been said that I could move to number 10, and then just like move things around, and I was like, fuck.
I know.
So I'm pretty sure between 2020 and 2021, there's going to be
we are going to have
changes.
Entirely new top 10s. When
like 7 of the 10 will come out.
Yes,
and there'll just be a bunch more.
It will be barely recognizable. It'll be covered in third-degree burns.
Yeah. There's definitely 2 that I'm like, ooh, do I like these better than the number 10? Like, yes. So. Before we get to that, I should make this change if I'm going to commit to this change.
You should. Do you think you are?
Yes.
Oh.
No.
Oh, Andrew. What are you doing?
I don't know. It's so hard.
I know it's so hard. This sucks. We're stupid for doing this. This is taking years off our lives. Years that I can no longer afford.
you got another like 7 years left, and then I'm gonna kill you.
Correct.
And kill myself. Murder
Okay.
Suey.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna Suey myself first. So you have to watch it, and then that'll make you really sad.
Wait, so how are you doing the murder if you're suing?
Well, it's a
first?
joke on you. I'm gonna suicide in front of you.
Oh, so no murder.
No.
No murder, just suing.
Yeah, to make you
And then I
sad,
just
and then you're gonna
watch
have to
you
live
die.
until you're like 96.
God damn it.
That's the game plan. I'm the one that gets to die early, and you have to live. I'm Stanley Tucci, and you're Colin Firth. I'm gonna go. Bye bye, and
Yeah.
you're gonna have to be sad and live on forever.
But play the piano beautifully.
Absolutely. And also be a fudge packer.
Firth was the top, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
With his gross, uncut British penis.
That's how they're supposed to
No,
look.
it's not. I mean, they can look lots of different ways. Mushrooms, cuts, uncuts, micros, chodes,
Macros. Barbs, no barbs.
All right, number 10.
Not.
All right, here's the thing.
I don't like the look. I've never really inspected in real life.
Okay.
But the look of canine penis and furry art. Because the knot just looks like more balls. So it looks like the entire penis and balls has come out of the sheath.
But isn't that what they look like?
It is what they look like, but I don't like it. I'm saying.
But why are you mad at the art if it's anatomically correct?
Because I don't like it. I don't like to look
Well,
at it.
I mean, who likes to look at dog dicks?
I can give you some names.
Cannibal Cupcake, that girl who was having sex with her dog on TikTok,
And all of her family.
and all of her family.
Yeah.
And pretty much every furry,
Any white woman.
any white woman,
Even non-furry white
even
women.
non-furry white women, they just love dog dick.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the aesthetics of it.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's inaccurate. I just don't like it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
Get it
fair.
out of here.
I-
for me.
I will never understand.
Furry dog penis, not for me. And presumably real dog penis, I just haven't really investigated.
You got a red rocket. Oh, I guess that's next. That's next episode.
That's 2021.
That's 2021. So here's what I've done.
I like how you've been doing things amidst all the dog penis talk.
I have removed the number 10, and it is now out of my number 10.
Okay.
But I don't know which of the
Oh,
three.
God.
No. So hear me out. Don't,
You didn't even
don't-
have a
don't
specific
overthink
one
it.
to put in?
Don't overthink.
You just really wanted to remove 10?
yeah, because there's two more that I want to put in.
Uh-huh.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say the other four that are not gonna get up into that spot, and then we'll let you say what you've got left. And in that period of time, I will either have made the decision, or if you mention it, then I can go, no, that's number 10.
Okay, so what you I'm going to try to restate what you just said because I didn't really follow it.
Okay, fair.
So you removed your number 10.
The number 10 has been removed, and I will be saying it in the honorable mentions. This was the original number 10, but has been moved out.
So is it moved down to like the faves, or is it out completely?
It's out into the Hans of the, like, this is the last cut.
Okay.
Replacing the previous last cut. Which is still in the mix.
Okay. So you're saying ones now that are
I'll say the ones that weren't. So that were
these
just,
are on no list. These are beasts of no nation.
These are Beasts of No Nation. They were very good and they were very hard to cut.
Okay.
And then I'll have a couple left
Okay.
that are. Two are probably on your list, I think.
Okay.
And then I'll figure out which one's my number 10 of the ones remaining.
All right.
Okay. Does that make sense to you? No, but yes.
Enough sense.
One of the last ones that I didn't tell you to watch because
Because it was a secret.
because it's not really your thing, and
Why would you keep secrets from me?
Lee Wanell's The Invisible Man?
Adam really liked it.
It is very cool.
Yeah.
It is a very unique take on the Invisible Man story because it's like
I think
it's all tech based.
Yeah, you were right not to ask me to watch it because Elizabeth Moss's face enough already.
Not something I need to look at, but she's pretty good in this.
Like, I mean,
she's a battered wife.
She must be
the best lay in Hollywood,
the greatest actress of all time, given her face and religion.
Yes,
right.
Mm-hmm.
She has nothing going for her besides, presumably, her acting skill. So she's got to be unbelievable. So good on her. But I don't want to look at her face, and I don't want to hear about Xenu.
Xenu. Oh, she used to be with Fred Armisen? Or is with Fred Armisen? No, they got divorced.
That's an eclectic-looking couple.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, they got divorced.
Because Fred's not beautiful. Who's she smashing now?
It doesn't say. It just said that she was with him until 2010.
David Miscavige?
David Miscavige.
Maybe she could
David
ask him...
Miscarriage?
David Miscarriage. Maybe she could ask him where Shelley is.
Shelley Duvall?
Well, I think she's in the nut house.
Mm-hmm. Because?
The funny farm, the Freak Wharf.
Because
Stanley Kubrick raped her.
No one has ever treated another human being worse than Stanley Kubrick treated Shelley Duvall. Like he went out of his way to just be like, I'm gonna fucking hurt her.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mentally destroy this woman.
He was monstrous to her.
And then meanwhile, him and Jack were just like buddying around, like high-fiving and drinking and
going to Lakers games.
And just like, who cares?
But yeah, David Miscavige, where's your wife, Shelley?
Yeah,
where's Shelley Miscavige?
Where is Shelley Cabbage?
No one's seen her in, I don't know, 20 years. But he insists she's around. She's fine.
Do we know that there's a Saw 10 coming out this year with Tobin Bell, who died in the third movie?
Is Chris Rock also in it?
No, he's not.
Are we bringing Spiral from the book of Saw into the full Saw universe?
I don't think. Oh! And to confirm the script was complete and the film would be directed by previously in Saw 6 and Saw 3D. It says nothing, so...
There's really 10?
Yeah.
There's 6 regular.
There is Saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Saw 3D.
Oh, 3D was 7. Okay.
7.
I thought 3 was 3D.
Jigsaw
was
8. And Spiral is 9. So this is Saw 10. Even though Spiral's not in...
Drew, it's from the book of Saw.
It's from the book of... But there's no John Kramer.
Guess what else is from the book of Saw? Saw. Same thing.
Remember how blatantly obvious it was that his partner was the guy, like 30 seconds into the movie?
They told you the ending in the middle. So obviously...
So obvious.
That it seemed like the ending had to be something different than what they told you in the middle. And then it wasn't. It was just what they told you in the middle.
Yep.
What are you doing?
I don't know, man.
And also, Chris Rock should never do a drama.
No.
He's not a good actor.
He's not a good actor.
I made myself sick.
Do animated movies where you're a zebra, or do comedy movies with Adam Sandler that pay you a lot of money and you don't have to try very hard.
Or transphobic stand-up. All wins.
Or make fun of a bald lady. Yeah.
I love the small... there's certainly less than half, I would think. Like, pro Will and Jada contingent. Like, how dare he make fun of her medical condition, alopecia? I'm like, you fucking assholes know that alopecia isn't like cancer, right? You know alopecia means baldness.
They don't. Right?
They don't.
It has no... anything is off limits. Like, you're sick? Can't do it. It's like, even if it's just that your hair is falling out, and you're an actress anyways, so you can just wear wigs.
Yeah, like it's not like a serious medical condition. She doesn't have spina bifida. She doesn't have stage 4 pancreatic cancer. No. She doesn't have lupus. It's not lupus. It's not lupus. She's bald.
She doesn't have foot and mouth disease.
The extent of her medical condition is being bald.
No hair.
The end.
The end. I'm gonna hit you.
Shut up. I'm gonna hit you.
Leave my wife's bald ass name.
Keep fucking my wife.
No, that's Jaden's friend.
That's Jaden's friend.
While Will watches and jerks off in the guest room.
I like that wrinkle to it.
That's a great wrinkle. Fucking coward. I hate Will Smith. Hate him. I would love to meet him in person and just call him a coward.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the biggest coward in Hollywood.
I would like to be mean to Will Smith to his face.
I would like to be mean to Will Smith, and I would like to be mean to Ice Cube. Those are the only two people I want to be mean to. Everybody else I'd be super lovely to. But I would just be like,
Drew, famously super lovely to all but 2 black celebrities.
2 black celebrities. All the other ones I'm cool with, though. Idris Elba, he'd be my best friend.
Yeah.
But, Ice Cube, biggest sell in the game. Mm-hmm. Will Smith, biggest fucking pussy.
Yeah. Will Smith sucks.
Will Smith sucks.
He's the worst.
Somebody tried to argue with me that I Am Legend is a good movie. I'm like, no, it's not.
No.
The only good movie he's in is Independence Day, and it has nothing to do with him.
Correct.
You remove him from that movie, and it's just as good of a movie.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with him.
It has everything to do
with Jeff Goldblum. And then they killed him, so he wasn't in the second one because they hate him.
Yeah.
Nothing like being killed off in between movies in a movie you were the star of.
Yeah.
Because they hate you.
It's a good move.
Ooh,
nice
good
little
squeak.
mic arm squeak.
Okay, didn't pick it up.
Yeah, probably did. Definitely did.
Do you want to talk about The Life Ahead, or is that gonna...
I'm more than happy to talk about The Life Ahead, a movie I put in my really good list.
With the most gorgeous woman living today.
The hottest bitch over 85 in the game.
Yeah.
86 at the time of this movie, 88 now.
Crazy.
Would smash.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Hadn't done anything in...
years, right?
I think the last thing she did was, voice acting for something.
Yeah.
She was in a short... And the last thing she did was a made-for-TV movie in 2010 that was an autobiographical drama adapted from a book by her sister that begins with Loren's birth as the illegitimate daughter of her father and mother. And she plays her mother, her own mother.
Okay.
Weird. And of course,
Sophia's a bastard?
Of course, in Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a bastard. She's a big ol' hot bastard. But, before that, she was in 9 in 2009. You know, not Baz Luhrmann.
Whatever it is.
Rob Marshall.
Yes.
And
I thought you meant she was in
Daniel,
9 movies in
Day-Lewis.
2009. I'm like, she did 9 movies and then stopped? No. Daniel Day's in that,
Daniel
right?
Day's in that, yeah. And nobody saw it, because who cares? Yeah. But even before then, she, did, one movie every, 4-ish years, but they're all things nobody saw.
Yeah.
The last thing she was in was Grumpier Old Men in 1995. Oh, yeah. That was the last, actual thing she was in. But, yeah, she is gorgeous.
Yeah.
For a lady of her advanced age. Is everybody else dead in that movie? Yes. 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 Everyone's dead but her.
All the old people in Grumpy Old Men are dead.
Yeah. Because I think Anne Margaret died last year? No?
I think she's dead.
No, she's alive.
Apologies to Ms. Margaret.
1941 to current.
Okay.
Has she done...
Happy 82nd birthday.
She did a movie last year.
Good for her.
A TV Christmas movie for Hallmark Channel.
Nice. That's my girl.
Anyways.
Getting work.
So, Miss Loren is an old madam.
An old ex-whore.
An old ex-whore who's a Holocaust survivor.
Yep.
And she...
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Show me the
I mean, I'm not denying she had a tattoo.
Oh.
I'm just asking
You're
questions.
just asking questions.
If there was anything to survive.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so she lives in like a small town in Italy, and she takes in...
For people listening for the first time, I'm not a Holocaust denier. We just make bad jokes about...
I wonder when was the last time we got a first-time listener.
All the
That's
time.
interesting.
Get new subscribers every damn day.
Not subscribers.
Well, some of them aren't going to be listening for the first time. Anyway, just to be clear, Drew is the Holocaust denier.
I'm not denying it. I'm just saying 6 million seems like a lot.
I'm not denying it. In fact, the opposite. I'm saying it was awesome.
I'm saying it should have happened more.
I'm saying they should have done 2.
Double Holocaust. 6. Why not 12?
Between this and
canceled.
The first words of this podcast being about suicide, I wonder how YouTube will feel about the monetization.
I don't know.
But they've been pretty chill lately, so we'll see. I'm excited to find out. The only one in a while that's been not monetized, I'm pretty sure is literally because it had gay in the title. And that's a bad word, I guess.
Is it the newlybred gay? Is the only one?
Was limited monetization.
All right, whatever.
And I'm pretty sure, it's literally because of the word gay, which is very silly, but... although I guess we talked about some pretty gross would you rathers, I guess, but...
Yeah, but do you think they're listening to the pod?
I don't know. I don't understand how any of it works.
I don't know how any of it works at all.
It's a complete mystery to me.
Yeah. Anyways, this kid of African descent,
Senegalese, I believe.
Senegalese, robs her.
Yeah,
and she,
as they do,
as they will, as is in their genetics.
I'm fucking on one today.
You really are.
Don't know why.
And he's an orphan living on the streets, and she,
his dad's not in the picture.
Oh, you don't say. And she decides.
What is my problem?
I don't know. It's those 3 sips of energy drink.
It was those really.
But yeah, so she takes him in and takes care of him, and
her post horror retirement has been taking care of other horror's
kids. Yeah, which he's not we don't know that he's a horror's kid.
No, I mean one could assume, but he's the one non-horror kid that she's been...
one non-horror kid.
Because he was staying at some sort of shelter type thing run by a doctor guy who's friends with Sophia, and he's like, can you take care of him?
Take him before somebody rapes him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. But so he he doesn't get along with the other kids. And he's sort of like a wild child.
He's a little aggressive. He's a Chloe Zhao type.
He's a Chloe Zhao type.
Is that No, that's the last podcast reference. Yeah. See, first-time listeners, you're not going to get it. Also, why are you starting on 2020 Part 2, asshole? What's the matter with you?
Just seeing if this is worth listen. And but yeah, anyways, she sort of it reforms him, and he, they grow very close, and it's just one of those nice movies where a white savior, although she's Italian, and is that really white?
Is that really white?
Sort of gives this boy a reason to try to be a better person, and it's a very nice movie.
It's really good.
And then, do you want to talk about After Love?
Happy to talk about it.
Okay.
Are these are the answers you want to be hearing?
Well, yeah, these are the ones that are were tough cuts for me, but are not.
Yeah.
It was just another one that I randomly saw on a list of good movies from 2020 that I'd heard nothing about, and I saw that it had a decent Letterboxd score, so I told Scott this and The Woman Who Runs are the 2 ones that are sort of if I have time I'll get to them, and then you actually did both of them before I did.
I watched them before you to
confirm that I'm good at picking movies.
Yes, that's why I did it.
Yep.
To tell you if they were worthwhile, because you had other stuff to watch too. And both were, in fact.
Yeah. I really like this one. This one in a week.
You had me at fat white Muslim.
Fat white British Muslim.
Yeah.
This on a weaker year would have maybe been a 10 or a 9, maybe. Mm-hmm. But there was just too many other things that pushed it out.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it's just like it's a very like simple story because you don't really like, not a lot is going on.
Yeah.
Other than just a white British lady who is married to a Pakistani Muslim man.
And
I mean,
full
I guess
ass
redundant.
full ass converted.
Full ass converted. She like has a Muslim name. She wears the hijab. Shirinu. Shinobi. What's the thing called?
I don't know
'Cause
the difference.
A scarf. She's wearing a scarf. Over
I don't know
her
the
head.
difference between a hijab, a niqab, and a burqa. Is burqa everything but eyes?
I don't know. And I don't want to look up.
I don't either.
Okay, let's just move on.
Turns out, who cares?
Who cares?
I think it's hijab.
Maybe hijab, yeah, you're thinking about it right. But yeah, so her husband, like, unexpectedly dies.
Yeah, like a bitch.
And during the process of, like, trying to figure out what's going on with her life, she sort of discovers through
he's
his
got a secret
cell phone
family.
that well, I think at first she just thinks he's been cheating on
Yeah.
her. And so they live in, like in the southeast.
They live on the White Cliffs of Dover.
Southeast
Yes.
part of England.
Yes.
And turns out that he's been going to France for work.
For work.
Taking the ferry
to
across to go to work.
To work on a pussy.
And absolutely. And turns out he's got a secret family.
Yep.
And
In Calais.
she sort of like unintentionally infiltrates the family. Like, she shows up to confront the other woman, but the other woman, being kind of racist, assumes that she's the house cleaner.
You must be the helper.
Oh, you're dressed like a Muslim. You must be the helper.
You're dressed like a Muslim. Well, she was dressed like a Muslim.
So she comes in, and at first she's like just kind of in shock that this is the woman that he's been sleeping with or having a second life with, and then turns out that he had a son with her.
Yeah.
And she meets the son, and the son kind of fucking hates the mom,
And he's gay.
And he's gay. Oh yeah, and she catches
Secret gay.
the Muslim Mary.
Well, she's pretending to clean the house that she's just straight up lying
She's
about
lying
at this
about.
point.
Catches him having sex with another, well, starting to have sex.
They
with
were
another
gonna.
boy.
Those kids were gonna
They
smash.
were ready.
They're kids.
Full mast.
Kids were gonna bust.
Ooh,
Yeah.
callback. But then so
The kids are all bust.
the French wife doesn't know he's passed away. She
Yes.
was sending him messages and getting no response.
Yeah.
Then she tried to call him a couple times and got no response. And then eventually Mary, or what was her Muslim name?
Fatima.
Fatima.
couldn't-
Real original to go from Mary to Fatima. But I mean, she's fat.
I mean, she's fat.
She eventually reveals well, first she pretends to be the husband.
She texts
talking to the son,
the kid to make him feel better.
and also because she's kind of starting to form a nice
Yeah,
relationship with him.
Yeah.
And she's sort of being more of a mother to him than his actual mother is.
It's I don't want to tell and the kid wants to go live.
Wants
with
to go
his
live with
dad.
the father, and then the French wife and Mary sort of reveal through the conversation that well, why are you've been okay with him having a second wife this whole time? And she goes, yeah, I'm not going to judge him because he would never judge me. And then it's but you never, what did he say about her? And he never talked about her, never said anything about her. I don't know anything. And then she's of the impression that his wife is Pakistani.
Yeah.
Because she says something vaguely racist.
Yeah.
And then eventually she kind of comes out and says I'm the wife.
Yeah.
And then there's a big fight, and
But you're white.
And she hits the son, and then the mom gets mad.
Yeah, because the son got really mad at the mom.
Yeah.
But
and
then
and said some awful things to her.
Yeah. Oh, he spit in her face.
Spit in her face.
And then
Mary
Mary hits the kid, and then the mom is mad because don't hit my kid.
Yeah. And then, so then she reveals, he was my husband, and she doesn't really believe her at first, and then they sort of, come to, a reconciliation thing at the end, kind of, where it's well, yeah, this is the same, both of our husbands are dead now.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, they don't do a lot in the movie, other than just sort of, have conversations and overhear each other, but she's a very like empathetic character.
Yeah,
because she's done nothing wrong other than like pretending to be a helper. But like that's not that bad compared to like I don't know what you could do.
Yeah,
fuck the son.
Fuck the son.
Well, your dad's dead. He was my husband. You're not my blood. Well, fuck him.
And nothing's wrong. Nothing can go wrong when a kid busts.
As we've already stated.
Yeah. If there's one thing you take away from this podcast.
Yeah. Okay. I've got 5 left. 2 of which I think are on your list, so I'm not gonna say them until you've done what's left on your list, and then we'll see where we'll
see what's happening. So I have 2 movies left that are on my really good list.
Okay.
And then I have
19 hard to cut.
5 on top of that hurt to cut, and then we're on to actual list stuff. So the 2 on my really good list that have yet to be named, one I think is probably going to be just straight up on your 10.
Okay. So then don't say it.
So don't say it?
Well, then we'll see.
Am I that confident?
I mean, leave it till the end, and I'll see what's left on my list, and then we'll compare and contrast what's left before we do everything else.
And then the other one I don't think, because I think I liked it more than you.
Probably.
Small Axe Mangrove.
Yeah.
I thought it was a better Trial of the Chicago 7.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't write it down because I just kind of thought it was, I don't know, boring a little bit.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I liked it. I thought the lead actor was really good. I'm trying to think if I've seen him in much else. I don't know. But yeah, I thought it moved pretty decently actually, because it's again sort of 2 things. One is this Trinidadian guy.
You're Trinidadian.
Who I guess had run some shadier things in the past with gambling and drugs and hookers. Like went legit and opened just like a nice West Indies restaurant in England.
You've seen him in one thing, but I don't think he didn't have a big role. But he was in Notes on a Scandal.
Okay.
And he's in The Mummy Returns, but I couldn't tell you what his character was in The Mummy Returns.
He was the mummy.
He's Arnold Vosloo.
I like Notes on a Scandal,
but I don't think. I don't think he has a. I don't think he had a big role.
I remember
it
being mostly women.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be like, oh, right.
But yeah, so opens a restaurant and just like nonstop like horrible harassment by the incredibly racist white police.
Yes,
and they do nothing but fuck with them for no reason. They've done 0 things wrong. They're just really mean.
Is Jason Fleming, is that his name? The bad guy cop, is that his name? Or am I thinking of a different actor that looks exactly the same as him?
Maybe he looked like someone.
What's his fucking name? Nope, that's not him.
The name of the character name was Pulley.
Yeah. Pulley. I don't like the way that Letterboxd puts the people, because it doesn't give you like and then the character name. You have to go over the actor's name to try and get.
Oh yeah.
Boo.
Get it together, Letterboxd.
Let's go down.
Drew's giving you millions of dollars, and you can't even.
I'm giving you
get your
billions of dollars.
Your UI right. Urinary infection.
Small X.
Yeah. So and then they eventually do like a protest, and the police fuck with them more, but then they just also arrest all of them under like some new bullshit law for riot and affray or something,
for black acid.
For black acid. And then from there it's sort of a Trial of the Chicago 7, but better done, which is weird because Aaron Sorkin writes good stuff, but that one was kind of boring and this one's kind of good. So
it's not, it's boring, but also they just fucking you have goddamn Sacha Baron Cohen, and you're not gonna.
I know. But yeah, I liked this one better. I found it more compelling. But yeah, so on my really good list, but stuff above it. So that, yeah, so it was just that and one other, which I'm nearly certain is on your top 10.
Okay.
And then I have
All of your hard to cuts.
5 of 7 that hurt me to cut. I have my very last cut, Shiva Baby, which we mentioned, and The Dissident are the 2 that have been mentioned so far.
Boys, well,
What are
like,
you doing over there?
The thing is, it's because it's broken up into episodes of a show, as if it's not also in fucking movies, and also it got released on Criterion. They released all of these as a Criterion, which is insane.
Are any of the other 4 any good?
I don't know. We didn't watch them because nobody told us we should be watching
I've heard
them.
nothing about the other 4.
I've literally heard nothing. Well, it's not the actor. It's not Jason Fleming. It's somebody else. I don't know what I've seen him in, but it's obviously, something. But anyways, I thought he was really good. He was, like, very hateable.
Yeah, he was a great piece of shit.
Alex Jennings? No. That's a different guy. Oh, I recognize him from something.
Oh, that's Jason Fleming. Okay, yeah, I can see.
Right? Yeah, he does kind of look like him.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. And has this guy really done anything?
I think he just...
Or is he just a British man?
Sam Spruill. He's been in stuff. Martian, Hurt Locker.
Okay.
Outlaw King. Taken 3.
Ooh.
Defiance. Elizabeth the Golden Age. The Informer. K-19 The Widowmaker. A movie that I remember getting in a lot of trouble watching it in the movie theater.
Oh.
I think I probably told that story before. It was like a group of us. We went to see a movie. I don't remember which movie it was, but it was either sold out or we were too young to go. Mm-hmm. So like a group of like 9 of us went to see K-19 The Widowmaker. And myself and my friend Megan fell asleep in the theater. One of the Darrens and another friend just like left halfway through the movie.
Sure.
And then other Darren and our friend Kim wouldn't stop talking so loud the entire movie that somebody went and got the manager and then kicked us all out of the movie.
So you are the assholes that we now hate at...
Yes, I was also like 16 and I was asleep. So
you did nothing wrong. You were just sleeping, not hurting anybody.
Darren Michael Domingo was the problem.
DMD.
DMD, baby.
Doctor of Medical...
Dicks.
Okay,
well... The one that I was in my 10 that I think I cut for something else, even though it's a very good movie, and now I'm regretting it. Not really.
So this is the one you
This is the one that was in 10 that I moved out of 10 because, yes, it's a good movie, but I think there are 2 other movies I liked more than it.
Well, allow me to tell you if you're right or wrong.
Minari.
Oh. Well, Drew, I have great fucking news for you.
It's not on your list?
Minari is the one I was holding.
Oh, because you thought it was in my list?
Because I thought...
Oh, okay. Well,
Minari,
it was my 10.
Minari was at the top of my really good list.
Okay. It was in my 10.
I think you did the right thing.
But I think there's 2 other movies that I like more than it.
You got those damn Koreans out of Oklahoma.
You know what it is? It's Steven Yeun. I love him so much. He's so good.
He's great.
The movie was sad and depressing.
The grandma's great.
Grandma's great.
Gave that bitch an Oscar. They gave that bitch an Oscar.
They
Yo
Mama Jablomi.
Yo Mama Junho.
Yo Mama Jablomi.
Yo Mama Woot Park.
Are we gonna do a sequel to Minari? Gotta do sequels to everything. If it gets critical acclaim. Her name is...
Her first name is Yo-Ya.
Yoon Yu Young.
One more time.
Y-O-U-N.
Yoon.
Then that's her first name in English, but that's what would be her second name in Korean because they do last names first, then first names.
The hyphenated thing is her first name.
Is her first name.
So her last name is Yoon?
The last name is Yoon, Y-O-U-N, and her first name is Y-U-H dash J-U-N-G.
Oh, Young.
Young Yoon.
No, I guess it's... Do you pronounce the J?
Sometimes and sometimes you don't.
Fucking Spanish.
Sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. Their names are all fucking weird.
So she might be... So, Ya Jung Yoon, maybe?
Ya Jung Yoon, yeah.
I fucked her. At any rate.
Fucked her. So good. She hasn't done a lot of acting since then. Literally winning an Oscar, and then she's done a short 1 episode of a TV series, and then 7 episodes of a different TV
What
series.
does he need to do? They gave that bitch a statue. She's done.
I know, and also it's not like America's going to give her roles because she's an old Korean lady.
An old, yeah.
Although by old Korean lady standards, she's kind of cute. Just like she's weirdly cute.
She's great. She did a very nice job in this. I was not mad.
She did a great job
at her
peeing
winning.
herself.
Who she did? That was real. Did you know
Real?
that?
They just made her pee herself.
They just squeezed her tummy.
Okay. Here's the big
you did the right job cutting 10.
Now, here's all the big problems.
Here's Drew, tell me all of your problems.
So the other 2 I have,
Yep.
I think are both in your top 10.
Okay, and those are 2 that are potentially vying for the new
No,
10
these
spot?
are 2 that
they're out.
That are out.
I see.
And then there's 2 other ones that one of them is my number 10 and the other one's just not going to make it.
I would love for these 2 that are out to be in my hurt to cut list.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Oh, I guess this is the point in the podcast.
No, we wait till we get to the top 10. Come on.
Really? We are making them earn it. Hours and hours.
Okay, fine. We can say it now. It's fine. Whatever.
Okay, so for those of you who didn't listen to season 2.
Again, what the fuck are you doing?
Assholes. So, for you assholes who are listening, we play a little game with these top 10s that if we match...
So, we go back and forth. So, like, I'll do number 10, you do number 9.
We're switching.
I do number 8, right? Or something like that. We go back and forth.
We're versatile.
And
we can top and bottom.
Or we can side.
Ooh.
Whoever says the movie first, so if I say, okay, my number 10 is blank.
Yeah.
If Scott's number 10 is also the same movie,
we match the same movie in the same spot on the
whoever
top 10.
said it second has to get up and kiss the other one.
That's correct.
That's how we play the game.
Yeah. And there
was a couple years where there was like
in the
4 or 5
We had
kisses.
years in the 2010s with no kisses, very sad. And we had years in the top 10s with multiple kisses.
Yeah.
And
we practically made out on the podcast.
People got real psyched about it, too.
Real psyched about the kissing. So hopefully this year there's also
we're doing our best for you guys. We hope this is not a kissless year. It's 2020. It was COVID. I mean, it was a piece of shit year.
We were taking the risk.
It was horrible.
Good thing it's
the least we could do now is kiss about it a bit. Right? To heal.
That's the least we could do.
So, tell me your problems. So, I have 5 movies that haven't been said that aren't on a list.
I have 4 movies that have not been said.
One is moving up.
One is moving up, one is eliminated, and the other 2 I'm pretty sure are on your list. So unless they're on your final 5, I will not be saying them because they will be in your top 10.
I see.
That's how it works.
How are we going to handle it?
I'm going to say the one that's not in my top 10, but I don't know which one of the 2 is. And again, between 2020 and 2021, this could all change again. Yes. I could go back to Minari at 10. I don't know. Depends if I don't sleep tonight because of my anxiety over not making the right pick.
When we do, well, might I suggest 90 milligrams of THC?
Done.
When we do 2021 in a few weeks, I hope that Minari is your number 1.
I don't think I would ever move something from like.
I hope things from borderline 10 to 1.
I mean, at some point it was probably like in the 6, 7, 8 range.
Yeah,
and then it just kept getting bumped down.
Sad.
Whatever.
Sorry, Korea. Sorry, less democratic People's Republic of Korea.
So the one that I'm gonna cut. That I didn't want to cut, but I think the other one I liked more is The Call.
Oh, here's a fun thing. That's the one I forgot to mention just on my regular...
No, you said it, and I said it was going to come up later.
Okay.
And then you went, okay. Because that was in my, like, last cuts,
sure.
And I figured that would be better for later on.
Yeah.
But you did say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I should have rewatched it. I didn't rewatch it because I was like, no, I remember it. It's all up here.
Yeah.
And I think if I had rewatched it, maybe it would be in 10. I don't know.
I mean, just watched it,
Yeah.
and yeah, like I enjoyed it.
I think
but it's not in the 10 for me.
I think they did a really great job of, because a lot of what's in the movie is stuff that's been done in other movies.
I mean, the Lake House is better,
But yeah, I was literally going to say, like, it's no Lake House.
they're calling it good Lake
They're
House.
calling it good Lake House.
Yeah.
But I think it did a good job of, like, because the idea is that there's a girl who goes to visit her, or goes back to visit her mom, and then there's like a phone in the house, like a landline that can communicate with 20 years previous.
Yeah.
And her and the girl are like communicating about their lives or whatever, and then
who lived in that house
who lived in the house before, and then modern day girl, it kind of tells 20 years ago girl like all these things that are happening, and that like you're gonna find out blah, 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 and then she finds out that like there was a tragedy involving the previous girl, or the 20 years past girl, and she kind of tells her to warn her, and then that the girl decides that she can like stop it from happening. Yeah. So
because the girl in the past was murdered by her mother.
By her mother.
Yeah.
And so she like, you know, I don't want to give away anything, but like she tells the girl in the past what's going to happen, so she takes actions to prevent that from happening. Yeah. But then that changes the future. Yeah. So that the girl in current day, things are changing for her. Yeah. So then when she prevents that from happening, then it changes everything again, because she wouldn't have been there to tell. Yeah. Right. And so then now the girl in the past, things have completely changed for her.
Yeah. And then a girl in the past prevents girl in the present's dad from dying,
which then leaves her parents to like both her parents
and
to be there.
And things are awesome.
And things are great.
Yeah.
But then,
and girl in the past, like, but shit still sucks here.
My life sucks. Why do you get to have a good life? So I mean, I don't want to talk anymore about that, because it's on Netflix. So it's very easily accessible to most people. So
I will say, maybe the girl in the past should have been murdered by her mom.
You never know.
She might be a real bitch.
You never know.
Yeah, but it's very cool.
It's very good. Yeah, I really like it. I think if I rewatch it, maybe it'd be higher. I mean, I thought the thing with it too is like the CGI in it was actually really good.
Yeah,
because like anything outside of the United States is usually very good.
Which
CGI.
Doesn't make sense.
Like if you watch,
there's more money in the American.
But the thing is with America, it's about profit margins. It's about getting things out quick. It's about like moving on to the next project. Exactly, 100%. You're working 15-hour days, and we're paying you the bare minimum.
And you're not going to say anything because you're a fucking nerd.
Yeah. Whereas like if you watch there's a series of Norwegian like disaster movies that I think we talked about in like the previous one, and there's actually another one next year that I'm going to tell you to watch. But like the visual effects in those movies,
they're better,
look real.
Yeah,
they don't look like visual effects.
It's so weird,
and it's crazy.
Everyone does it better than the people with the most money.
Yeah, I don't get it.
And like the tiger.
Yeah.
Looks so much better.
Yeah, it looks like a real tiger.
It looks like a fucking tiger.
Yeah. I just don't.
2015 Korean movie, as you said, better than any Marvel movie.
Any Marvel movie, any Star Wars movie, any big budget blockbuster
even
American movie.
Drew, than Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Who's to say? Nobody's ever gonna see it.
A lost movie.
No one will ever see.
That would be so cool, just by the law of averages.
Yeah.
Just if somehow at some point, like a big movie, nobody happened to see it. Because like everyone has a movie like, oh, that's a big movie I never happened to see. Yeah. But what if it was one movie that for everyone?
No one saw.
Nobody saw it.
Well, it could be the next Pixar movie, because they're like on a trajectory down.
Yeah, they're on a...
Or the Marvel movie, like actual Marvel movies are like...
Yeah.
So eventually it'll be to the point where they're like, oh, it's Captain America 9, and then nobody sees it.
Nobody saw Elemental 3?
Apparently not. So I got 2 left, and I think they're...
So far, so good.
And I think they're both on your list.
We've got... hopefully both aren't. Hopefully both are on the hurt to cut.
I think...
Because then we might be taking a one-way train to Kiss Down.
I think 1 is not only on your list.
My number
I think
1?
it's in the top 5.
Okay.
And the other one, I'm just assuming it's on your list because it hasn't been mentioned up until this point.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I guess the good thing is that so far nothing on my top 10 has been mentioned. So that's good.
1 on mine has.
Oh, well, there you go. Oh, I can deduce which one.
Maybe you can.
I can. I already know. Anyways,
Fucking-
continue. What do you got?
fucking price.
You got 5 still?
I have 5 still.
Okay.
1 I know for a fact
Okay.
is nowhere on your stuff, so we're safe.
Okay.
And the name of that movie is Private Chat, which you refuse to finish because you can't stand that bitch.
I hate Julia Fox. I want her to be not alive anymore.
Okay. I'm like,
I don't
please
care.
don't make a direct threat.
I don't care if she was the muse for Josh Safdie for Uncut Gems. I hate her. She does not deserve
I love how much you hate
to
her.
be living.
It was a fun movie. It's a guy who's addicted to online blackjack,
Yep.
who is also addicted to cam girls.
To Chatterbait or My Free Cams.
He's a real Mad for Cams guy, and he has a favorite, and
We all do.
yeah. But do you like him lie to the cam girl to make yourself seem cooler?
Who doesn't? Yeah.
I guess people do that.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot of people.
I guess that's yeah.
I think there's a lot of guys. This might be an entire podcast on its own. I really feel like we could do an entire podcast about cam whoring and cam girls and stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's probably so many guys that go on those sites and act like they have all of this like money.
Yeah.
But then in reality, they are spending every penny they have on this
On
girl,
My Free
and they
Cams.
don't have and they have no money.
Yeah. Well,
Like they're literally
that's
in
this guy.
poverty,
Yeah.
because they're so in love with these cam girls.
Yeah, like he lives and dies on his blackjack money. Sometimes he's got some money, sometimes he is fucking broke. And and then he thinks he sees the cam girl out in the wild, and then he kind of starts stalking her.
Okay.
And then we get some of her actual life. Like she's got either a boyfriend or maybe even a husband who like does local theater stuff. And he's doing a play about her being a whore, which is pretty funny.
That
and
is
she
pretty
is,
funny.
I don't know, offended by that. Can you imagine?
Nope.
That your boyfriend
I can't, but that is
an entire piece of art
That's kind of
about how he's mad at you
for being a whore?
an online prostitute.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. He's like, no, it's not how I feel. It's just it makes a good play. And then the guy kind of breaks into her house, and
as you do.
yeah, and not to like do anything, but then he was just like looking around her house, and then they come home, and then he has to hide under the couch while they're there.
And then they fuck.
I don't know if
No? Oh, okay. I just assume they fuck.
but and then stuff happens between her and him, and it's pretty funny, even though it's not supposed to be.
Yeah.
But I was enjoying everything that was happening. So check it out.
I couldn't get past her stupid face.
It's spelled PVT chat.
It's on Tubi.
It's on Tubi.
There. Enjoy.
I got 4 left.
Okay. Do whichever ones you think aren't on my list.
I think Some Kind of Heaven is not on your list.
No,
I dug it. This
Okay.
I think this and
other than the... Sorry?
I think this and Mangrove are the two
That we like...
I liked more than you.
Okay.
I thought this was a very fun documentary. It's this giant, like, elderly gated community in Florida, and they kind of follow 3 people's stories. One of which is a sad woman, maybe the saddest woman,
the saddest woman.
who works there. and is single and just
Ready to
can't.
mingle.
She is ready to mingle, but
She's
nobody is
single,
ready to mingle with her.
No.
And she's like trying to get something going and can't meet anyone. And then she goes to buy a golf cart because that is everyone's mode of transportation because they're probably not allowed to drive real cars anymore for the most part.
I would assume so.
And-
I mean, it also might be just like a community thing where like nobody drives cars.
Well, yeah, nobody drives cars because apparently, like, you literally don't need to leave the community because everything is there. There's like
That's gotta
every
be so nice.
pretty cool.
I mean, other than living in Florida and being elderly,
Yeah.
that's got to be pretty.
The rest, pretty cool. Yeah, so, buying a golf cart, she meets this, like,
Smooth
cool,
talking,
fancy talking, charismatic golf cart
yeah,
salesman.
you're like, hey, this guy's got it together.
Yeah, and he's also the local margarita man.
Yes, he is.
And, then she tries to get something going with him. Like, hey, come to the margarita party, and we dance. And like, oh, here's my old girlfriend. And she's like, fuck. And dies alone.
Dies alone.
Like, we don't see her die, but you can put two and two together.
She's probably dead.
And then just a criminal of a man, just a hustler who
Big money hustler.
who lives in his van illegally,
Yeah.
which he then can't even keep living in his van because there's warrants tied to his license plates. Because he's just a lifelong loser criminal, basically.
But like minor criminal.
Yeah, no,
Like, it's nothing like he's like robbing people or hurting people or anything.
No, he's
just
he's not malicious.
He just like doesn't have his shit together.
Yeah, no, he's a
And it's
fucking
like,
loser.
You know, sleeping in a place that
Yeah.
he's not supposed to be, parking tickets, speeding tickets, like that kind of shit.
It's actually an it's not, I know it's a documentary, but it's not like a character trope you see often, like the old loser.
yeah, not really.
It's interesting.
It is interesting.
And he kind of swindles this woman he sort of knows into letting him stay at her place.
And she's like so sad and lonely.
She's like,
that
sure,
she like
I'll take company.
Exactly. Like she's not even like, oh, this guy's a bum who's gonna like, you know, use me. She's
Yeah.
just like, oh, somebody else can live in my house. It's
Yeah.
great.
And then
I have space and time.
and then we completely like neglect her feelings, don't even care, because the
Yeah.
story it's his story, and it's, oh, I mean, yeah, I have a roof now, but is it worth giving up my freedom?
Yeah.
Like he's
a bachelor.
He's a bachelor. He's a confirmed bachelor.
Yeah, I was gonna say he might also be gay.
Maybe
He kind of gave off like,
yeah,
you know, he's using these women to like,
yeah.
kind of cover it up.
He does
because
some-
he can get these old women to like,
Yeah.
I mean, he's old too, but like these women to sort of like give, you know, like, oh, can I crash at your place for a bit, or like, can I have some money for groceries, or but then really he's just like a closeted gay man.
I could see him as like a cruising era hustler.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
cruising for a bruising.
and I've forgotten the third story.
It's been a long time since I've seen it.
It's been not a long time since I've seen it, but
So-
also my brain is
So
dead.
obviously the third story is not very good.
The other two are more interesting.
yeah.
But I quite enjoyed it actually. It was a fun documentary that was a late-ish cut. I mean, it was on the Hurt to Cut list. And
Continue your story. Keep going.
well, that's the end of that one.
Okay.
So I have 3 left. I don't think Riders of Justice is on your list.
Oh, we'll find out, won't we?
I guess it is on
Maybe.
your list. It's a late cut for me, but I guess that's something we'll talk about later. I don't think Pieces of a Woman is on your list.
Yeah, we'll find out later, won't we?
Oh boy, and I am almost sure.
There are those 2 kisses out the fucking window.
And
I guess 3, because you had one on yours too. So.
and there's about to be a 4th one going out the window because I'm 90% sure it's like I'm so sure I'm not going to say it.
Okay, that's fine.
So that covers everything but my 3 faves in top 10.
Okay, I'm not going to say the 2 that are left on my list because we didn't say them. So
Okay.
I'm assuming they're both in your list, so I'm just not going to say them. Do you want to do worst or first?
I forgot
Or
about
faves?
worst. Let's do worst.
Okay. There were a lot of bad ones.
Oh yeah.
A lot of terrible ones, and you were very hyped about
They're
the ones that you
They're
have.
the correct 3 worst movies of 2020.
Uh-huh.
And I will take no arguments to the contrary.
Well, let's find out if we got matching ones. Just let me do have it lowest rating first. Oh yeah, I forgot that one's really bad, but I don't think that's the one you're talking about. That's definitely one of them, and that's not on my list. So, but you didn't see this one, so
I don't need to. I have the
oh,
correct.
I know. Okay, well, I'll say one of the ones that's on my list that's not on your list.
Okay.
And that would be the dark reimagining of Fantasy Island.
That, you know what? I have not seen it, but from everything I've heard from you and Adam, it sounds like you are correct.
My review of it was for people who wish that there had been another season of Lost. I don't know what that meant when I wrote it, but yeah, it just like you take this concept that's supposed to be like a fun, uplifting, like your life, like here's a sample of the good life, and it just turned into like a stupid revenge plot where you invite all these people that treated you like shit in high school, and then you play all these mean, evil pranks on them, and then when it backfires and they start dying, you're like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have been such a cunt to these people.
Now, question.
And Michael Rooker's in it, and he deserves so much better than this.
Sure. Question for...
And Maggie Q, because I would eat her beehole, but...
For original...
Oh God, she's so hot. Anyway, sorry.
Is she your favorite Hawaiian?
Possibly.
For original Fantasy Island TV series or this movie, is there magic? Or no?
It's wishes. It's like a
so it is magic.
Yeah, it's the same thing. There's like an underground well that controls the wishes of the people on the island, and Michael Pena is Ricardo Montalban, and
thank you for pronouncing his name correctly.
And he like is completely oblivious to everything that's happening.
Okay,
or something. So I don't think there's no LP. There's no the plane. Hervé Villechaize. It's just like a sidekick.
So they took a role away from a disabled person.
Is it Jimmy Yang, or is he one of the main actors?
Jimmy Yang is a
Jimmy O Yang.
Professional wrestler.
Jimmy O Yang.
Is it Jimmy?
Jimmy Yang. You know, like the nerdy Chinese comedian.
No, I know, but is it? It never occurred to me that his name was Jimmy Yang.
Jimmy O Yang.
The O was doing a lot of heavy lifting to make me not realize he has the same name as a pro wrestler.
Yeah.
So,
who's got a hot daughter, and he'll be wrestling in Noah soon.
Yeah. It is Jimmy O Yang, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that why he's O?
I don't know. Well, I mean, his real name is John Yang. But I guess
his friends call him Jimmy. He's a real James Caan.
He is a Jimmy Caan. Jimmy, R.I.P. buddy, miss ya. Yeah, I don't know. I just hate this dark reimagining of all the like, you know. Oh, hey, what was really popular in the '80s? Like, oh, Starsky and Hutch. Okay, well, what if they were rapists?
I'm psyched for the dark reimagining of Love Boat.
Yeah, like it's so fucking dumb.
Now, I don't know.
Adam and I both gave it half a star, by the way.
Good for you guys. Yeah, I've heard
you and me, buddy.
A lot of worst movie of the year talk, Ed. But yes, I haven't seen it. But I don't know if it's specifically the fact that it is a dark reimagining per se, or just that they all happen to be terrible. I don't think it's impossible to make a good one. I just think they haven't.
Yeah, well, the problem with it is they're taking a concept that's a different genre, and then they're like, how do we twist this into a bad Blumhouse or one verse horror? And then, but like it doesn't work. You're just using the name over something else.
But someone good probably could make it good. It's just they've never used anyone good.
Exactly. I mean, like, there's
like, I would not mind seeing Charlie Kaufman's dark reimagining of Fantasy Island.
Yeah. I for sure. Okay, anyways, what's one of yours? Anyways, Fantasy Island, terrible, garbage. Yours.
One of mine is Birds of Prey or the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn
by the coward Robert Ford.
by the coward Robert Ford. It's funny every time.
And yeah, the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn.
I got it.
Yeah.
Sick. It's unacceptably bad.
Hey Scott, guess what? It's also in mine.
Nice.
That is also one of my 3 worsts. Man, I wrote a really long review of this.
Oh, wow. Are you going to read it or not?
Yeah, I really don't get how anyone liked this. This movie both has itself and has... what? Oh, this movie both has itself and has infected me with ADHD. It's just stylization for the sake of stylization.
Oh, and they did all the exploding colors in the jail fights. Fuck off.
But I guess
Fuck
anything
off.
they can do to limp along behind Marvel, parentheses, which, don't get me wrong, most Marvel movies
Also
are
suck.
guilty of the same things, but it's somehow sadder when DC does it second.
It is.
Remember all the awful things Suicide Squad did that everyone hated with little title cards, and yet somehow now we're cool with it?
Yeah.
At least the music cues weren't as awful as the big budget movie starter pack songs of Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Some really terrible fight choreography too,
Yep.
especially during the funhouse scenes. A lot of non-contact falls, lazy/slow swinging, and inconsistent attacking. This is also due to some really poor editing. I guess the only good thing was Margot Robbie's dedication to trying hard. She put her heart into it. Good for her. P.S. I know the answer to all my problems with it, but for fear of online vilification, I will just shut up now. Needed more hyena. And the reason is because it's a all-female led, like anything.
Yeah.
And also directed by a Chinese woman.
Yeah. Margot tried really hard to be one of the most annoying characters
Yeah.
in movie history, whose side I'm supposed to be on, instead of every frame rooting for her death.
Yes. But at least she tried.
At least she tried.
She was putting in the effort.
She did not half-ass her terrible role.
Yeah.
So, props. One thing that blew my mind in the movie was, up to the end, there were no superpowers.
Right.
It was, for as stupid as it was, grounded in reality,
Well,
other than Margot Robbie being able to fight well.
The superpowers are you don't get shot.
Sure.
Although she gets shot once, doesn't she?
I think so.
But the superpower is just being able to avoid getting hit by bad guys.
But then one of her Birds of Prey friends does a superpower at the end of the movie. I'm like, what the fuck?
You could do that the whole time.
The whole time, Drew!
Yeah.
I might have yelled in the theater. And yes, I saw this in the theater.
That's because your husband took you.
As part of a double feature with another movie on this list.
Nice. It was a terrible waste of 2 great actors playing 2 very good Batman villains. Of Ewan McGregor as Black Mask and Chris Messina as
Tuxedo Mask.
As Victor Zsasz. Because, both of them are great actors, and those 2 characters are very cool in the Batman verse. And in this, they were just fucking wasted.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, anyone involved in this was wasted.
Yeah.
Shout out to Rosie Perez for getting work.
In 2020. But yeah, wow.
You stupid.
And she's fat. Also, it has Journey Smollett, spelled Jurnee.
And still not the worst Smollett.
The coolest Smollett. Its average IMDb rating is 3.1.
On out of 10?
Well, 3.1 out of 5.
IMDb's not out
Oh,
of 10.
sorry. Letterboxd.
Use your words.
It's been a long day. It's 9 o'clock at night. We should have started earlier.
We did. But
Letterboxd average is 3.1 stars.
Too high.
That's stupid.
That's very stupid.
Kill yourself.
It should be 1-3.
Yeah.
I'll allow up to a 1-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've said 2. You said 1.
I double featured Birds of Prey with Doolittle. Or did I?
No, I saw Doolittle with you. Didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah, we saw Doolittle together. I didn't see Birds of Prey in theaters, though.
I think I double featured and you didn't.
Ah, maybe.
Yeah. I think Doolittle was second, and you and Kelly came for that.
Yeah, possibly. I don't fucking remember.
It's a bad movie.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. It's very much like a lowest common denominator kid movie.
Yeah.
Like, it is... How can we just get kids in the theaters that are going to be, like, great and watching this? Like,
yeah.
Here's a bunch of talking animals that aren't animated very well.
Not well at all.
At all. And, here's... Robert Downey Jr. doing, like, the worst fake Scottish accent anyone's ever done. Why did Dr. Dolittle have to be Scottish?
Unclear.
I don't understand it.
Don't know. Didn't the title of the movie change, like, 8 times? It used to have a longer title.
It had 2 longer titles.
Yeah, it was...
Something, Dr. Dolittle.
It was The Voyage of Dr. Dolittle and one other thing.
Yes.
And, like, there were, like, to the point where there were trailers...
There's marketing for them, yeah.
With those titles. And then as time grew closer, they're like, just Dolittle. Just Dolittle.
That's Dolittle's easier. People can't pay attention.
Words are hard.
I wrote a real bold choice by RDJ to play Dr. Dolittle as Jamaican and mentally handicapped.
Yep, I can't argue with either of those things. It's so bad. Its tone is weird.
Yeah. There's like a really like underlying depression and sadness.
Because like there's a dead wife involved.
There is a dead wife,
and like because
get over
like
your dead wife
for real, but like otherwise, I mean. Dr. Dolittle was like a family kids movie.
Movie.
And so you assume this one's not going to have much darkness to it. Oh, yeah. Not only does he have a dead wife, they're also trying to murder the King. Yeah.
Played by Antonio Banderas. You gotta try really hard to make me hate Antonio Banderas.
Oh, he's Banderas. Yeah.
And like, I actively hated Antonio Banderas in this movie.
Oh yeah.
And like,
he was the bad guy, right? I'm not talking about him. They were trying to like poison the good queen or whatever.
I don't fucking remember. Sure.
Sure.
And I think to top it all off,
Jessie Buckley as Queen Victoria.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
It was he did I think that was the voyage of Dr. Dolittle. It was partly to get a thing to save her from being poisoned to death by usurpers to the throne.
I don't remember.
And then also to maybe find and save his wife, which he doesn't. Nope. That's what I was getting to. It's a family movie where his wife just stays dead and he's kind of sad.
The Voyage of Dr. Dolittle by the coward Robert Ford?
Yes. Very good.
I do not remember a fucking thing about that. And I'll tell you what the absolute worst fucking part of this was.
Tell me.
Is the fact that there was a fucking tiger voiced by Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah.
And it was like, not like, it wasn't even like, oh, this is great. You're like, why are they wasting their time?
Yeah.
Like, don't put anything cool in this movie.
Yeah. I appreciate that a tiger was featured.
Sure.
But otherwise, fuck off.
And also, all of the voices were done by people we like, and it should have been a lot better, but it wasn't.
Correct.
And Emma Thompson, John China, Kumail Nanjiani, Octavia Spencer, Tom Holland, Craig Robinson, Wreck-It Rafe, Selena Gomez and her giant tits,
giant tits and baby fat face.
Marion Cotillard.
Oh, yeah.
And,
a lot of folks.
And instead,
Will Arnett.
It was garbage.
And as I recall, one of the worst Michael Sheen performances I've ever seen. He was a bad guy and very stupid.
I literally don't remember.
I'm hoping... So we both have one left.
Yes. It's not going to be the same one because I don't think you saw it.
Oh. We saw mine together.
Oh, well... This, my last one is not only the worst movie of 2020.
Ever?
It's the worst movie made since the year 2000.
Okay.
It is the only movie in my entire life, without being kicked out of, that I've ever
That you've
walked
watched, yes.
out of the theater
I did not consider this
in
one.
less than 30 minutes. I mean, walked out of the theater, period.
30 minutes or less.
But 30 minutes, I walked out of the fucking theater.
Yeah.
I was so angry at it that I was fuming about it for weeks.
you were pissed at this movie.
Fucking Zola.
Zola.
Garbage!
A movie written by Twitter.
This was, without a shadow of doubt, the worst piece of shit I've ever seen. Up until today, I have never walked out of a movie theater. Not for In the Name of the King, a Dungeon Siege Tale. Not for Cats, although I was forcefully restrained to stay.
I might have grabbed you by the scruff.
Not for the Bee Movie. 20 minutes in, I was gone. Congratulations, Spring Breakers. I will now no longer shit on your existence.
Spring Breakers is good. You're
There
stupid.
was not a single redeeming quality. Is this what movies have become? Theatrical releases for things that look like they were compilations from TikTok? Trying to pull out randomly placed comedic freeze-frame images that land completely flat? Fuck everyone involved in this, everyone who enjoyed this, everyone who gave this a high rating. You know what? Just everyone in general. I want humanity wiped from the planet.
So you didn't like it?
No.
Oh, okay.
And it is the worst movie made in the last 23 years.
That's something.
Yeah.
What did Adam give it?
Adam didn't see it?
Oh, maybe not.
Hold on, let me see. He did. He gave it 6. And I gave it 1.
You gave it less than 1.
That's a fight right there.
That's a fight.
That's a fight.
That's a fight, pal. Oh, and that's a rare him rating
Yeah.
the fight where he's on the high side.
Yes.
There you go.
I hate him.
I hate him.
This has made me hate him. What's your last one that we saw together? Wait, can I... Oh,
You can figure it out.
no, but we didn't see it together.
I mean, the one on my list, we absolutely saw it together at Kelly's house.
At Kelly's house?
Yep.
Oh, Scott. That's going to be a fight between us.
Oh,
I genuinely like that movie. And I watched it again this year.
I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing, but okay.
Then I don't know what we're...
What are we doing here?
Your lowest rated movies. I don't... Okay, I mean, my guess was going to be that you were saying Hoobie Halloween.
No.
Oh, good. I love Hoobie Halloween.
I mean, I don't. That's a terrible movie. I didn't consider it, though.
Is it Wonder Woman 1985? 4?
No, and I don't think that's 2020.
Isn't it?
Maybe 2021.
It's 2020, bruh.
Well,
It's 2020, bruh.
I should maybe change that.
Oh,
but
because that's what I thought it was going to be.
no.
Because just purely for the fact that they ruined one of the greatest things that could have ever happened ever.
It could have been... I mean, it could have been, at the very least, hands down, the best thing in any Marvel or DC movie ever. And they blew it so hard.
Just give me 1 second to look at what's on the bottom of this list.
It's on...
Is it Lone Wolf?
It's Lone Wolf.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, I think along the same lines as Wonder Woman 1984 in terms of furry disappointments.
Right. I didn't consider it only because, like, I didn't...
It might not be a real movie.
Well, I didn't expect it to be good. Like, I think that was more of what I was thinking was, like, it's something that is so much worse than I thought it would be. But I can't believe you didn't have Wonder Woman. That was the thing that made you the most angry.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well,
I'm adding that. I have 4 now.
You have 4 now?
Yes.
okay. That's fine.
God, I had it in
Just
my head. That was 2021.
A woman who TFs into a cheetah. And you're not gonna fucking show it, and you're gonna do half a cheetah.
I watched 2 hours and 15 minutes of absolute bullshit for the promise of a woman turning into a cheetah.
You idiot. You stupid bitch. You're as dumb as a dog.
Because that was the whole movie. There's a Kristen Wiig at the beginning.
Yep.
and there's a cheetah woman at the end.
Yeah.
Something's got to happen in the middle.
We're going to get from here
yes.
to here, and it's going to be great.
And I'm fixing to enjoy it.
I'm not even going to pay attention to the rest of the movie because I'm just going to be at half chub the whole time until we get to beans, tail, ears.
Yeah, I'm not even going to be wondering why it couldn't just be Chris Pine and not Chris Pine forced into the body of some other poor unsuspecting motherfucker. That's insane.
That was so fucking stupid.
Like, that's absolutely insane.
Horrible.
Just horrific. But I'm like, you know what? Hey, you do what you gotta do. I'll let this go. And
so
because I know
dumb.
cool stuff's coming later. I know there's going to be a pretty cool character arc for one Kristen Wiig. And God damn it, Drew's dying.
Now I'm just thinking how stupid that was.
It's insane. It's past stupid.
Like, it's Chris Pine in a guy's body.
Yes.
But he looks like the other guy to everyone.
Yeah. Except they don't show it like that. They just show Chris Pine. What happened to the guy? What happened to his soul, his consciousness?
Also, why can't it just be Chris Pine?
Why can't it just be Chris Pine? Like, she basically killed someone.
And it's like, it's fucking... It's comic book land.
It's dumb magic anyway.
You don't need to create reasons for it to not be. It's a fucking superhero movie.
Yeah.
It's just, he's alive now.
The bitch,
Done.
The bitch can fly. Why not just have Chris Pine instead of stealing another man's soul?
Yeah, I don't know. Why?
And then Kristen Wiig, we don't see turn into a goddamn cat, and the cat doesn't look very good anyway.
It does not. Looks like dog shit.
I saw some really good concept art for it.
You sure did. And then you jerked off to it.
I probably did something.
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't jerk off to it.
I had to think about it, but maybe I have. I don't know. I'm not. It would be irresponsible of me to say no, I didn't.
I can't commit to saying that I didn't jerk off to it, but I'm also willing to listen to offers.
So there's your worsts.
Okay. You're not going to talk about Lone Wolf? You don't care?
Oh, I mean, it is a very low budget movie. Again, with and like we heard, it was like very bad, very silly. But again, there was sort of the promise of furry TF.
Yeah, a little bit. Yep.
Because the premise is, I don't know, like the school wolf mascot was like burned alive. And like his suit was like welded to his body, and now he's just like a wolf monster. And then he does a bunch of like slasher murders and stuff. But the premise basically was that he was like capturing girls and whatever to like make them like him. But we never got anywhere with it.
Nope.
Because they basically saved the victim before anything happened. There should have been previous victims or like a second one he could have done stuff to. Because I want to see...
Done stuff,
I want to see the stuff, and we didn't get to see any stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I want full penetration.
Yeah. And it's filmed very badly. Like, just numerous filmmaking mistakes are made. Like, the sound is terrible. As I recall,
sound is horrible.
The mixing is garbage.
Yeah,
and it's a very poorly made movie that promised one thing, which is the only reason we watched it, and didn't deliver that thing. So get out of here. But I'm trying to think. It got memey online for a bit. I'm trying to think what was the meme about it though, or maybe just like furries got a hold of it. And
yeah, very possible.
Yeah. Oh, and then the very funny thing was because the movie implied that the cool kids at school are furries.
Yeah.
And are attractive girls.
Yeah.
And wear like partial fursuits to school.
All the time. Yeah. Eat like heads, paws, tail.
Yeah.
But then regular clothes. All the time. 24/7.
This movie was not made by furries.
It was nobody involved in the making of this movie had ever met a furry before.
The same can be said of Wonder Woman 1984. I'm going to say the same thing to you two movies and many other movies that I find myself screaming at more and more people every day. Hire one furry.
If you're going to do furry related business,
hire one. Ask one.
Get one. Just one.
a consultant. They don't even
Anyone.
have to be under contract. Get a freelance furry consultant. P.S. We're available.
We are available.
Anyway, now I'm mad.
Yeah, and you know what's going to make you more mad? We are 2 hours in,
Great.
and we haven't done any of the top 10.
We can blast through it.
We can't. Okay. 3 favorite movies that weren't in your top 10.
Yep.
What's one? What's number 1?
None have been mentioned.
One of mine's been mentioned.
And when I say none, I mean one of mine has been mentioned.
All 3 have been mentioned. is what you mean.
Fireball, Visitors from Darker Worlds.
Yeah.
I fucking love
Beautiful.
a Werner documentary. I like
Especially where nobody gets eaten alive by a bear.
where nobody gets eaten alive and he doesn't have to tell people to destroy the
Destroy the
footage.
Never let anybody listen to this.
You can tell he's passionate about it, which makes it even more fun to watch. And there's a lot of, because how much does the average person know about meteorites? Like, not a lot.
Very little.
So yeah, he's so into it, and he goes like around the world. And this is a thing I'm glad I rewatched. In a very short span, like just for this, I watched twice. And when I say I watched twice, I didn't entirely watch it twice because I
Fall asleep. Watch again.
Yes, but I didn't know that I fell asleep.
Oh.
Because when I was putting things into general groups, I'm like, Fireball. I didn't have I think I liked it, and Adam gave it an 8. And I'm like, but I don't have like much of an opinion on it. So like I went back through it. I'm like, oh, I fell asleep like 40 minutes in. So then I watched the whole thing 2 nights ago, I think. And I'm glad I did because I really enjoyed it. It's really cool when they go to Antarctica, just like in the middle
Beautiful.
just like flat, white, in every direction for 1,000 miles.
Like a little black dot.
And then a
over
little
there,
black rock. It's like,
because it would be a guy.
Yeah.
Like they were like looking for anything, but you just see flat and then just like wind and like the mist, and then just like one guy there, one guy like way over on this side in the distance, like beautiful.
Yeah, and the thing there, because there's no other outside forces. Every like black rock there is a meteorite.
Is a meteorite.
Yeah,
yeah. There's nothing else.
Yeah, and there's like
dead penguin.
or a dead penguin, and there are a bunch of scientists there, and there's like the Korean scientist who like it was actually footage from a couple years ago.
I like that
coming
a lot.
across this like big honker of one, and like he breaks down crying. He's so excited.
It's the happiest you've ever seen anyone.
He found it. Yeah,
like he's so happy.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was pretty great.
And the guy who posited the existence in nature of quasi-crystals and was told he was an idiot by mathematicians and scientists for years until one showed up in an actual meteorite. And quasi-crystals are like a really complicated thing to get into, but like they don't abide, they're recurring patterns that don't abide by regular like even numbers of symmetry.
Yeah.
So that was really cool. And just how this stuff figures into cultures, and like the giant asteroid that hit on the Yucatan Peninsula that destroyed life on Earth.
Yeah. Wiped out the dinosaurs.
And how another one's coming sometime, but who's to say when? And then like early warning, lookout people in observatories. And all that, and just like talk to lots of different people all over the world. He's super passionate about it, and like gets you passionate about it, and just a really fun doc to watch. You're having quiet time?
No, I was letting you go through your.
I came to a natural conclusion.
Okay. Mine that was mentioned in the previously was Boss Level.
Ah, yes.
I fucking love Boss Level.
Yep.
I love Frank Grillo.
Yep.
And it's these
our second Groundhog Day.
Our second Groundhog Day. This one's a little different.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of it's
different in that it has Mel Gibson in it.
Different as somebody who's used the term sugar tits is in this movie. So yeah, he's
someone who someone who has said, "Oh, great, another Jew cop," and been right.
And
what are the
what are
odds? How many Jewish cops
Scott,
are there in the world? 6?
He can smell them. He can smell them.
Mel's got the nose.
Mel's got the nose. Yeah, he's trapped in a time loop. It's pretty much like a video game.
Yeah.
Although it's not a video, it's real life, but
It acts like
it acts like a video game. So like he
acts like a shoot 'em up.
He's been stuck in levels forever, and he always starts out at the same point, and then he has to get to a
Eventually
certain
gets
point,
killed.
and he's fighting bosses, like lower end bosses and stuff, trying to get to the big bad. And at the end of the day, there's like a big explosion that always goes off and wipes everybody out.
Yeah.
So he's like trying to build up to get to Mel Gibson, who's the big bad, and he also he has a son in the thing, and but yeah, I mean. The stunt work's incredible. Some of the practical, there's at one point a helicopter gets flown through the side of his apartment. Yep. There's some great explosions and just there's so many cool practical things that happen in it.
Yeah.
And some of the fight scenes with Frank Grillo are really really well choreographed.
Yeah, there's some very good fight choreography.
And then there's just some good comedy mixed in.
Yep.
Where you're seeing different levels. So this is the first time he's gotten this far.
Yeah.
Then the next time this is the first time he's gotten this far. So it progresses like that, like a video game.
Yeah.
There's one where he gets shit faced drunk and then gets murdered in the diner that he goes to. Everything. It's just really really fun and entertaining, and there's nothing boring about it. It's
not boring at all.
Just fucking goes.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah. Do we each have?
We've got two left.
I wonder if they're
one for shizzle is not on your list.
not on my list.
Not
Okay.
even close.
Well, I got 2, so I'll say 1. Is it a movie that you initially might have undersold to me called Caught in the Net?
No, and I guess I must have deleted. Oh, because you said come up later, and then I deleted it. And that's why I didn't see before.
Yeah.
No, it is not.
Oh, so we can just talk about it.
Yeah, I think I understood it to you, and then it stuck with me, and I meant to say something, but then you said you'd already watched it, so I was like,
and
okay.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
The
could have done without seeing some of it, but
I liked all of it.
I know you liked all of it. It's your first starring role. I know which one you were.
Which one?
I don't know, one of the blurred ones.
I was one of the blurry ones. It's another documentary. It's in the Republic of Czech.
Czechia.
It's blue check mark.
Blue check mark.
And so they apparently a lot of kids are getting harassed online. So they wanted to make a documentary about it. So they hired 3 girls who are of age that look like they're not of age, aka my favorite kind of girls, and had them basically catfish, or not so much catfish, but just troll for. They were bits.
But I mean, they're not trolling.
No, not internet troll, but trolling for predators.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were just bait basically, and so they created Facebook profiles and whatever to check Facebook is, and it's insane. It's completely insane.
Yeah.
Minutes after they're up, they have 9,000.
I don't think it was 9,000.
But it was
away,
it was a lot quickly.
By the end of the thing, it was. But yeah.
But they're this has been up for 3 hours, and we have 200 requests.
Yeah.
It's nuts. They're just, and what's going on the other end? They're just waiting and refreshing, waiting for new meat on Facebook.
I mean, I don't know how they even find it, figure it out.
Yeah. It's crazy, but they're good at their jobs. I like that so they basically set up Skype convos with them, and what's interesting about the movie is that it turns out that every man in the Czech Republic is a pedophile. Every single one. Yeah. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, that's an understatement, but yeah.
It is absolutely sickening how many there are, and what they will do with a girl on the other end of a video call who has repeatedly said she is 12 years old.
And is the girls are instructed,
Don't
engage, like don't push things forward,
Yeah.
don't make suggestions,
let them do everything.
act very innocent and
Yeah.
unassuming, do not do anything.
Yeah, don't entrap them.
Just let them do their thing.
Yeah, and boy, did they do their thing.
Yeah.
They just, like, some of the videos start with just the guy, the video on his dick masturbating.
Yeah.
Like, no foreplay.
No foreplay. Not even considering foreplay.
And the reason I had this high and like close to the 10 it's not the penis, Drew. Is that I found a lot of movies this year, it feels like more than some other years, had like a moment that stuck with me. And this had actually a
penis, of course.
It was the penis.
It was the really big one.
It was the one where the guy on the phone was clearly Indian and was saying he was Czech.
That was pretty great.
I enjoyed that. That was a nice moment, but the moment where the girl's been doing it for a couple weeks at this point and just like immersed in pedophiles.
Yeah.
Like 24/7 basically.
Yeah.
And they made like a whole like fake bedrooms for all of them.
Yeah, they built sets, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, on in a big sound studio.
Yeah.
As the backdrops for their Skype calls and all that, and they slept there.
Yep.
And yeah, and like that. This is what they were doing for several weeks.
Yep.
And so one girl got on a call with a college age guy.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Well, great. Here's another pedophile," and he's just like. No, just like I just go on Skype and talk to random people, like, hope you're doing good. And she's like, do you want me to? And he's like, no, don't do anything like that. You're a smart girl.
Yeah.
Just like, you know what to do. Don't let anyone fuck around with you. And then so they just have like a nice conversation.
Yeah. Well, and he also kind of tells her like, you shouldn't be on here.
Yeah.
Like this is a bad place to be. Like you shouldn't be here.
And I was gonna say after, but it was during. She just like starts breaking down. Crying,
and then
because she's like, "Oh my god!"
They unblur his face too.
Yeah, because he didn't do anything bad.
And then she goes like, can I call you back in a bit?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's fine."
Yeah, and she's just like weeping.
Yeah,
because like, oh my god, a good person.
Yeah, and then the other two girls come as well, and they all just kind of stand there like together.
Yeah,
like kind of realizing like, hey, not everybody's a sex criminal.
Almost everybody is a sex criminal.
Despite what my Letterboxd review would say of it, which is shocker, every man in Eastern Europe is a sex criminal.
I mean, it's horrific.
Yeah.
And that one thing that also I love the way it's actually really creepy the way they blur, because it's not the standard pixelation.
Yeah.
It's they blur.
It's like a layer over top of it.
It's like a layer a layer of Vaseline, but not over the eyes and mouth. And it's such a creepy look.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. And then so it turns out that one of the major pedophiles, one of the crew knows him personally.
Yeah.
And like he runs kids camps.
Yeah.
And so they that's sort of the end. They confront the guy at his house, and he puts up a fight.
He does. He's very much like, I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Like, what did I fucking do wrong?
You sent porn to a child.
And he's like, no, prove it. And they're like, well, we have
the whole thing. We filmed everything.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I might have done one as a mistake.
Again, sorry, I must have I just had copy paste. Oops.
Yeah. Look, who has never accidentally copy and pasted porn to a minor in a Skype chat cast the first
happens to all of us. Yeah. There was definitely one part in it that I was too uncomfortable.
Well, which one?
When they showed the video that guy had sent them that was blurred, but they were like, she's got to be like 10.
Oh, yeah, that was...
And I was like, oh, why are you showing that?
That was ugly. Yeah, they showed like a blurred...
like more blurred than the men.
Yeah, no, like a full body blurred,
like
naked, like 10-year-old.
And like clearly doing something.
Yeah.
And I was why?
That was pretty awful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and
you could have just said that's what was happening. And if you're gonna show that, why not show the dog video?
Yeah, I was gonna say one guy sent a girl a dog video, and they arranged meetups with a few of them, him being one of them.
Yeah,
and they're like, why would you Why would you look at this? Why would you send this? I don't know, because it's different. It's interesting.
different. I like different things.
I'm a monster. I'm a fucking monster.
I'm a fucking monster. Yeah. I just like, I like to think outside the norms of society. I just have a different view of
to
things.
his credit, he really does that.
He really does.
Caught in the net. Good one.
Yeah. Pretty gross. Pretty disturbing.
Yep.
Mine that I do not think you've seen.
Okay.
But I
haven't even seen.
Yeah, but it's not a Scott movie. I don't think, unless maybe I made you watch it with me once. According to Letterboxd, I've seen it 4 times.
That's a lot of times.
That would be Underwater.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, Scott, if you're gonna make a goddamn Cthulhu movie, and it's gonna have,
can you tell me about this while I'm peeing?
No.
I'm going to pee. So you do what you need. Set the table, and then I'll be back for dinner.
Well, I don't want to do this again. Go pee. So I'll just kill time while Scott uses the facilities. I don't like being alone. This is pretty terrible. I'm gonna talk quieter so Scott can't hear me in the bathroom because fuck him. Anyways, 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and we haven't even started the top 10, so that's interesting. I don't know. How are you? How are you guys? Tell me what's going on in your life. I'm here to listen. I'm here to get call in and tell me what your life is like while I wait for Scott to piss out his ass. It's very hot in this room, and I would like another drink, but I can't just leave the room in silence. So, how about them Cowboys? This Underwater's on Disney Plus? It's wild the things that Disney owns now. Like, just straight up horror movies on Disney Plus. Oh, look. This guy's back. I had a nice private
That was, bar none, some of the worst vamping I've ever heard.
I had some PVT chat with everyone.
You turned it into a call-in show?
I wanted them to know. I wanted to know how everybody was doing. I was here to listen to their problems.
How are they doing?
And then I discovered that Underwater's on Disney Plus of all things.
Sick.
It's weird the things Disney Plus owns. Anyways, you're gonna make a goddamn Cthulhu movie.
Yep.
And there's going to be no like, oh, this is an allegory for this, and maybe it's just a straight up fucking monster movie underwater.
Okay.
It's got Kristen Stewart, Vincent Cassell, and T.J. Goddamn Miller.
Nice.
And
post-canceling.
I have seen it 4 times since 2020.
That's a lot of times. Good
Once
for
in
you.
theaters,
Yep.
and 3 times since
3 times
then.
elsewhere.
And it's just wild. And I'll tell you what's even better about it is a man who won't come up later at all, Jim Cummings, also loved it.
Oh, wow.
He said that it's beautifully shot and the lighting is so good.
Way to go, Jim.
But yeah, like I reviewed it 3 of the 4 times I've seen it. Yeah, I will never not love this film. Every time I see it, I see something new, and again, it just doesn't fuck around. I liked it a lot better the second time around, and then the third. Story-wise, it was pretty unoriginal, stealing things from Alien: The Descent and space horror. However, it gets right to the action, like 5 minutes in.
Okay.
5 minutes might be too long. It might be 2 minutes in. Doesn't waste any time on backstory, boring science talk to set it up. It just gets right into it, which I respect a lot. I was so relieved that it was an actual monster movie and not a psychological sleep deprivation, the vast emptiness of, in parentheses, not space, etc. Just straight up Cthulhu.
Sick.
I
will watch that.
Its average letterbox is 2.8.
Okay.
And I've consistently given it a 4.
I like your style.
Rules. Anyways,
You like what you like.
don't yuck my yums.
When I took all my clothes off to sit down and pee.
To face the toilet so you could put your ink and your
That's
pad
how you're
and,
supposed to.
No,
that's
you're
the
right.
way toilets were designed.
It really is, though.
It is better.
It's
better.
Anyways.
All of my clothes are drenched.
That's why we put the laundry hole right there. Oh. That's what that's for. I feel moist.
Yeah.
I feel very moist. Also, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in.
Great.
So let's move on here.
My final fave, you're asking
Your
me?
final fave.
Borat's subsequent movie film, delivery of prodigious bribe to American regime for make benefit once glorious nation of Kazakhstan.
That was one of the two that I was convinced was on your list. It was.
It's on a list.
It was one of the last two cuts for me, and I don't really have a valid reason.
You got to cut something.
It was good.
Yeah.
I was more than pleasantly surprised with it.
Yes,
Like it definitely exceeded
it's
expectations.
one of the only good
comedy sequels.
more than 10 years
Yeah.
after the original comedy sequel.
Yeah.
Not that that's a high bar.
Anchorman 2.
Anchorman, Zoolander, Super Troopers.
A fourth one.
There's absolutely more I'm forgetting. But Dumb and Dumber.
You guys wouldn't even finish it. I was willing to go through with it.
Well, you're a professional.
Hook, line, and sphincter.
Yep. Yeah, and this is good. And this was another somewhat Fireball Visitors from Darker Worlds rewatch where I, for whatever reason, I didn't watch it when it came out. Oh, because it came out in 2020.
Yeah.
And we were watching all of the 2010s
Yeah.
in 2020. So I didn't watch like anything from 2020. And then I finally did watch it when I had COVID in 2022, even though COVID is fake.
Yeah.
When I tested positive for a fake
In
illness.
so much trouble.
But I think because my main COVID symptom was having absolutely no energy and being kind of sleepy. So I don't know how much of my first watch of Borat I got, because when I watched it last week, a lot of it seemed new to me.
Oh, yeah.
And it was really funny.
Yeah, it's majorly overachieved.
Yeah.
Like, could not believe it.
Obama, what you gonna do? Inject him with the Wuhan flu. But also it's fake.
Yeah. I wrote, how do you compare this to the funniest movie and first time viewing of anything in my entire life?
Mm-hmm.
Sasha can do nothing wrong in my eyes, and I'm so happy he keeps giving me the greatest gifts. He's like real Santa, and if my dad actually loved me.
Yeah. I'm glad Who Is America exists, but
Yeah.
I'm sad it was only one season.
Yeah, but he got in and out. That's all I need to do.
It was a nice in and out.
Yeah.
And got Nick Mullen a bit of work.
Yeah, that's true.
And Nathan Fielder.
And
Not
Nathan
that
Fielder.
He
doesn't need
He
help.
gets enough work.
The one upside to this movie was it introduced us to Maria Bakalova.
I've been calling her Baklava 'cause
in-
she's sweet.
In the movie,
Yeah.
not ugly. In real life, fucking gorgeous.
Hot as shit, yeah.
Holy shit.
Two fun facts I learned about this movie was she responded to like a casting call for this.
Yeah.
But the movie was secret.
Yes.
So it was just called something else, and she was pretty sure it was a human trafficking scam
Nice.
until she personally met Sacha Baron Cohen.
And then she was like, oh.
She's like, oh, this might be a real movie.
this is a real thing.
Yeah. And then similarly, the on-screen producer, whatever guy, the
Yeah.
fat naked guy
Yeah.
from Borat 1.
Yeah.
Do you know the reason he wasn't in this?
I remember hearing it,
It's very stupid.
but I can't remember.
because the name of the movie was kept secret, he didn't know it was the Borat sequel.
Right.
And didn't sign on.
Right.
If they had told him it was the Borat sequel,
But they were trying to keep everything
he'd be
secret.
in it.
Secret, yeah.
So pretty funny. And tough shit for him, I guess.
That's how sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. Borat 2. Funny movie.
Really? Yeah.
And I'm glad it was a light cut for you because that gives us more kiss opportunity. At this, from here on, it's just hoping for kisses.
Well, now I'm concerned that I made the wrong decisions with my life. Because
I mean, everything you cut was stuff that's not on my list.
that is true.
So that's
There's
plus,
one. There's
right?
one left that wasn't mentioned. That is the one that I said is not only on your list, but it's probably like
Right.
top 5.
Well, if it has been mentioned, then it is on my list.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
I knew it was though. Like
And you have one more fave to.
I have one more
mention, right?
fave.
Yeah.
It was the one that got moved out, then up, then was 10, and now is this.
So this was the 10 you cut?
This was the 10 that I had originally I had cut
during the podcast.
During the because the one I cut during the podcast was Minari.
Oh, okay, right. This was an earlier 10.
This was an earlier 10 too.
Very complicated.
I don't know if it's to quote our friend Shane, recency bias. I don't know. But The Dry.
Oh, that was just one I mentioned earlier that you said we'd talk about later. Yeah. So, again, not on my list, so that's fine. Really good Australian, I guess, crime drama.
Crime drama, like sort of a murder mystery.
Yeah.
I love everything Eric Bana. I cannot explain why, because it's not like he's necessarily any better of an actor than 30 or 40 other actors. But like anytime I see him in something, I'm like, I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah.
Even if it's like sometimes I watch things that he's in and I'm like, oh, that's bad.
That's bad.
But like, there's just something. He's very like he just seems like a regular person.
They're calling him good Gerard Butler.
He's in fact good Gerard Butler.
Would you say that you're a bananas for Bana?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we make that the new Mad About Mads?
Mad About Mads, who's not going to be
coming
mentioned at all.
Yeah.
He's just a really good actor.
You have 2 Mads movies in your top 10.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Apologies.
Yeah, I like murder mysteries, like secret drama, kind of like like lots of moving parts and trying to figure stuff out. There were a lot of moving parts
to it, yeah.
I definitely liked. I liked the reveal of like the old mystery.
Yep.
I was not expecting that. I wasn't quite sure what I thought was going to be.
They alluded to it and then left it for a while and came back to it.
Kind of let it fall out of the back of your head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I liked that that reveal wasn't like stupid. I was kind of thinking it was gonna be stupid, but then there was also a part of me that was thinking like maybe he did do it.
It would have been interesting if he did it.
Yeah, but then I'm glad they didn't because I like him too much. And then now there's already a sequel in the works.
Yeah.
So,
but wouldn't it be cool if there was a sequel and he was a murderer?
Yes. So like Eric Bana's like
not a lot of protagonist murderers.
Not a lot.
Let's do more of that.
Not a lot. So Eric Bana's like a cop in the big city, I guess Sydney. Although I don't think they ever, or Melbourne. Maybe they say it early on, but I never really, maybe I didn't hear it.
I don't remember.
It's a bigger city.
Yeah.
And then the town he grew up in, his best friend growing up, suicides himself and his kid, and leaves...
Himself, wife, and kid.
Himself, wife, and kid.
A real Benoit.
And leaves a baby alive.
Yeah.
So he goes back to town to, go to the funeral and see whatever, and then... when he goes back, they
did a good job of how do you do a funeral for a murderer?
Yeah. And turns out that before he left, because he left when he was a teenager, there was some mysterious circumstances around something that he and his friend who did the murder there was another murder that happened, and I don't want to give anything away because I think people should see it, but now not only is he there trying to help figure out what happened with his friend doing the murders, but then everybody in town still hates him for what they think happened 20 or 30 years ago.
He maybe killed
a girl,
the old murder,
and so he's not now. He's kind of like navigating through both.
Yeah,
and then you're meeting all these characters. I think they did a good job of throwing off the scent of the local townsfolk, and then there was one pretty good reveal in the middle that I was I'm glad that they did something a little bit different with the
I was just gonna say, does it involve a
2 gentlemen of the same cloth?
Does it involve an FD? I was gonna say.
Does.
Yeah.
It involves an FDR.
I like that you knew exactly what that was.
But yeah, I like those ones where it's not an overcomplicated thing. It's in a small, it's like a Winter's Bone for me. Mm-hmm. It's just a smaller thing.
Self-contained.
You don't have all these big time cops.
No superheroes.
Gun shooting. Car chasing.
I was gonna say it's got Ang Lee's Hulk.
It does have Ang Lee's Hulk.
So there are some superheroes in the
Yes.
movie. Let's be clear. It doesn't have no superheroes.
But I like those like really just like simple.
Yeah, I like a small scale thing. Done well. Lots of good cinematography in it.
It's very nice,
Looks
and
nice.
like the landscape for being like a desolate kind
wasteland.
of like dying part of Australia.
Hey,
was
there used to be water
was
here.
still very beautiful.
Yeah.
And like the place where they find the suicided body is
Yeah.
a very cool looking space.
Yep.
So, props and shout out to their location scouts.
Yes.
because they did a really good job. Yeah, that's my faves.
We talking tens.
We are talking tens.
My 10 is lower than where you have it.
I'm sure it is, which is gonna suck because that means two no kisses.
That does mean 2 no kisses.
I don't think my 10's on your 10, but also it wasn't mentioned before, so maybe it is on your 10's.
Maybe it is. Say it.
My number 10 for the year 2020 of our Lord 2020 is I'm sure you would imagine would be higher.
Oh,
Considering
maybe.
how much I preached about it and told you to fucking watch it and then told you if it didn't win an Oscar I was going to kill myself. But it just got beat out by some other things that were like really good and also maybe recency bias. My Octopus Teacher?
Yes, that is one I was sure was on
the
yours,
list.
and it is the one on my hurt to cut that I didn't mention because I was sure it was on yours.
Okay. It probably started out around 3, 4, 5.
Oh wow! Okay.
And then just over time,
Stuff happens.
Things moved around.
Yeah. It's one of my latest cuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a beautiful documentary
Yep.
about a guy swimming off the coasts of Africa, of like South Africa,
South
Africa, and he just discovers this like kind of friendly little tiny curious octopus.
Yep.
And he just kind of returns every day to swim with her and sort of just observe her life and everything in the environment that she's living in.
Yeah.
And it's just like this beautiful nature, like human to, he like nobody's trying to harm anything and you're just witnessing how life is.
And it's such like octopuses are crazy.
Yeah.
Like it's such a different life form. They
It
like
is. They're
they
aliens.
have like
they're totally aliens.
absolutely
They're
aliens.
not from Earth.
Yeah.
They are from somewhere in the galaxy.
Yeah, and yet there's a connection there.
Yeah, and like you see all the things that it does like daily of like its life.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to say anything about the ending because again it's on Netflix, so if you haven't seen it, it is easily accessible to everyone.
Yeah.
But like the last like 20 minutes of the movie, I don't know that I've cried harder at a movie
I remember
than I did at the last 20 minutes because like
I remember you told me
it's both heartwarming and like heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Like everything about it is so just like this is what life is.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me like right after you saw it, like, "Hey, here's a movie that destroyed me
And if
emotionally."
it doesn't win an Oscar, Scott, I'm going to kill myself. And then I'm pretty sure when it won, I like yelled, like I screamed.
Yeah, like Alone.
I was like,
Yeah.
"Fuck!" So my Letterboxd review vote was, ask yourself, have you ever loved anything as much as Craig Foster loves that octopus?
No.
So stressful and beautiful. This is everything I love about the world, nature, and movies. I wish that I was more outdoorsy so I could witness this type of natural beauty.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my number 10.
My number 10 is higher on your list, so I guess we'll talk about another round later.
Wild, okay.
Wild, you say?
So you do your number 9.
My number 9, I think it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could be similar on number 9.
Could be kissing right now.
How do you feel about Irish animation?
Ooh, I like it, but it's higher. And I think my number 9 is also higher on yours. So maybe I won't say it because then like you're not saying so I think it's higher on you. Fuck, I thought we would be closer on these ones.
Shit,
guys, well, here's my number 9. Here's my number 8.
Let me just say, guys, sometimes we don't kiss.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't get your hopes up.
Maybe we're not.
'cause-
Look, sometimes we don't kiss. It happens. We'll kiss off pod like we
Oh,
always do
kiss-
after.
Not for you guys.
Yeah, as
but
soon
for
as we click stop on
Done.
Audacity, it's a lot of kissing. But look, sometimes it doesn't happen on the pod. So just be prepared. It's the odds of matching the exact number are not crazy likely. Anyway, your 9 is
Well, my 9 is, I think, higher on your list, so I'm not going to say it, which means we're just going to skip we're skipping my 9, your 9, and we're going right to number 8.
okay. Neither of our 8s have been said.
Number 8 hasn't been said.
Okay.
And
Dramatized or documentary?
dramatized. Fuck, Scott.
Damn it. I don't think we're kissing.
My number 8 is the movie I most recently watched.
Oh.
The Kid Detective.
Andrew.
Oh, no.
Andrew. It's my number 7. It started as 10 and moved up.
That's good.
Yep.
I think it started at 5 for me, and then I was like, no, I'm being silly. This goes down a little bit. Like,
yeah, I originally did my ranking in a very stupid way. I did 1, 2, 3. I'm like, I think these are my
these
three.
are my
These
1,
top
2,
3.
3.
And then I did 8, 9, 10, and Kid Detective was 10.
Okay.
And then I'm like, I have to slot the rest of these in the middle. I'm finding this difficult. I'm going to take away that 8, 9, 10 and let things fall where they may. And the way Kid Detective fell was moving 3 spots up from 10 to 7. I wish it had moved from 10 to 8, but here we are.
So fucking close.
So we can talk about
So
Kid
it's CanCon, which this podcast desperately needs some more CanCon.
Well, we're required by law to have at least 35%.
Required by law. This is not 35%. This is 10%.
10%.
Yeah, so it's kind of a weird tonal movie.
It is.
Because it's like you in theory it's got comedic aspects.
It certainly has comedic aspects.
But the comedy
But
isn't
it's-
laugh out loud. Like it's not.
No.
It's weird to say that. It's not like that's so funny. It's like that's clever or
Yeah.
like that's well written. So Adam Brody
Yeah.
was a child detective, as the movie would state.
He was an Encyclopedia Brown type.
He's a he in fact was the Kid Detective.
Yeah.
And he was
He's on all the newspapers
yeah,
from
and he would like watch movies
13 years ago.
and he
or
would watch
whatever.
movies, and he knew like who the bad guy was,
could tell- yeah,
what
he
the
could-
twist was in
yeah,
the
he
movie,
could tell you what was happening.
and he was solving all these things in the town.
Yeah.
And then his secretary, who he like was a girl his age, disappears.
Kid Detective needs a kid secretary.
Kid secretary. It's like a real.
could also use
it's
a
a real Kittredge situation. I don't know what the fuck that movie is, but or a Nicholas Nickleby or what's another movie with a kid who could possibly be a detective? Harriet the Spy.
Sure.
So she goes missing, and then the whole town is sort of like on his ass about, well, when are you going to find her? How much longer do you think she's going to be missing
Yeah.
before you find her?
And he's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Why don't you ask the police?
well, yeah, he's like, this is a much more serious thing than
Yeah.
I'm used to. And so now we fast forward to current day where he's like, a modern day age, like 38.
30, yeah, in his 30s.
Year old Adam Brody. And he's like, he's kind of on hard times. He's like,
He's kind of a piece of shit.
he's kind of a piece of shit. He's like kind of living off of his parents, sort of. I mean, they bring him
Yeah.
like food and help. He has like a shitty roommate. He like sleeps most of the day, but he still has like an office, and he's kind of more solving like, hey, can you find my missing cat?
Yeah.
Or like, this is gone, or like I need to figure out if my friend, a kid comes to his office and said, my friend in my class said that in the summer he went to New York and practiced with the Mets. Can you find out if he practiced with the Mets? And he's
Yeah,
like, he didn't. And he's like, well, I got $50. Show me. He shows him $50, and then all he does is call the kid's mom and go, "Hey, did your son practice with the Mets last summer?" She's, no. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Like that's it,
takes
right?
the $50.
So he's kind of like a bum now, and then he's sort of trying to like get more work and his parents or whatever, and then a murder happens in the town, and this girl comes to him and says, my boyfriend got
boyfriend was
murdered.
murdered.
I need you to figure out who did this. And he's kind of like, shit, like this is like way above
Yeah.
what I'm used to doing, but he like takes it on as the challenge of like, this is gonna be my redemption story.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna prove to everyone that I'm actually
Not
a
a
detective.
piece of shit.
And so then now it's
Oh,
like,
my favorite little thing is that he solved
as a kid, he solved something for the guy who runs the ice cream parlor.
Yes.
And the guy who runs the ice cream parlor promised him free ice cream for life, but their relationship has become strained in adulthood.
Yeah.
Because he like sheepishly walks up to the
Well,
counter.
the way
now.
they filmed it was great because
Yes.
they do. The guy's scooping with a smile, hands it, but you see it like looking at the ice cream guy.
Yeah,
and
his
then
face drops.
and then he walks away and his face drops, and you just see Adam Brody like walk up and he goes, "Butter pecan, please." He just gives him a scoop, and they're like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, there's so many good little. And it's written and directed by the third guy from a TV show that we both like, and then current director of movie in theaters now, Blackberry. Because it's the third guy from Nirvana, the band, the show.
The third guy with Matt and Jay.
Yeah, who's like, obviously like not as popular.
Yeah.
But he wrote and directed it, so there's like a lot of that kind of comedy in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like the rest of the movie is just him trying to figure out like what happened to this kid, and then there's just like a bunch of reveals of what's going on,
And then stuff not unlike The Dry ties into the old crime.
ties in the old crime. There's a really funny scene where he goes to this bad part of town biker bar.
Yep.
And he goes in to talk to the bad guy, who's a guy he went to school with, like the head of the gang. And he walks in the back and he goes, "Hey, I need to talk about whatever the fucking kid's name it is."
Yeah.
And the guy just goes, "No." He goes, "Shit." He just walks away, opens the door, walks in, and then he gets to the car with the girl, and he goes, "So what happened?" "Oh, he wasn't there."
He wasn't there.
So good.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. I think I really like Adam Brody. I'm gonna see what other things he's in
he
that
did
I
a
like.
great job on this. This is a cool movie. Another movie that has like a moment that stuck with me, which is the final scene.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. And again, like not maybe tonally what you'd expect,
No, not at all.
but cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. Is it a spoiler to say that is?
Yeah, kind
of,
of.
I guess. Yeah, but yeah, it doesn't end on the note you think. Maybe it does, but maybe it doesn't. But yeah, it's really cool, and that stuck with me.
Man, he's in a lot of. Oh yeah, I forgot he's one of the kids in Shazam. Like he's one of the adult versions of the kids.
Yeah,
in Shazam.
It's him and the Asian guy from 13 Reasons Why.
Is it actually?
Yep.
I don't know.
And then some bitch.
Some
And that's what I know about Shazam. And non-problematic Zachary Levi as the titular Shazam.
What did he do? Nothing. He didn't do shit.
What's his deal? Anti-vax?
I don't know, probably.
Yeah, I think he's a weird conservative, I think.
You're a weird conservative.
Yeah. So we don't match 10, 9, 8, 7. Wait,
we didn't say 9 because 9's going to be higher on yours, and Kid Detective was your 7.
Yeah. Oh, I said my 9, but we're talking about it later because it is higher. My 9 is Wolfwalkers.
Yes.
Yeah,
well,
and that's
you
higher
didn't
on
say it. You said,
well,
how do you
Irish
feel about
animation.
Irish animation?
It's Wolfwalkers.
Wolfwalkers is no, it's too high.
Oh wow.
It's my number 1. No, I was kidding. It's not. So 10 we did. 9 for me is way high. Is definitely higher on yours.
Okay.
8 was Kid Detective. Your 8's way higher on mine.
I get, maybe not way higher, but
Okay.
not there. So yeah. So your 8 was Kid Detective. My 7 is Kid Detective.
Okay, what's your 8?
My 8 is Maya.
Mine's my 9.
Gah! Cock sucker. We could have nailed this. I think what we should do for 2021
Just look at each other's lists.
is look at each other's lists. I think that's the
weird.
key here.
They've been kissing every single
They have
one.
the same top 10.
Yeah, Maya's my number 9.
Let's talk about Maya.
Maya was a movie that... so the Vancouver International Film Festival, VIFF. Scott has frequented more years than me, but
2013 through present.
Yes, but there was one
minus 20 because they didn't
minus 20 because they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So they hand out like booklets.
Yeah.
Of the movies that are coming to the festival,
The program,
and then you you know, you look through it and it gives you the information about like what's the big one this year, what's opening, what's closing, and then there's always like, I mean, it's like pages and pages. I actually keep them every year just so that I can like, sometimes I've gone back and like look through them and like, I wonder if this one's any good, and then look up if I can find it and whatever.
I have the PDFs of all of them 2014 through present.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think I have 15, 16, 18, 19, 22.
Okay.
Or 21. 22? 21. I don't know.
I'll send you the PDFs you don't have.
That would be great. And I was flipping through the like whole booklet, and towards the back in like the, you know, the international documentary like stuff, there was just a little tiny picture like the size of a postage stamp that just looked like it had a tiger in it.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is this? Like, first of all, that should be a much bigger picture.
I agree.
Like, it should be a full page.
Yeah.
And I knew nothing about it. There was like barely any description of it. And I was just like, Scott, we're fucking seeing this movie. And we went...
And it didn't take a lot of convincing.
No. And we went by ourselves to like the secondary theater.
Which I didn't know existed.
Did not know existed. And it seats like 25, 30 people.
Yeah.
And tiny little area.
Yeah.
And it broke our hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is a documentary about the second biggest zoo in Iran.
Yeah.
And there's the head trainer guy and his precious, beautiful, gorgeous tiger.
His wife
that he looks after, named Maya.
Yeah.
And you know, it kind of just starts out with like their like relationship and how like close they are, and how like he treats her like this beautiful creature that should be, you know, but he also like kind of doesn't like that she's in the zoo,
but she's in captivity, and the zoo itself is like a little sus.
It's not the nicest zoo, but also it's Iran in it, or
it probably is the nicest zoo in Iran.
Right. And so then at one point, these guys who are making a commercial for a car, maybe?
Was it just a commercial or not a movie?
Oh, maybe it was a movie.
I think it was a movie.
Why do I think it was? I don't know. Yeah, a movie, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they want a tiger in the movie.
Yeah.
So Maya is like generally a pretty calm,
she's
chill kind of tiger.
Yeah.
And so they take her to go to the Caspian Sea area.
Yeah.
And they're gonna film some stuff, and they've got this like big open outdoor pen thing with tons of grass.
Basically, first time.
It's her. Yeah.
Was she born in captivity?
She was born in captivity, and she'd only lived like on that like cement, sort of like enclosure that they had.
Yeah.
And like the second they let her go outside in the grass, you can just see this revelation of like there's a whole world.
She lights up.
Yeah, like it's like a completely different tiger. She's like playful,
she becomes a kitten.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
she just becomes like this, like
jumping around,
running the perimeter, just exploring everything, and it kind of like crushes him.
Yeah,
a little bit because
she's been deprived of this.
Yeah, like I'm the reason why she hasn't had this. Like, I mean, he didn't put her in the zoo.
No,
but like, you know, I'm feeding this like in captivity business. Mm-hmm. And she's like the first tiger to like roam in captivity in Iran in like 60, 70 years or something.
Yeah,
like they said something about like that being an important thing.
Yeah, like they used to like have
they had Caspian tigers there, right? Yeah, and so yeah, then one night they're like out for a walk. And she just like disappears.
Yep.
And they're like, like Maya,
we lost the fucking tiger.
And they're like kind of close to a town, not like super close, but like they're not like just out in the mountains somewhere. They're like, you know, a seaside kind of area, and you know they spend a bit of time trying to find her, and they find her.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess we can spoil it because this movie's like pretty hard to find.
It's
there.
It's torrentable.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
you got a good story about this.
Yeah, I was in contact with the director.
Yeah.
No, I guess not long after it came out because like they had a website and information. So I just emailed them like, will this be released anywhere on like home media?
Yeah.
And they're like, we're looking for like Blu-ray distribution, blah blah blah, but we don't know. And yeah, I had like over a number of months, I had like a few back and forths with the director, who was like very nice guy and like very receptive. He's like, I'll let you know when stuff happens and whatnot. And in addition to that, just every now and then I would check torrent sites,
just to see if it was available.
So obviously it went up digital somewhere because it just showed up on torrents one day. I'm like, holy shit, I get to keep Maya.
I have this forever.
This is mine now.
Yeah.
I'm like, thanks, director. Hey,
thanks,
but if you make a Blu-ray, I'll tell Drew to buy it.
I would. I 100% would. Make it a 4K. Fuck it.
Sure.
It's the most beautiful tiger I've ever seen in my life. Okay, maybe second most beautiful.
Aw.
Only if we kiss. So yeah, they find her out in the woods, and she's managed to hunt and catch a wild boar.
Yep.
However, because she's been in captivity the entire time, she doesn't have the knowledge to kill.
She has the instinct.
But not
the skills.
But she just doesn't know to like bite down as hard as you can and like kill it.
Yeah.
So she's just got this wild boar in her mouth,
like maimed.
It's still alive, and it's like making noise.
Yeah.
And then they have to just like get it away from her and get her back into the pen. And then there's also this just like beautiful, breathtaking photo shoot.
The photo shoot's amazing
between the two of them.
Yeah.
And it's just like she genuinely is the most beautiful tiger you've ever seen.
Well, yeah, I think you said as we were walking out of the theater back to my car, you're like, that's the most beautiful animal I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, like genuinely, it really is. Like her, just like the way that her fur is.
Yeah,
and it's like she's perfectly groomed and manicured.
Yeah, it's like at any moment, it's like she just came from the tiger groomers.
Yeah, which is crazy.
And speaking as a tiger groomer myself,
tiger groomer, emphasis on groomer.
Yeah. I'm a real Miranda Sings.
So they go back to the zoo, and then that's where shit kind of gets like really fucked up.
Yes,
because the owner of the zoo like doesn't like the fact that now there's sort of this like conversation going on about not having the tigers in captivity, and he's kind of become outspoken about like, you know, the conditions and the whatever. And the guy just like takes I think his name's like Moshed. What the fuck's his name?
Muhammad Atta.
Mosen.
Right.
Mosen is like the trainer, handler, zookeeper.
Maya's
husband. And he just like takes him off of her like duties. Like he's no longer in charge of Maya.
Yeah.
And he can just like drastically see her go from this like beautiful discovering the world that there's all this thing out there to like kind of lashing out a little bit.
Yeah, and like
getting
like
frustrated and angry.
Her like demeanor really changes.
And it's so fucking heartbreaking.
Yeah, it sucks. And then there's more bad stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say everything in case people watch it.
Yeah,
although we did say a lot of it. I mean,
but there's a bad thing that happens that it's impressive they didn't shy away from. I'll say that. Like it made it like, and they're like, hey, we're giving you everything.
Yeah, we're not going to sugarcoat it or hide things. Yeah,
yeah.
My letterbox review was like completely beautiful, just a stunning look at the most beautiful creature on the planet. Maya specifically is the most gorgeous looking tiger to have ever existed. Really fucked up that even the handler realized he fucked up by letting her see that there was an actual real world outside of the zoo to live in.
Yeah.
No wonder she started having neurotic tendencies afterwards.
Yes.
Also, this zoo owner motherfucker, parentheses, who looked like he was one of those guys at the end of Taken buying young sex slaves on a yacht, having the balls to state that lions are the greatest creatures in the world. Does he not realize that the big cat community, they're considered the slow ones? Idiot.
That was an extremely ignorant thing to say.
Fucking coward.
Yeah.
But yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, that's my 9. That's your 8.
Yes.
Kid Detective was my 8. Your 8 was Maya.
Yes, my 7 was Kid Detective.
7 was Kid Detective. My 7 is not on your list because you said it earlier. Riders of Justice.
Yeah.
Mads 1.
Mads 1 of 2.
Mads 1 of 2. This was one that...
I mean... I was going to say big pleasant surprise, but the pleasant surprise is normally when I go in with like no expectations and it's great.
Yeah.
This one you told me was really good, so I'm like I'm sure it's really good, and it was.
This is like a the Canadian, I guess, AMC.
Yeah.
Cineplex has online rentals, which I'm sure AMC does as well. I'm not sure, but I would imagine they do.
Probs.
And sometimes when you go to the theater and if you buy like certain popcorn combos, you get a free digital download, a free digital rental.
Yeah,
which I do.
Any movie you go to, if you buy yourself, and you have to prove you're alone. If you buy yourself 7 jumbo popcorns, you get a free rental. And Drew has so many free rentals.
Well, I think pretty much every time I go, I'm like, well, I'm gonna get like popcorn and a drink anyways. I might as well just get combo number 1, which is the one that comes with free rental.
Sure.
Then you get like the chocolate candy or whatever.
I like that
But you get the free rental anyways, and the free rental is worth the price of one movie ticket. So you're already ahead.
Yeah, I like that you do the hole in the bottom of the popcorn trick by yourself.
I just jerk myself off
as a clever way to jerk off.
Yeah, trick everybody.
Like a sneaky.
Especially when you're sitting in the back of like Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken.
It's pronounced Rudy Giuliani.
Rudy Giuliani
Teenage Kraken.
And I got a
Teenage Kraken is only Teenage Kraken.
Terrible.
That's nice. That's fun for everyone.
It's all right. It's right. So the rentals have like a month time frame on them.
Ticking clock.
I actually have a free rental download of Blackberry. I just haven't watched it yet.
You should watch it.
Well, I have until the end of the month. And that is assuming I don't forget.
I'm saying, well, the most of the rest of your month is going to be spent on birthday festivities for me.
True. That's true.
So
when am I going to have time?
I'd get it done while the getting's good.
That's true. And I had it. It was expiring in like 2 days or 3 days. There was nothing that I like was looking forward to seeing that was rental.
Yeah.
And I just saw like the
Mads.
poster is just Mads with guns, and I was like, I bet you that's pretty good.
Sold.
And yeah, it's pretty great. So it's like. Mads he's in the military and he's deployed overseas in, I don't know, I guess like Afghanistan, Iraq, somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And
did I say that this is on my hurt to cut
this was on your
list?
hurt to cut list. Yeah, you mentioned it previously and then I said, oh, come up later.
Yeah.
And while he's away, his wife and daughter are at home, and there's like a series of events that lead.
Would you call them unfortunate?
A series of unfortunate events, but the Jim Carrey one, not the Doogie Howser one, and. He through a series of like weird coincidences and events, his wife and daughter end up on a passenger train.
Yeah.
Then we also get to meet 2 other characters who are like statistic men for a car company.
Yeah.
But they're both kind of like, you know, like weird, like autistic nerds.
They're too nerdy and they're
too smart for their own good.
Yeah,
and the company wants like,
yeah.
You know,
well, they have like all these stats for the car company, everything they can need, and they're like. Great.
Say this in the dumbest.
What they're like, great. How are these stats in any way fucking useful? And they were like, oh, I don't know. We didn't think about useful.
Yeah.
We just love doing.
We just
math.
want to do the stats.
Yeah. You're fired.
So they get fired, and one of them ends up on the train, and he ends up giving up his seat on the train. Well, he's full blown autistic.
Yeah.
But like. Verbal autistic, like he can live his life.
He can function.
He just sees numbers and stats, and like he's kind of quirky. And
I love the characters in this.
All of the characters are great.
The characters are
they're
great.
So good, and they're all so different.
Yeah,
and like the
interesting.
The straight man of Mads with the other 3 is like such a great combo.
Great. Yeah.
So what ends up happening is there's like he gives his seat to Mads' wife, not knowing it's Mads' wife. They don't know each other, and there's a explosion, and part of the train gets destroyed, and the wife ends up getting killed, but the daughter survives.
Yeah,
and then
It's one dead ass wife.
Mads comes home from a deployment, and he's just like he's like a stoic motherfucker. Like he's not no emotion. He's got this big ass beard.
Yeah,
he just like is quiet and like is trying to look after his daughter. And then the sciencey stats boy decides to go to the police and tell them like what he saw, and like there was something going on. There was this guy who did this weird thing.
There's a suspicious guy.
And he happened. And the reason that what they said was like the train exploded and it ended up killing this guy who was a key witness against the Riders of Justice, which are like a bike gang.
Yeah. But it's Europe, so they're a bicycle gang.
Bicycle gang, yeah. The big wheel and the little wheel.
The penny farthing gang. Love it.
Yeah. And so like, he died in the explosion, blah, blah, blah. But then his name's Otto. And the other one's name is Hermlin.
Hervé Villachez. I know Fat One's name.
Yeah.
Because he's named after cheese.
Leonard is his name. And, Emmentaler.
Emmentaler.
So Otto goes to the police, says what he saw, and the police kind of like dismiss him as being a weirdo.
Shut up, nerd.
And then he goes and tracks down Mads and says like, "Hey, I know what happened.
I think the train thing was not an accident.
I think it was like
statistically
statistically it was a hit.
Yeah.
So he and Leonard kind of like convince Mads that like this is what happened. This is the guy I saw that did this thing.
Yeah.
And Mads is like, well, I'm going to kill that motherfucker.
Yep.
And they're like, whoa, why don't we just bring him to justice? And he's like, no.
I'm gonna do murder.
Dead.
I'm gonna do murder.
So then he they gonna figure out like where this guy is, track him down,
the
try to
nerds
kill
bring
him.
in their third friend.
The nerds bring in their third friend, who's like a big fat guy, who's like a computer, like a genius.
Yeah,
like can do anything, can hack.
Socially not great.
So yeah, he's very, very on the Asperger's.
He has very funny swearing outbursts.
Yeah. And but he can do anything. He can hack anything. He can track anybody.
Yeah.
But like they're all.
He's like that cool young punk hacker girl in NCIS.
Yeah, who's in her like early 60s?
He's the same age as her.
Yeah.
He might be younger than her.
And like they're all like completely like not suited for like any kind of tactical military like anything, like all the things that Mads is trying to do.
Yeah,
they're just like his sidekicks, but they're like completely uncoordinated and they can't do anything. And so they're gonna go track down this guy who did the deed. I don't really want to give away too much more of it, but he's also he's trying to look after his daughter, and then the bad guys kind of figure out who he is, but I don't really want to give anything away. There's a lot of really good stuff in this.
There's an interesting reveal.
Oh yeah, and the bad guy is like an awesome actor who has been in a bunch of really great. He's in Land of Mine. He's the general who's making all the German kids do all the terrible shit. Yeah, he's great. I love him in like everything he's in. He's also in. He's in a Hijacking.
Yeah,
and something else. I don't know, a million things. Anyways, there's really good. There is a big reveal.
Yeah,
but I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I don't want to say the reveal.
I want people to watch these movies.
Yep, yeah, for sure.
But anyways, Riders of Justice was mine.
Really good. And very late cut for me.
The director, Anders Thomas Jensen, has done like nothing else.
Interesting.
He did a bunch of Dogma movies in like the 90s, and then he did a movie in 2015.
Did he do Dogma in 1998?
He did not do Dogma.
Oh.
He did a different Mads movie in 2015 called Men and Chickens.
Okay.
And it's on Tubi, so I'll probably watch it.
Excellent.
But like, he's done nothing really.
Huh. Well, he did a nice one here.
So that was my number 7. Your number 7 was
Kid Detective.
So my number 6 was what you mentioned already, which is the Wolfwalkers.
Let's talk about Irish animation.
Let's talk about some of the nicest looking.
Oh, it looks so nice.
It's so much better than anything that like Disney has done in the last like 15 years.
Yeah, due in
Pixar
part to the fact that it's 2D animation.
Yeah,
which is
so much
dead
better
in America.
So much better.
So much better.
Yeah,
it looks great.
Oh, Adam gave it an 8. Good for him.
Yeah, he liked it a lot.
I gave it a 10.
Ooh, well, look at you.
But that was also when we saw it, so I'm sure it's still a 10. But but yeah, so it's like
me mammy, me mammy, yeah, me mammy. Irish mammy, not
Irish
Ameri-
mammy, not
American.
black mammy. Yeah, so it's like set in the
1600s.
Yeah, 1600s.
Yeah, old Ireland,
a little
Celtic Ireland.
Celtic Ireland. There's a little girl who
I fucked her. Strike it. No, I blew it. Turn it off.
Make a note at 3 hours and 3 minutes. Scott said he'd fuck a child. Glitch, do your work. Or
she's animated.
It doesn't matter. Still a child.
Honest question. If I've been drawing pornography of the same child for 18 years, is it legal?
It's
now?
the same question that I asked before of, if you're married to your wife, are you allowed to jerk off to pictures of her when she's like 14?
Ooh, that is a good one. Yeah, to both, I'm going to say yes. We agree.
So yeah, there's like it's like magic, and magic exists, superstition exists, like witches exist,
kind of, yeah,
demons, like everything within this sort of like world.
All the Celtic bullshit
all exists. Oh, my leg. But yeah, she's like an apprentice witch, but it's not a witch. It's like
no, she's just like at the serfdom or whatever.
The serfdom. The turfdom.
Fiefdom, I guess. She's a serf in the fiefdom.
Yes.
Yeah, and like there's like an asshole. What is he? A Lord Protector?
Lord Protector.
An Oliver Cromwell type.
He's an Oliver
Cromwell.
James
Cromwell type.
He's yes.
Yeah, and wolves are fucking around with the livestock.
Yeah.
Business.
And there's a lot of beautiful visuals because the animation isn't always like front facing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like almost like overhead video game type,
yeah,
like,
there's like overhead stuff, there's
Pac-Man or like Super Mario.
Yeah, there's top down stuff. There's a good chunk of like first person like POV
first
stuff.
Person POV stuff is great.
Yeah, and it's sort of a TFE movie, but not exactly.
Yeah, kind of.
There's elements. Don't get me wrong, it's better than Wonder Woman 1984.
Yeah. And so she ends up saving a girl who's like a wildling that lives in the forest.
A Chloe Zhao type.
But without knowing who she is.
Yeah.
And she kind of gets taken in to the wildling community.
The den.
Which are all like wolves.
Yeah, wolf walkers.
What did I was gonna say, what was my review? And it was 4 words. Beautiful. So fucking beautiful.
Very nice.
So she's like the den mother of these wolves.
Yeah.
And the
Maul?
Maul
is her name, I believe. The mother?
Robert Maul?
It's not Robert Maul. It's Martin Maul.
Martin Maul. Yeah. Sorry, Ron Maul. I went bull on Night Court.
Richard Maul.
Yeah, so she gets kind of like introduced to this world, and like the wolves are like they're cool, bad at all, but then
they're not exactly wolves. They're the people's spirits in wolf form.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Lord Protector kind of has had enough of their shit.
Yeah.
And
he doesn't yet know that they're not just regular wolves.
He just thinks they're wolves. Yeah, just straight up thinks they're wolves. And he's going to go into the woods with his army.
Yeah.
And
have they already trapped Mom in wolf form, or is that later?
Maybe they did.
Because I think she's trapped for a while. Because basically, Ma goes asleep.
Yeah.
And like doesn't come out of it for too long, and something's wrong, and it's because they've captured her in wolf form, and while if you can't get back, then your human form is just like dormant.
Yeah, it's like in a coma.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think it's like most of the movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Like she's stuck in there.
because it's the story is the girls.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the Lord Protector's going to go into the woods to hunt down all these wolves. Do wolf genocide. It's a real Romania, and although only if you believe that side of the story. and I mean, yeah, I don't. There's nothing else to say.
There's some. I like the developments at the end. Are they spoilery? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it is on Apple Plus, so if you have Apple Plus, you can watch it.
I think. I think the one thing we can say, because it's a lot of the movie, is like the girl from town.
Yeah.
I think on our first meeting with the Wolfwalker girl, she bites her.
Yes.
Yeah, and the girl from town becomes a Wolfwalker. And so bonds with these other ones.
Yeah.
And I thought like that's not spoiler because that's mostly what the movie's about.
Yeah.
But there are developments related to that at the end which are cool.
Yes.
And leads to the resolution of the conflict basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which that I won't say because you should watch it because it looks fantastic and it's the best of the movies from this studio.
But also the other movies are great.
But this
Song of the Sea, The Secret of Kells.
Yeah, both good. But this is the best one. Don't fight me.
Don't fight me. That was my number 6.
My number 6 also has wolf in it.
Mine's higher.
I thought it might be. My number 5 is not on your list.
My number 5 is not on your list.
Okay, that's a good spot for it to be. So we got chances later, but not many.
What's yours?
Because my number 5 is Feels Good Man.
Oh, okay. Wow, 5.
It kept
I mean,
moving.
I know it's great, but wow.
Now, am I going to switch 5 and 6 between now and 2021? Absolutely, probably.
Who's to say?
Yeah. But yeah, just a wild documentary about how one thing can just snowball into another crazy ass thing.
How the internet can ruin something.
Yeah, how incels can ruin something. Because it's incels.
100% incels.
I like that they got interviews with just like straight up like 4chan incels.
Yeah.
Who were like willing to be on camera.
Just didn't care.
Good for you. Like I guess it's a real nothing to lose situation.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about Pepe the Frog.
Yeah.
And the
creator
of it, who's just like this cool, chill like stoner vibe guy.
Yeah.
And like Pepe was just part of like
a comic book series,
like a college type.
Yeah.
Just fun comic book
that's like
series.
based on his personality.
Yeah, and
he had
his
3 different characters that were all just sort of like his different sort of like moody characters of himself.
Yeah, there was like a frog and a different frog,
looking
wolfman.
Wolfman.
Yeah, and I believe a third frog. He likes frogs.
He knows what he likes.
And yeah, there was you know, he made a fair amount of them, and they got a little bit of play here and there, and then one day the internet. It started. I think it started in an underrated cesspool of the internet, which is bodybuilding forums.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
well, that's what got Lars Sullivan.
That is what got Lars Sullivan, yeah. Like, because unless you're in the scene, you don't really know about it, but apparently it is, like, one of the worst places you, like, short of the scariest parts of the dark web, yeah. I think, like, of the light web, I think bodybuilding forums are among the worst places you can go.
Yeah.
And someone
all that pent-up anger and hatred.
Yeah. Yeah, literally. I mean, like, bodybuilders are messed up mentally.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah. Completely fucked.
Yeah. So yeah, and someone got a hold of a panel from one of the comics, which Pepe standing at the toilet, pants pulled all the way down, the way you should be,
the Butters way.
Yeah, and one of his friends comes in, and is like, "Man, why
why do you pee like that? And he just looks at him almost with a wink, going, feels good, man. And then that got co-opted by bodybuilding forums saying, oh, I did like 4 dangerously heavy sets today. And it feels good, man.
Feels good, man.
And then that sort of quickly moved to 4chan, which, and it just sort of got used as a meme there. And then that meme sort of moved into the mainstream a bit and still didn't have really negative connotations. But then when the normies who used the meme showed up on 4chan incels got mad.
Angry.
And they're like,
that's ours.
Which is so funny because they're mad because girls won't fuck them. But when girls show up, they also get mad.
Yeah. They don't want to be happy, Scott.
You kind of can't win.
That's not the point.
I guess that's not the point.
The point isn't to be happy.
Yeah.
And then when one of the incels starts fucking, then everybody turns on them.
True. Yeah, and speaking of which, King Incel came up in this, Elliot Rodger.
Yep.
Good, one of my favorite authors.
Yep.
And so when the normies showed up on 4chan, they're like, oh, we're going to take this meme away from you. So they just did all the worst things they could think of with it. With like Nazify it, racistify it, like do every bad thing to scare the normies off
away.
So they could keep it. And then one way, because obviously a lot of the normies coming in were left wing, they like Trumpified it.
Yeah.
And then they just like went really hard on that meme as Trump's like run for presidency was starting. And then and then, obviously they're on the right side of things. I assume every incel voted for Trump. And it just built and snowballed. And then they're like, holy shit, we memed this into existence. Donald Trump is the fucking president.
Yep.
They're like, which also never give incels a win. That's a huge mistake, because then there's a false confidence, and then there's even more mass shootings, and you don't need that. Then we just keep coming back to the guy who's like, who like right before it got 4chanified, he was like making merch and all this, and like, and he and his friends got Pepe tattoos. Yep. When it was like a wholesome meme,
a normal thing.
Yeah, and his friends have to wear long sleeves now. Yep. And then he tried to take it back
for the white man,
for the white man, and like tried to like rebrand Pepe, and it took a little bit, but didn't take that much. Because once a thing is that like mainstream news outlets and like Hillary Clinton are like declaring it a hate image. Yeah. And it's
right up there with swastikas.
Literally, it's classified the same way swastikas are, and they have him going to, I guess, the ACLU, trying to get them to like undenote it as a hate symbol. Yeah. And it's like to hear like, like Rachel Maddow and like actual news people like talking about fucking Pepe, and of course the incels are going nuts. They're like, holy shit, they're talking about the dumb thing we did.
Yeah. And then somebody at a Hillary Clinton rally just yelled out, Pepe the Frog.
Yeah. And everyone's like, holy shit, we did it. Yeah, and it's nuts. And there's one, and actually I haven't thought about it since watching it, but there's one thing that I actually want to get, which is
Pepe the Frog tattoo?
Pepe the Frog tattoo.
Huggers with Pepe the Frog on the butt?
Yes, but Pepe has a Hitler mustache and a MAGA hat.
Yes.
No, because in part of his rebranding, he like wrote and drew like a Where the Wild Things Are style children's book. Yeah. About a Pepe type frog. Yeah. And all these nocturnal animal friends. And the story of it is how the nocturnal ones have like never seen a sunrise, and it sounded and looked so sweet. I want to see that
book.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably available somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah, so like I really do want to see that. I'm like, oh, that looks like a really sweet book. And and then he basically had to sue Alex Jones because Jones was
poor Alex.
Jones was using Pepe in merch that he was selling, which is doubly bad because one, he's like stealing his like trademarked art and making money off of it for a terrible purpose. So he and Alex Jones went into litigation. He won. He beat Jones. Jones, of course, downplayed it, saying, "I barely had to pay anything." It was like $2 million.
It was like, it was a decent amount.
Yeah, and I mean, that's most of it. Like, documentaries are less spoilery than regular, but it's so interesting how just an innocuous thing can snowball like fucking crazy.
Fucking internet,
especially when 4chan's involved.
Fucking internet.
So check her out. Your 5.
My...
I would love to match 4s.
We don't.
Fuck.
There might be no kisses today, bruh. My number 5, you said in your almost cut business, or a tough to cut business, or I think you said, I don't think it's in your top 10.
Pieces of a Woman.
And then I said, Pieces of a Woman is my number 5.
It so easily could have been in my 10.
It's, number 1. I love Shia LaBeouf. Anything Shia does, I'm in.
Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?
100% in. 100 in.
His name is Mud in that movie.
Also,
or Mutt. Mutt?
Mutt.
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 Matthew McConaughey's name is Mud.
And now he's got a granddaughter who's
Sick.
in this one.
Does he fuck her?
I think it's Phoebe Bridges Waldow.
You know what? Close enough. Partial credit.
Phoebe Bridges
Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Is his granddaughter.
She's a Fleabag?
Sure.
Oh, that did nothing for you. That's the show she
I've
was
never
on.
fucking heard of her in my life until I saw
really?
she was in Indiana Jones.
She's on well-known British show Fleabag.
Is she dating someone, married to someone?
I don't know, but I would like for her to get fat so I can call her Phoebe Waller-Fridge.
Take that, bitch.
That's what I want.
That's
where I'm at.
Waller-Bridge is...
Are we at 2 hours yet?
Scott, we're at 3:20.
I'm going to kill myself.
She is currently the partner of Martin McDonagh.
Oh, okay.
That's how... Cool. Yeah, they were at the Oscars together.
Nice.
Yeah, bitch.
She's on Fleabag, which people say is good, and I haven't seen.
You know why? Women. Yeah, I don't know. This movie really... Like, it was so human.
Yeah. And apparently, I can't remember who, but like someone of note who this had sort of happened to said like this was handled like pretty perfectly.
Same director as White God.
Same director as White God, that's right.
Adam gave it an 8. I gave it an 8.
Good for you.
We're on the same page.
If I gave things numbers more consistently,
maybe I'd give it an 8.
Probably give it an 8 too.
Yeah, so it's like a young couple. Shia LaBeouf is like a kind of rougher, gruffer construction worker guy.
He's a bridge man.
They're building a bridge.
My father was a bridge man. His father was a bridge man.
The bridge is sort of a visual reference for the timeline of the story.
Drew, it's like the bridge is its own character.
I mean, kind of.
But it's a nice like touchstone for the movie. Yeah.
And so Vanessa Kirby, Shia LaBeouf are having a kid. They're going to have a home birth.
Because they're fucking idiots.
I mean, I know a lot of people do home births now.
Yeah, and all their kids are dead.
Sure. But I mean, I wouldn't want to pay hospital fees and then just like get kicked out of the hospital and have to go home after 2 days when you could just already be in bed.
Yeah.
And not owe, I don't know, how much does it cost to give birth to a child?
In America, $700,000.
Giving birth costs $18,000 on average, including the delivery and postpartum care, according to the Patterson Kaiser Family Foundation Health System Tracker.
As if you need more reasons not to have a kid.
Yeah, but only in the U.S.
In the U.S.
Here, guess what? Free, bitches.
Yeah, but also don't have one here.
Yeah, I mean, just don't have them. If you do a cesarean section...
Like me.
It is $26,000 on average.
Solid.
And with insurance, you'd have to pay $3,200 up front of your own personal money.
Seems like too much.
That is a lot of fucking money. And does it differ from... Oh, the amount that you'd have to pay up front differs state to state. So, like, what's the most expensive state to have a cesarean section?
What a Syrian nation.
Nope, we're not allowed. We got canceled. South Dakota.
SD.
$2,800 out of pocket.
Cost me $2,800 fat Louis to squeeze out a kid on top of Mount Rushmore.
Yep. So don't do it.
Ridiculous.
And
if you had to have a baby on top of Mount Rushmore, which president would it be?
Taft. Widest base.
Safest.
The cheapest state...
I would pick the president who had Taft as his vice president, which is Teddy Roosevelt. Because he was the coolest of the group.
Big Ted.
He's like, yeah, and it was his idea. He's like, let's carve a goddamn mountain of the 4 greatest presidents of all time. Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln.
Who's four? I mean...
Me?
I'm here.
I am here.
Just... Me?
And good luck fighting me on this, because I'll box your fucking ears, because I'm the toughest president in the history of any nation.
And then I'll hunt you.
Yeah.
I'll big game hunt you.
Yeah, not a lot of people know that the hunter from Jumanji is based on Teddy Roosevelt.
The cheapest state is Michigan, which is only $1,000.
Oh shit, I got $1,000.
So have a baby, have a cesarean section in Michigan.
I could shit out a spawn on the Upper Peninsula.
Yeah. Anyways, so their medulla oblongata can't make it to the birth, and
nice.
Thank you. And so they have to get the backup, which is somebody that they looked at but didn't really choose.
But the other one endorsed her.
The other one endorsed her, and then the other one said, when I'm done the birth I'm doing now, I will come right away.
Yeah.
So this other one comes, and, like, everything's kind of going pretty normal, pretty fine. And then after she has the birth, there's some complications.
It was kind of an ugly birth, though.
It was and the actual scene of the birth is, like, the whole process is, like, so stress-inducing.
Yes.
Because I'm not sure if it was a oneer, but it was definitely filmed
long shots.
Very much
there
like...
There were definitely long shots in it, for sure. Because, she's in the one room, and you can tell, like, the midwife is at times a little worried, and at times, like, not sure how to handle it, because she's like, let's get her in the bath, let's take her out of the bath and put her on the bed. And so there's some indecisiveness with what she's telling them to do to some degree, and then she eventually pops out a demon spawn. What are you looking at?
I was just seeing if it was a oneer or not.
Oh,
so it says the opening 20-minute birth scene took 2 days to film, and they did it 6 times. So
maybe but it
doesn't say was a oneer.
Yeah.
But if you're only doing 6 takes,
when you're saying they did it 6 times, that to me
seems like it would be.
They did the one thing 6 times.
Despite featuring one of the only thing it says is that despite featuring one of the longest delivery scenes ever in film, director Cornel Mudruczko, I don't know, fucking Polish shit.
Some fucking Polak.
Stated that they still sort of cheated reality by squeezing the entire roller coaster into a 10 to 12 hour delivery into 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And then out of the 6 takes that were shot for the opening burst scene, they used the 4th take.
Okay.
Ooh. But yeah, it doesn't actually say if it was a one or not.
The implication I get from that is it was a oneer.
Yeah, I think so too. Because like the characters are moving room to room, but there's never a visual cut.
Yeah.
Right. So, anyways, the whole thing is so fucking stressful.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's complications. The baby dies, and then you kind of move forward in time, and the rest of the movie is just like dealing with the grief. And then their kind of relationship starts to fall apart,
yeah.
And because she's just very like closed off and not communicating,
she just goes numb. Basically, that's her way of dealing with it.
And he's
and
like,
he wants to talk about it.
He's trying to talk about it.
Yeah.
He's trying to like have sex with her and be like a partner, and she's just shutting him down at every avenue.
Yeah.
And then her family's just kind of like on her about. I mean, like everybody's on her about like suing this woman, getting her to go to prison.
Yeah, like
she murdered your baby,
making someone pay for this.
Yeah, even though like it's kind of a gray area on how much of it was her fault and how much of it was just sometimes that happens.
Yeah,
but then like they're going to eventually go to court about it.
Yeah,
and then like
criminal court.
Criminal court, yeah. And her family's like really like involved too much and in her personal space, and then like their relationship starts to fall apart, and then he seeks legal counsel like on his own, which is like her cousin, and then they start fucking.
Yep.
And then it just kind of like falls apart from there.
Yeah.
And then he decides that like he just doesn't want to be there anymore.
Kind of. And so her mom is Ellen Burstyn, who is unsurprisingly great in this. And it's clear.
You know she's great in Draft Day. Anyways.
It's clear she like has never liked Shia by the fact that near the end she says, "I never liked you."
Yeah, but also he implies that like very
early on.
Like he early on says like your mom never liked me, and she's like, no, she just doesn't like. She just has a different way of showing things.
And like she's clearly like undermining him a lot. Like she buys them a car even though he could have bought them a car, and just shit like that. And and it's interesting. Like at the end, she basically says like, "If I give you a check, will you fuck off?"
Yeah, but I feel like it's.
But he was like kind of ready to fuck off anyway.
Yes, but I think it like the way that at least that I viewed that was she was feeling empathetic towards him because she had seen what Vanessa Kirby was doing.
I think it was 2 things. I think it was 1, that, and I think it was 2, she thinks that she can help Vanessa, her daughter.
Sure, if he's not around.
Yeah, recover better if he's
not around. Yeah, I could see that.
I think it's both of
those
things.
It's both those, yeah. Like, he definitely, like, he wanted her to go with him. He said, why don't we just leave? We can go back to Seattle, which is where he's from.
Yeah.
And we can
get away from this change of scenery.
We can just live there and be happy and start a new life. And she just kind of like fucking stonewalls him on it.
Yeah.
And then I think, you're right. It is because as long as he's in the picture, she's never going to recover.
Yeah.
And
through no fault of it. It's like it's not like he's doing anything bad.
He's done nothing wrong other than fucking the lawyer.
Besides cheating on her.
but that is root caused by her stonewalling him and not
over and over,
and just like not being in the relationship.
He just wanted human contact.
How long can you be with somebody if they like won't even like acknowledge your existence? Yeah. And so there's like a really awful scene like right at the end where she like takes him to the airport and they like don't even say anything to each other,
and that's the last time you see Shia.
And he just walks it towards the airport and like that's it.
And that's a wrap on Shia.
Yeah, like that's a horrible thing.
Yeah.
And then she just sort of like is trying to get her life back together, and then you sort of see the courtroom stuff where it's like trying to like forgive. Like
she has like a change of
heart at the end,
and
just is kind of like, like I'm not going to send her to prison forever.
Yeah,
She's like, and she realized like it wasn't this woman's fault.
Yeah.
This woman did nothing malicious.
No.
She barely did anything wrong. Period.
Yeah.
She was trying her best, and just like sometimes babies die.
Yeah.
And Vanessa Kirby kept saying to her mom and sister Eliza Schlesinger,
Weird.
that like this isn't even really what I want. Like this is how you're
you're putting
like
this
you
on me.
you want to punish someone
Yeah.
for this, and she's like, I don't care about punishing someone for this. That doesn't bring my baby back.
No.
Baby back ribs.
Baby back ribs.
Yeah, she's like nothing can fix this. Why punish this woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no point.
Yeah.
And it's wild that you can do that. That you can take a medulla oblongata to criminal court
and send them to prison for years.
And like without having like, you know, like why wouldn't you have, I mean obviously it's a movie, you don't want to get into like technical stuff.
Yeah.
But like the original Dua who like was going to be there, you can't just have her testify that like this is what happens. Like you have no expert witnesses that are like this just kind of
I think the defense was doing a bad job.
Yeah, so
I think the defense could have stepped up more.
Anyways, Pieces of a Woman was my number 5.
Pieces of a Woman was a really hard cut for me. Has your 4 been said?
Yes.
It's getting tough, pal.
I know it is. What's your number 4? Has it been said?
My number 4 has not been said.
Oh.
So I guess it's 3-2 or 1 for you. We're running out of stuff I can mash on. Could be a kissless afternoon, and by afternoon I mean late night.
Late evening.
My number 4 was a recent, in the last couple of days, rewatch, because I'm like, I watched this for the 2020 Oscars.
Ah, shit!
Is it your 3?
Then that pretty much means we can only match on 1.
I hope we do. Yeah, I watched it for the 2020 Oscars, and remember, it's very good, and I think I gave it some Oscar nominations. And I watched it again for this. I'm like, oh, this is actually like really good and like really harrowing, and has like another, like several movies we talk about, extremely stressful scenes of someone just like rushing around trying to make something happen. I believe Drew's making it's a 2 reference. And again has a moment that really stuck with me the second time I saw it, right near the end, where things come through the windows, and the name of the movie is Quo Vadis Aida.
Fuck!
Your 2?
My 2. My 4 is The Wolf of Snow Hollow.
My 6 is The Wolf of Snow Hollow.
Jim, if you're listening, can I call you Jim?
You can call him Jim.
Jim, if you're listening, I love your movies. And I'm very glad I saw this movie, that it is a part of my life, that somebody bought it for me in the United States on Blu-ray. Possibly Eve?
I think so.
Yeah. Thanks, Eve.
Yeah.
If it was you. If not, what have you done for me lately?
If not, why wasn't it?
I'm kidding. But
hey, Eve, happy birthday 3 days ago.
Hey, happy belated birthday, although I'll say happy birthday to you on your actual birthday.
In goddamn person, in the future, even though we're speaking from even further in the future.
Is this the call? Is one of us going to become a serial killer? Spoiler alert.
Is it me?
I don't know, maybe. I like that Jim reviewed his own movie on Letterboxd.
Did he give it a number? Or did he just talk? Or did he just give a review?
I don't, he just did. Oh, let me close this so you don't see you don't get a spoiler alert. He just did that.
Beauty.
What is that? Tie?
He gave it a 5 out of 5.
Yeah, 5 out of 5. And just did a bunch of squiggles.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hidden message in it.
Oh. If you highlighted it, or... I'm gay.
I'll try to keep satisfied just to watch... Oh, just to walk close to you, and maybe you'll see things my way before we go to Grandma's place. Is it lyrics to a song?
Is it lyrics to a song, or is it's from Red Riding Hood?
Possibly. Anyways, what I was saying is, Jim, I love you, and I love your movies. I think you're great. Please make more, but also don't do too much, because then it'll get stale.
Don't water it down.
Just
do you.
Just
do it nice.
And just do it every, 3 years.
Yeah.
I was not a massive fan of the reveal at the time.
Fair.
But I think over time it has grown on me.
Yeah, it's not bad by any means. I think the main complaint would just be it's the actual reveal is not particularly built to a lot.
No,
it's sort of out of,
and I don't think it's that satisfying.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like, yeah.
I think that's what kept it from being higher on my list, but it's still 6, so it's a really good movie.
So if you haven't heard of Jim Cummings, not that Jim Cummings, the other Jim Cummings.
Not
Although no one's going to know the other Jim Cummings.
Not Winnie the Pooh.
Not Winnie the Pooh. Not the... this is a...
Young, hot Jim Cummings.
Writer, director, star, Jim Cummings. He did Thunder Road, which I believe was my 3 of 2017,
and my 8 or so, and I was thrilled that it was
high.
I told you about it. I'm like, watch this. It's a small movie that I think you'll dig.
And now,
and then it was my 8. I'm like, and I thought you'd watch it and like it, and then it was way high for you. I'm like, oh, you liked it even more than I did. Awesome.
And now he's like my favorite person.
Man. Yeah.
He's got a very deadpan delivery style of comedy that is exactly what I like.
Yeah.
And he's not as intentionally funny in this as he was in Thunder Road.
Yeah.
But his delivery is a lot more anger induced in this one, which I really like.
His character is a little less silly in this, but there's still a lot of humor to it.
So much comedy.
Yeah.
So it's like a small town in the mountains where there's a murder that happens, and Jim, is much like in Thunder Road, is the sheriff. Although I guess he's just a policeman in Thunder Road. He's not a detective. He's not a sheriff.
He's not a sheriff in this one. His dad's the sheriff.
Oh yeah, what is he just like a lead detective?
Deputy sheriff?
Sheriff, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
R.I.P. Robert Forster.
Robert Forster. His last movie.
Yep.
And so there's a murder, and they it doesn't really happen, but then there's a lot of weird circumstances around what may have been left behind, or how destroyed the body was.
Mutilated.
And somebody uses the word werewolf, which sets Jim off. And he goes, "Can we not say the goddamn W word right now, please?" That's
someone in the police
ridiculous.
Department as a legitimate theory.
Yes.
And he's like, "No."
Yeah. He immediately shuts that shit down.
Up.
He's so angry about somebody saying werewolf.
It wasn't a werewolf. Those aren't real.
Those don't exist.
Are you listening, Kelly? We're hurting your feelings right now.
Good.
Where tigers are real, let's be clear. And where snaps.
And jaguars.
And jaguars.
That's been proven.
Just ask Daniel Day Kim.
Yeah.
And Daniel Day-Lewis, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Two Daniel Days, both wear jaguars.
Yeah, so this first murder that happens, and Jim's got a estranged wife like Thunder Road.
Yeah.
And a daughter like Thunder Road.
Yeah. Jim's got a style. He's got a style.
Although it doesn't happen in the third movie. Third movie changes quite a bit.
Third movie's very different, yeah.
But yeah, so then there's more mysterious murders happening, but they nobody ever actually sees anything. It's just these completely destroyed remains.
Yeah. And
it's all women, right?
It is all women.
It's all women.
Sometimes a head is missing.
Sometimes
a vagina is missing.
There are pieces that are taken as trophies.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he's getting more increasingly.
Any signs of sexual assault? Well, we're not sure. It's gonna be hard to make a determination on that because that part is missing.
So yeah, they're more and more things are happening, but I think we as the audience only see first person attack stuff.
Yeah.
Right away. We
Initially,
don't
yes,
actually see anything until like eventually there is one attack in a frozen parking lot.
Yeah.
Where like the town jizz jar, to put it at a nice term,
Yep.
is leaving for whatever for the
Yeah.
night to go to her van.
There's like a dead deer.
In the middle, and she's kind of like, "What the fuck is that?" And
Yeah.
then you do eventually see that it is just like a straight up
Fucking
werewolf.
werewolf.
And I was like, finally, like a fucking werewolf movie that's just gonna like wreck shit, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
And again, nobody sees it, but then they just, I think the first body is missing head, second body's missing vagina.
Yeah.
And again, everybody's throwing out werewolf or like creature or whatever. Jim
is getting
continues to get pissed off, and
pissed.
everybody just wants them to do their police work.
Has Jim
And-
started drinking again? Yes. Again, yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a good
He's
scene at
like he's in AA.
yeah, he's in AA. He's giving a speech at AA.
Doing his best.
Then I think he's at a scene in the diner, and that's where he first just like slams one down. I think.
Yeah.
And I mean, no more spoilers.
Yeah.
He keeps investigating, and then there's like the creature goes after his daughter, and that's when he just like has had enough shit.
Yeah.
And then he keeps investigating.
His daughter, who he told to stay home, goes out and
goes out to fuck
in a car.
in a car, as you do.
Yeah.
And
The wolf comes upon
wolf
them.
comes upon, but not on or in.
Not in the good way.
Not on or in. And I don't want to get anything because this is literally one of those movies where like I just want people to watch it.
Just watch it.
Like,
yeah.
if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Adam gave it a 7. He's wrong.
Like
But Jim gave it a 5, or gave it a 10. So
Yeah,
who do I like more, Jim or Adam? The answer's Jim. It's always Jim. I like Jim more than I like you.
Adam give it 7.
I would do this podcast with Jim if I was available.
I mean, you would be right to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there for how much of the movie is him yelling at fellow officers for how bad a job they're doing, it never gets old.
Yeah.
The one where he tells the guy he should not have become a police officer is a great scene.
Yes.
The one where he asks the guy to check for prints at the payphone and just screaming at him to just do his job. Do you have something else to do today? Just do your fucking job. Do your fucking job. It's so great.
His delivery is so perfect.
His delivery's fantastic.
It's so perfect.
My 6, your 4.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't match on 3. We can't match on 2.
So we can literally only match on
We can
1.
only match on
Jesus
1, and I
Christ.
think we maybe...
So are we gonna briefly talk about my 4, your 2, Quo Vadis Aida?
Or do you want to wait till we get to 2?
Or do you want me to say? I think my 3 is not on your list.
My 3 was at the bottom of your list, I think. Wasn't it?
Another round?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can talk about that, or we can talk about my 3, which you mentioned several podcasts ago. The Painter and the Thief is my number 3.
Wow. It was like a very late cut for me.
Again,
I remember...
Go.
I remember after we watched it, I was like, "Oh, this made it so much tougher. This made this list so much tougher."
It did, and I was surprised it ended up this high, but I'm not mad at it. And again, like this year, for whatever reason, has been a lot about moments for me, and the moment where the thief sees the first painting of him and completely
breaks down.
Yeah. I'm like, wow.
You're
That
like,
was
whoa.
yeah. That was like wrenching. Yeah, so given that I've started talking about it, should we keep talking about it?
Sure.
Then we'll do another round and then Quo Vadis, and then hope we have the same number 1.
Well, we do because it hasn't been mentioned, so...
Okay.
Spoiler alert, there might be a kiss.
I cannot wait to kiss.
Baby
yeah.
Joe. Baby Joe.
So Painter and the Thief, it's Norwegian. A Norwegian
is that a question or a statement?
I are you asking or telling? It's Norwegian. Full stop.
Full stop.
Double W. Full stop. Yeah. So it's a decently successful Norwegian painter lady who is also broke.
Yeah, sort of. I think she's had some recognition for being very good.
Yeah.
But I don't think she's ever like made money off of it.
Yeah, but that's like because the stuff that was stolen, they say was worth.
They said
like,
was worth, but it's not like she's selling.
That's
things.
the thing. They said it was worth like
you
10,
can
20
you
grand.
can say whatever you want.
Yeah, so they were lying, is what.
It's a real storage wars situation.
But there must have been a reason it was stolen to some degree. Although
because they're crackheads.
I guess because they're fucking crackheads. Yeah. So so she had 2 of her, I guess technically most valuable paintings stolen from wherever they were being kept. Because the deal was she hadn't gotten like her own exhibition yet or anything.
Yeah.
Because that's spoiler, a thing that happens at the end.
How dare you?
Who cares? Shut up. Fuck you. And these 2 crackheads break in and steal the 2 paintings without a lot of forethought to what comes next after stealing the paintings. There was not a great deal of plan. It was steal now, figure shit out later.
Fuck it, we'll do the fucking thing live.
It was a real we'll do it live. They're caught on camera. And what happened with the second guy that we don't? Is he just in jail for the whole time, or is he fucking dead?
Yeah, he's in jail the whole time.
Okay. So they track down the one of the 2 thieves, she's not trying to punish anyone or any. She would ideally just like her art back.
She just wants the paintings.
Yeah,
she is not looking to get revenge or punishment.
This
or
is she's like, this is my best work.
Yeah,
I would love for it not to be gone forever.
Everyone says this is the best work I've ever done.
Yeah. So they track him down, however, and he's this down and out, like kind of junky, kind of like not doing great guy, and she just wants to talk to him, and to his credit, he's like okay with it, because a lot of people wouldn't be. They're like, hey, I would love to not be confronted by the person I did grand theft from.
Yeah.
but he was like open to it, because I guess what else does he have going on? And like they kind of bond fairly quickly, and she wants to paint him. And it kind of is therapy for herself, I think, to like, oh, like this guy like took my shit, but like I can make new art out of this. And
turn tragedy into positive.
Yeah. And she does, and she is an unbelievably talented painter.
She's fucking good.
So good.
How she's not making billions
it's wild
of dollars.
She's not rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, she finally. I guess he doesn't see much of the process of making the. He only kind of sees the finished product.
Yeah,
and when he sees it, he can't believe it. He can't believe how wonderful this thing is that she has created of him, because he seems like a guy who has not had a lot of wonderful things in his life ever. And and just like completely like he melts when he sees it, and it's like super touching, and like it's like a
real like eye-opening like experience for him of like,
and like that's a scene that's gonna stick with me from this for a long time. And and then from there's ups and downs. Like they're in pretty regular contact, and then he kind of disappears for a while. Turns out he was jonesing and had to steal a car for drug related purposes, and got arrested. And then he went to a Norwegian prison, which is nicer than anyone's house who is listening to this. He gets a PS2. He gets
super sick. Yeah, his own personal kitchen.
Yeah, and he like
gets jerked off whenever he wants.
Yeah, and man, I love the different looks
he goes through. Like at times he looks like a totally different dude.
Yeah, he does.
Besides, like,
well, especially when he started to put weight back on.
Yeah.
Then I was just like, is that really him?
Yeah, did they recast one of the main people in this documentary?
Scott, this isn't the Truffle Hunters. It's a documentary.
I know they're both documentaries. I'm not stupid.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Same with American Vandal.
Yep.
Who the funny guy in American Vandal was in Wolf of Snow Hollow.
Jerry Tetro.
His wife was the
first
victim, the bitch to get her head removed. So any other major stuff that needs to be said about the painter and the thief? Like, it's just a really interesting, like...
and it just becomes about their friendship.
Yeah.
And it sort of, like, crosses a little bit where, like, as he's starting to get healthier and better, she sort of starts to fall apart.
Yeah, things are, like, not going great for her. Like, she's behind on rent and shit.
Yeah. And she has a boyfriend the whole time.
Yeah, who's like super supportive.
But he's got a really good job.
Yeah.
And she has to like beg him for money.
Yeah.
And then she's just kind of struggling like mental health wise. Like she's just kind of...
Because like she's completely thrown herself into painting. It's like the only thing she's doing.
Yeah,
she's like forgetting to eat.
But also her friendship with him becomes like a very big focal point of her life.
Yeah.
And then when he kind of like isn't available, she just sort of like loses herself and kind of, and she needs him there to like pick her up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's do we say like sort of resolution stuff at the end, or do we let people watch that for themselves? There's some very satisfying stuff at the end.
Yeah, if you like redemption arcs, you'll be happy.
Yeah. It's like it's a really interesting like a character study. You don't really think of like a dramatized thing, but like it like or just like just a human interest story.
Yeah,
that it's very unique. Because like how often would you get these two people with this relationship in a documentary? Like not often. It's really cool and stuck with me a lot. So there. My 3.
Now I need to change it and put it on the list. I don't know what I'm cutting. Number 3 was your number 10?
Another round.
Another round?
I mean, it could have been higher for me. I think things happen. I don't know. It was a blur.
It was a big blur. Mads is 7 and 3 for me.
Pretty good.
I mean, Thomas Vinterberg makes great stuff, and it's like I mean, I think it's supposed to be a comedy. I don't know that it's fully a comedy.
It is not fully a comedy by any means.
Yeah, I think it's listed as a dark comedy.
Yeah,
but like it's not a dark comedy.
So if I had to pick one, it's honestly more of a drama.
It's more of a drama.
Yeah,
it's 4 teachers.
Yeah.
Who are all kind of like have different stages of their life.
Yeah,
and they kind of come up with this hilarious theory of like...
Well, it was an actual theory by like a psychologist.
Oh, yeah, by a psychologist, yeah.
Who proposed that humans were born with a 0.05 blood alcohol level deficiency.
Yeah.
And that we're actually supposed to be at 0.05 all the time for ideal living.
Yeah, and that's how you're going to enjoy your life the most.
Yeah.
So they all decide to take the theory and sort of put it to the test.
Yeah. And
so at all times, they've always got a little bit of alcohol in the system.
Except nighttime and weekends.
Except nighttime and weekends, yeah.
Yeah. Because you need a goddamn break.
During the day, they're always going to have alcohol in the system while they're teaching, while they're out doing their day-to-day life. They're always going to be at least... and they find like fun, creative ways to like drink and sort of... It is like a bonding experience for them.
Yeah.
But like
keep a buzz
couple of them, because it's 4 of them.
Yeah.
2 of the 4 of them kind of have like shitty stuff going on in their lives.
Yeah.
Like one of them's like severely depressed.
Yes.
And like just like he's estranged from his wife.
Yeah.
And his kids.
I can't remember if it's
yeah. And his life is just kind of like falling apart, but he's putting on like a tough face.
Yeah.
To like kind of be part of the group, and then another one,
and like Mads is kind of in a rut.
Mads in a rut. Like he's definitely like
his relationship with his like wife and kid is like strained, and his students think he's lame.
I think he's boring, like old man.
Yeah.
And
imagine thinking Mads Mikkelsen is lame. You fucking asshole students.
I agree.
How are we for time? 2 hours?
Yep. If you times that by 2. So yeah, but yeah, eventually they all like things start to kind of get better for them. Like they are kind of enjoying.
When they're doing the .05, literally everyone's life gets markedly better.
They're like enjoying themselves.
Like,
they're having fun.
The theory 100% works.
They're finding like kind of like fun little things to do.
We should all have a buzz on.
We should all have a buzz on all the time.
Yeah.
They like go out and have like these dinners where they have these like very like in-depth conversations where they're kind of just like flowing, like their IQs have gone up by like 100 points and everything.
They all have galaxy brain now.
They all have galaxy brain. But then eventually they kind of realize that the depressed one is like overdoing it.
Well, and they decide to take it up a notch. They're like, if .05 is good, .1 is better.
Might be amazing.
Let's double it.
Yeah.
So now they're getting like too drunk.
Yeah.
And then one day they just they try to go for it.
Yeah.
They try to get max drunk.
Yes.
And then everyone feels like shit the next day because that's what happens.
Because they're old.
Max. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then after they. Honestly, what's interesting is if they had left well enough alone at .05, I think everything would have been fine.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. But they take it too far, and then the wheels start coming off.
And then
well, Mads' wife and kid are like, we know you have a drinking problem.
Yeah.
And also I cheated on you.
And also I cheated on you. Yeah.
And he's like, oh,
okay.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well,
I wish.
What can I do now?
I wish you hadn't told me that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
so they quit cold turkey.
Yeah. Except one guy.
Except for the depressed dude.
Yeah.
Who
is showing up to work trashed.
Plastered drunk.
He shows up to the faculty drinking at work meeting.
Drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not a great look. They're like, hey, we found out some teachers are drinking on the job. Showing up shit-faced.
Yeah. And then, don't worry, nothing bad happens to him at all.
Everything works out for that guy.
He works out great. He gets to live his life to the fullest. And, so I don't want to give you the end.
Don't
but
spoil that.
There is one big wild thing that happens at the end where Mads just does a full-blown jazz dance performance.
It's brought up throughout the movie.
Yeah.
Like he was in his younger days.
He's quite the
an accomplished
hot stepping,
an accomplished jazz ballet
cherry poppin' daddy.
Yeah, and at dinner and bars and stuff, they're like, Mads, dance.
Do the
and he's
dance.
like, no, I'm uptight.
I'm not dancing. Do the dance.
Yeah, and then
do a flip.
At the end, he does a flip. Yeah, it's a really good ending.
It's a really good ending.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it a lot. My 10, you're 3.
Yep.
Quo Vadis Aida, my 4, you're 2.
Quo Vadis Aida. Man. Fucking depressing. I love how...
Wait, have we said all of yours except one?
What did we do? We did...
Or have we not said your 3?
8, 7, 6, 5, 4... 3 was in the round.
Have we said your 2? Oh, Quo Vadis Aida.
It's 2.
My number 2 is not on your list. Or has even been brought up.
Weird.
Wow, okay. Interesting. Or maybe... No,
it's the other one that I didn't mention.
We're not going to kiss. My 1's not on your list.
I would like to state for the record that I've said that a million times. I said to... Do you think she cares if I say her real legal...
do you have to, or can you say...
Scaredy cat, whatever. That I said to her... I don't know, like last week, I bet you anything that one of Scott's 1 or 2 or 3 is not even going to be on my list, and I know for a fact it will not be.
Well, already 3, that's the case.
Yeah.
And I think
and
1 or 2...
is not.
I guess not.
It's not.
Weird.
But I knew that was going to be your number 1 all along. and you're.
Okay, so my one's not on your list.
I think your one's not on my list.
Damn.
So I think.
And my 2 is your 1?
Probably.
Shit!
Yeah.
God damn it. So what are we talking about? Quo Vadis?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love a movie that just shows you how completely incompetent, useless, worthless, giant fucking pussies the United Nations are.
Just beta cuck bitches.
They can't do fucking shit.
Well, if they don't adhere to these regulations, that we're doing airstrikes on
We're
Sunday
bombing
morning.
them. We are bombing them. You said that the other 2 times. Yeah, but this time, we mean it.
Hey, it's Sunday afternoon. Are we doing the airstrike? Oh no.
Oh, did we say Sunday afternoon? Oh, sorry. We meant Thursday afternoon. So keep an eye out for them. It's Thursday when you get up. Make sure you bring everything in from outside so it's nothing gets.
Oh no, sorry. Next Thursday.
So yes, a week Thursday.
A week Thursday. Yeah, they can't do anything.
So it's Bosnia. It's 1995.
A great place and time to be.
Great place. And it's
dumb Yugoslavians are killing other dumb Yugoslavians
because they're different.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not the same. If you mixed us up in a room and just let us, nobody would be able to tell the difference.
Yep.
Idiots. So Ada is
she's a teacher by trade.
And has been hired by
as a UN interpreter.
Interpreter for the UN, yeah. And she's. This is during like a pretty terrible time to be a free person in the Bosnian Peninsula.
The Serbs are kind of being real pieces of shit.
Serbs are kind of murderers.
Yeah, this is a tough movie to wrap your head around because the Muslims are the good guys.
Yes, they are.
Go in knowing that and don't be too thrown off by that.
Yes.
But that's what's going on here.
Man, there are some
Christians bad, Muslims good.
There are some wild ass Bosnian named actors in this.
I'm sure there
are. HADZ with the little brat thing above it.
Yeah.
LHAFIZBEGOVIC with the umlaut.
Did you say one vowel or was that 27 consonants in a row?
1, 2. There's 2 A's. An I, an E, and an O.
Yeah, for the amount of consonants you said. They're very spread apart.
Hadjahafizegabegovic.
Jesus Christ.
Is one person's name.
Unacceptable.
Yeah, so the Serbians are trying to trick everyone into
I'm sorry. I looked at my watch and I thought it was 10:20 because I'm not good at reading analog time. It turns out it's 11:20.
Yep, and we're at 4:04.
Okay.
Yep.
Continue. I'm just...
So yeah, the Serbians are like very quickly approaching the Srebrenica.
Okay, first of all, the city starts with SR.
SR.
I'm already out.
Yeah.
I'm already out.
Srebrenica.
Yeah.
Is so like they're
designated a UN safe
zone. UN safe zone.
For what that's worth.
I mean, it's worthless. And they're approaching, and the UN's trying to get everybody out, and they're going to take them up to the base and sort of protect them until the UN can get more military aid to come and sort of support them.
Which PS ain't coming, and also every higher up at the UN is on vacation.
And JK, they were never coming.
Nope.
You think the UN's going to protect white Muslims? No. So
what about Fatima?
Yeah, I mean, she might be protected, but they bring everybody to the camp, the military, like I guess it's supposed to be the refugee camp,
sort of,
but it's like an old machine factory.
Yeah, it is what it is.
And it turns out that there's like 100,000 Bosnians.
Yeah,
and
it's like everyone has been chased out of the city.
Everyone out of like every city.
Yeah.
And they're like, we can't let anybody else in.
We're kind of full.
And so the factory kind of fills up.
Yeah, and then there's just this field with, like you said, 100,000
100,000 Bosnians,
Yeah.
like, all just hanging out.
Yeah.
And the Serbians are going to approach the city, like, they're approaching, but, like, the general is filming a video to, like, a propaganda
how
video
cool he is.
to show that he's, like, this big, bad, cool guy.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm not the bad guy.
No.
They're the bad
I
guys. The
liberated-
UN are the bad guys.
I liberated them by driving them out of their city.
So initially the Bosnians have like kind of a talk with the UN, which are always the UN's always seem, especially in the 90s, always seem to be run by like South Africans or the Dutch.
Yeah.
Right? Like
People with stupid accents
They were the
have
ones
to
that they're
run
like,
the UN.
You go
Yeah.
deal with this craziness.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's when they get promised that like, well, we're giving them a hard cap.
Yep.
That if they do not leave the city by tomorrow morning,
doing
we
airstrikes.
will do airstrikes. And they were like, you said that last week. And they're like, well, last week was a different guy. I didn't tell you
Yeah.
that. This guy told
This
you.
one's true.
I'm a different guy.
Yeah.
So they made these promises.
I'm not gay. He was
He's
gay.
And Ada's family have like escaped, and she's trying to get in contact with them. Turns out they're out in the giant crowd of people.
Yeah, her husband and 2 sons.
They will not let them into the compound.
Yeah.
And so she goes to talk to the higher ups, and they kind of stonewall her of whatever.
Yeah.
She's like I'm helping you.
Yeah.
Why won't you
Give me
help
something. Yeah.
And the Serbians get in contact with them, and they're like, we want to negotiate that
Yeah.
we will escort all of the people away from here and over the border.
Yeah.
And then they are free
can
to leave.
do as they
and
please.
they want volunteers to go and talk to them about who
Like
here if you,
citizen representatives.
citizen representatives of the Bosnian people. And Ada volunteers her husband, thinking it will be like
Yeah.
that'll give them like I can get him
Yeah.
into
Is
the
he-
camp.
He's also a teacher.
He's the headmaster.
Oh, yeah, he's a principal.
Or
He's a
was the
principal.
headmaster. And she figures that if she gets her husband to volunteer, then that'll let him and her sons into the compound.
Yeah.
Which it does. It works.
Yeah.
And so now they have the meeting with
Even though her husband had to go terrifiedly negotiate with a war criminal.
a war criminal,
Yeah.
but they're not going to necessarily do anything with the UN there this time.
Yeah.
Later, who's to say?
Who's to say?
But right this second, no.
Yeah.
So they do have the negotiations, and everything seems like above table, sort of. That they're kind of like, no. We're like, you guys arrange the like they're like the UN people are like, we're gonna do the plan on the bus, like the buses, how to get everybody out of here,
Yeah.
and you guys can just like escort the buses. And they're like, he's like, fine, works for me.
Great.
You can take everybody out and just give me the plan.
Yeah.
And then because the UN is so fucking incompetent,
Yeah.
not only does the guy who's in charge just have like a complete fucking mental breakdown and just give up.
And like locks himself.
And locks himself in the bathroom or
bathroom.
something. But they never do. They never do the plan.
No.
They never submit it.
No.
Then the Serbians just show up and they're like, "Well, guess what? You didn't do it, so we're fucking doing it."
We have buses.
So they're like, "Hey, women and children on the bus, and hey, gentlemen, can we just have like a quick conversation with you, like over behind these buildings on the other side of the compound, where like you won't hear everything, and it's just gonna be just like a real chill little
Quick
powwow,
chat.
Little
chin wag.
Serbians, Bosnians, we're all the same,
Yeah,
right?
we're all
Like,
dumb Yugoslavs.
Yeah. And but of course, like it's pretty obvious like what's going on pretty quickly. You hear a bunch of gunfire, and Ada realizes this, and
What's up? Yeah.
and she's trying to, because they're going to put her on the bus to get her out, and she kind of is like, you have to let me.
She's going to be in the UN convoy.
In the UN convoy, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
She's going to get out of there with the UN, and she's trying to tell them like, you have to let me take my husband and children.
sons will also come on the
And-
UN
and they're
convoy.
like, no.
Yes, they're like, no,
we can
just
only
you.
we can only take you. She eventually gets them to it like, okay, we will take you and one other person.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I can't leave them.
Yeah.
So she goes and hides them in like, I don't know, like an old like refinery tube compartment thing, which they almost immediately get caught, which is just how dumb do you have
It
to
was
be?
minutes at best.
Yeah, 'cause
that they
she-
were hiding.
So they get found.
Did not work out.
And so she like there's a couple of moments that like if you're saying the like stick with me thing.
Yeah.
There was one was there was a soldier in the Serbian side.
Yeah.
Who she was
taught.
her teacher.
Yeah.
And it was a very, very tense interaction.
He was fucking evil.
Because you could see that, like, he probably wasn't going to do anything to her.
No,
but
he was
then
going to do things to other people.
But then he was also trying to, like, trick her into, like, I
Yeah.
don't know, something. And then one of those UN motherfuckers ratted out a male kid for pretending to be a girl.
Yeah.
But I do respect that the other UN guys were like grabbed him and fucking threw him into a
Yeah.
fence. And I wish they'd given him a beatdown.
and made him cry.
I made him cry. But I wish they'd given him a fucking beatdown.
I like that they made him
like,
cry.
you motherfucker.
Yeah,
But
who's
like,
that? Who's that helping?
yeah, like, why are you on the Serbian side?
Yeah,
You fucking
you asshole.
cocksucker.
Like, oh, that's a boy. That's a boy dressed as a girl.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that boy's dead now.
Yeah, great, you just murdered that kid.
Fantastic job, UN.
You fucking idiots. And to think, they're still trying to do things now. And now they're, like, so desperate to, like, can we let Sweden in now, please? We would like more people in the UN to not do stuff.
Yeah.
Like, fucking cowards. And, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to reveal the end, obviously, but the last thing that happens at the refugee camp and then the end of the movie are two of the worst things to ever happen.
Yeah.
The ending is fucking horrible.
Where the buses go is bad.
Is bad.
And there's one thing shortly before that. So there's a huge, hectic, panicky scene where she is going every single room to room in this compound, begging anyone she can get eyes on. She's like, where's the guy who makes the ID cards? Gets to that guy. Oh, the fucking machine's broken. Can't do that. Back to the general. Beg the general. Literally beg the guy. Like, get down on her knees and, like, grab his leg. And he's like, this is, I can't do anything. And go in place and, like, just panicky running back and forth, trying to hide them.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Well, she hides the sons for a little while.
Yeah.
But then when they're like, everybody has to evacuate.
Yeah, and then she's just like spitballing ideas, and she sees the people being taken away on stretchers. She's like, I can shoot them in the foot, and you can take them away on the medical convoy.
Yeah.
And the doctor says, like, one of the most chilling things in the movie, honestly.
Yeah.
He's like, three trucks have left with patients so far, and not a single one has gotten to the hospital.
No.
Like,
You fucking know what's happening.
like, everything sinks then.
Yeah,
Just like,
yeah.
oh, that's what's happening.
Yeah. And then there's, like, there's, like, the scene where one of the buses comes back to get more people.
Yeah.
And the bus driver is, like, smoking, but he's, like, shaking, and he makes eye contact with Ida, and she, like, knows what's happening.
Yeah.
And then another one where, like, a different bus driver tells, like, one of the soldiers, like, hey, like, fucking back off. Like, what are you doing? And he, like, screams at him.
Yeah.
And then he's like, put the fucking cigarette out. And he has to throw it out the window.
Yeah.
And then you can see he's, like just holding, like, this tight grip on the steering wheel and stuff. It's, like, so intense.
Yeah.
Like, man, Yugoslavia in the 90s was just, like, fucking insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, and then the final scene of the movie is just, like, like, just sucks every ounce of, like, life out of you and just is, like, horrible.
Yeah, it is brutal. I don't know. I think just when I watched it for 2020 Oscars a little while ago, it didn't stick with me as much as it did the second time. But second time, I was like, what was I missing the first time?
Yeah.
My 4, your 2.
Yeah, my 4, your 4, my 2.
My 3 was Painter and the Thief. Your 3 is Another Round.
Another round.
So there's the matter of our 2s and 1s.
Well, 2 was Cubito Ida.
Oh, so you only haven't said your 1.
I only have said my 1.
Doesn't sound like a lot of kisses to me.
Well, it's going to sound 0 kisses because I know what your 1 is, and it's not my 1, so...
So my 2 is your
my 1.
1, and that is The Father?
Correct.
So fucking close.
Yep.
God.
I guess so.
God damn it. So we had like 3 that were one off?
Yep. You sure did.
Son of a bitch.
Yep.
We're going to have to do so much kissing when we turn this off to make up for it.
Or just kiss all of 2021.
Oh yeah, we'll do the thing where we look at each other's lists.
Yeah.
That's a good plan. I like that. Stay tuned for 2021, guys.
It's coming.
Podcast over. No, I guess we should say a little something about the
Father.
About the last couple movies. Oh, are we gonna go do a rare Scott letterboxd review for The Father? I think we are. This is, dare I say, unprecedented.
Groundbreaking journalism right here.
Let's have a look. Where
I just read it and I forgot that that's what it was. That's pretty good.
Why can't I find it on my... There it is. I gave it 4 1/2 stars out of a possible 5 stars. And I said, on April 15th, 2021, a performance so good, it beat Dead Black Panther and ruined the Oscars. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Wasn't even there.
1,000% deserve it.
Wasn't even there.
Wasn't even... And wasn't
Had to
even,
send a nice little video the next day
it
of
was
like...
nighttime in Wales.
Hi.
What are you expecting to stay up all
thank you.
fucking night?
Hello. Thank you.
It was like 4 in the fucking morning.
I'm Thor's dad.
His finest role. His finest role as Odin.
Mine was, I just watched this right before the Oscars happened.
Yeah.
I know that they love to give awards to people who have died, so he's not winning.
Oh.
But this is the greatest Anthony Hopkins performance of his life.
We had very different yet similar reviews.
Well, yeah, mine was before, yours was after. So.
Exactly. It's so good. It's so sad. It's the best depiction of like first person Alzheimer's in the history of film. Not that there's a lot of them, but it's amazing. Like you're experiencing Alzheimer's with him.
Yeah, you really are. Hey, it's almost like a recurring theme between your number one and my number one. Witnessing the diminishing mental capacity of family members.
Yeah, a little like that. So it starts straightforward enough, but then like it starts throwing you curveballs.
Yeah.
And because like his daughter is Olivia Colman.
Yep.
Also a great performance.
Always great.
Always great.
Never not good.
And yeah, he's living by himself, but near the end of the point where he can live by himself, because yeah, he's definitely getting like mentally diminished
and forgetful and losing track of things.
Yeah. And then after a little bit, Olivia Williams comes in.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. And she's like, "Hey, it's me, your daughter." And we, the audience, are like,
"What?
No. Other Olivia is his daughter, you silly. You got your line wrong, Ms. Williams. Go back and try again. You're clearly someone other than his daughter." And his daughter spends a lot of time in Paris, and you live here in England. So what are you talking about? And we're like, oh no, this is what Hopkins is seeing and experiencing, and he's been able to hang on to bits of information and people and faces, but he's not holding them, but he's not holding it together or keeping any of it straight. So he thinks this bitch is his daughter. He thinks this bitch is his daughter. His daughter's married. His daughter isn't seeing anyone. She's single.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh dear.
Oh no.
Yeah, and it's just so interestingly presented, especially because it's basically one setting, though largely the whole movie.
Yeah, it's
mostly just his much too nice apartment.
Yeah, until like right towards the end.
Yeah. Oh, right towards the end, where it's one of the saddest scenes of all time.
You shut your mouth. You shut your whore mouth.
You want to talk about it?
No, because it's gonna make me sad.
Well, it's your number one, so I think you should talk about it.
I mean, I don't know how much there is to say other than just like you're watching, like you said, you're watching like along with a man just losing his mind
and like experiencing it with him,
and
not just watching him do it, like experiencing it with him,
and just like the horrible.
Like this makes you feel like this does the horrible thing. This movie does a horrible thing.
The horrible thing.
It shows you what it's going to be like when you get Alzheimer's.
Yes. Yeah.
Which sucks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is there isn't a lot of like big events that happen.
No.
It's just you're witnessing the frantic nature of like what you think is real is not real.
Yeah.
But it is real because your mind is telling you it's something
and, like,
else.
Parts of it are real, but you're just not keeping it straight.
You're just not keeping it straight. And then there's something that his daughter's husband does that's fucking terrible.
Yep.
And just
Rufus Sewell
Yeah. And just
of old fame.
Maybe the only part of old I thought was good was his character.
What furry would he have been on Furry Beach?
Furry Beach? What's kind of maybe like, let's say,
I have elk in my head and I don't know why. I picture him with antlers. I couldn't tell you why. I am open to very different things.
I was thinking like,
although he has predator vibes.
A bird of prey, a raptor of some kind.
He does have predator vibes.
Or maybe like a raven.
Sure.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, one day we'll go back and cast all of old in Furry Beach.
We'll do it.
Who's the girl with the big tits?
Thomason, whatever the Mackenzie.
But what's she?
Oh,
I guess the animal with the biggest tits.
Who's stacked in the animal community?
Hippopotamus.
No, too fat.
Too fat.
She's not fat. She's just thick.
What's a stacked animal that's not fat?
What's a stacked animal?
This is a good conversation. This is what this podcast should be all the time.
Yeah, at 4 hours and 22 minutes when we haven't finished doing my number one or done your number one.
420 Blaze It. 422 Blaze It.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot that happens in the movie that you like is plot points. It's just witnessing this human disintegrate.
It is amazingly acted. It is look. Think how good it had to be to not give it to Chadwick Boseman.
To a black man who died.
Yeah, to the last black man in San Francisco.
Last black man in San Francisco.
Yeah, so like it's not plot spoilery, so I don't mind saying the heart-wrenching thing at the end.
No, leave it.
Leave it?
Leave it. Okay. Let people watch it if they haven't watched it already.
Get ready to cry at the end. At least if you...
And if you don't, you're a fucking monster.
Yeah. It's, like, where... The scene at the end where he's out of his apartment and in a different place. And what he says and does is just absolutely fucking heartbreaking.
I can't do it.
I can't do it.
I can't do it again. I can't relive it.
And that's why it's my number 2 and your number 1.
Yeah.
And my number 1 is nowhere to be found.
So it was on my... This is on your list, so I'm not going to mention it. It was a later cut, but not one of the latest cuts.
Okay. Well, we're going pretty late in the podcast, so I'm actually just I'm thinking of ending things.
Good.
It would be funny if you turned it off right there.
I mean, I can.
But yeah, that's my numero uno. Charlie Kaufman is the best writer in Hollywood when he's allowed to write stuff, which is hard sometimes because it's not like he's a huge moneymaker or anything.
Not particularly.
And he's also apparently a pretty fucking brilliant director, because just the attention to detail in everything he does between like this and Synecdoche, New York, and what else has he actually directed? He didn't. 'Cause I know what he wrote. I'm trying to think what because he didn't direct Being John Malkovich, nope. Did he?
I think that's Spike.
Spike Jonze.
I think that's Spike.
And he didn't direct Adaptation, or did he? Let me have a quick look.
Oh, it's too hot in here.
I'm so wet. Anomalisa, of course. So Synecdoche, Anomalisa, and this are all he's directed, and then he's written a bunch of other brilliant stuff. Your
adaptations,
your Eternal Sunshines, your adaptations, your Being John Malkovich's, and of course 3 episodes of Ned and Stacy.
What the fuck is Ned and Stacy?
It was a 90s sitcom starring Thomas Hayden Church and Deborah Messing.
Oh.
What do you think about that?
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
and also, and he was a staff writer on the Dana Carvey show, which had like the craziest writing staff of all time, which I think we've talked about before.
We have.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of many things. Thank God for Jesse Plemons existing, so Charlie Kaufman can continue to cast Philip Seymour Hoffman. Because if you think this wasn't, if you think if PSH was alive, if he wouldn't be in this, you're crazy. But luckily, the kid from the fat kid from Friday Night Lights, was he in Friday Night Lights? Yeah.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
I think that was like his first bigger thing. Luckily, he stepped up to the plate. So it's him and the aforementioned Jesse Buckley, and it is it's very much a mindfuck of a movie, but it is decipherable. Like you can wrap your head around it. Maybe it takes a couple viewings, but you can make sense of it. None of it is. It's a reverse David Lynch. None of it is weirdness for weirdness' sake. Like there is a point to literally everything in it, and so it's Jesse and Jesse driving to his parents' house to visit them. And there's some interesting conversation on the way there. Then they get there, and then Jesse's being weird about going in and all this apprehension, and the movie also keeps cutting back to this sad janitor at a school who is like doing the night cleanup stuff and watches a movie, which then sort of gets referenced in the stuff going on with Jesse and Jesse, and so the I'm thinking of ending things title has multiple meanings. It's sort of implied that Jesse Buckley is thinking of ending things with Jesse Plemons, but then also the janitor in this other part of the movie seems to be thinking of ending things for himself permanently, and actually those two things are related. And the Jessies get to the parents' house. The parents are David Thewlis and Toni Collette, who are both great, and for like a kind of small, not high budget movie. So I'm getting ahead of myself. So they visit them. Jesse has some like awkward interactions with them. Sometimes it seems like he's overreacting to them based on like old pent up stuff.
Yep.
And then it gets weird. Then they'll go to another room and the parents are much older.
Yeah, and like the setup is completely different. Like,
yeah,
they go from just like standing in the front entranceway, and Toni Collette's like weirdly laughing at everything.
Yeah,
and then they like cuts to the dining room where like a beautiful meal has already been set up.
Yes,
they're all sitting there waiting for her.
Yeah, exactly. And then they'll go to another room, and they're old. And then Jessie Buckley's she looks for a while like she's going down like infinity stairs, like she keeps going down the same staircase leading into itself, and there's all this sort of semi surreal stuff happening here, and the makeup work they do is great with the aging of them. Yeah. Like, again, huge attention to detail, like more so than a lot of big budget movies. Like, they do their teeth, they yellow their teeth and make them look shittier. And
what if they just do like a thing on their face that makes them look older or younger? Just like some computer stuff.
Oh,
they like get rid of this line here and
some of that de-aging or aging technology.
Or aging technology.
Yeah. I think Charlie Kaufman saw some of that and then said, "Oh, that looks like shit," and I'll do practical stuff. Yeah. And everyone said, "Why can't more people be like you, Charlie Kaufman?" And yeah, so and everything happening with the Jessies is not quite, doesn't seem to quite be grounded in reality, and there's reason for that. Without going further, it's not exactly, and the both parts of the movie that you're seeing are very much connected, and they give, and Charlie gives lots of clues. I think more of which, I think after you see the whole thing, and then if you watch it again, you'll see a bunch more clues that make it clearer what's going on with everything. And then so the Jessies eventually leave, and it's like a snowstorm, but they go to like a Dairy Queen type place, and then there's weird interactions.
Who gets ice cream in a snowstorm?
Well, I think that's part of the
charm,
the idea of it. And again, with in terms of the clues, like the girls working, it's like these teenage girls working there, and they happen to be the same teenage girls that you saw at the school with the janitor briefly. So more and more is getting tied into it. Sort of, this is actually just one thing that's happening. And again, weird, not quite as it would go in real life interactions with the DQ girls. And then they pass the school as they're leaving. And it's Jesse Plemons. It's sort of offered that, like, hey, stay here. Like, it's better here than where you're going. So, like, stick around. So he keeps, like, sort of getting offers to stay and not go to the next thing, and same thing whenever like real serious shit is being brought up by Jesse Buckley. He's just like, ta-da, we're here. We don't need to talk about that anymore. So there's definitely stuff that Jesse Plemons like keeps avoiding, sort of. And then they go to the school, and they pass the school. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know that school. 123 classrooms, 17 bathrooms, blah blah blah." And it has very intimate details of the school, as if he's quite familiar with it. And they go to the school, and then of course there's a dance scene, as as you do in such movies, and and then. Things are ended to make good on the title of the movie, but I don't think it's for everyone, because there if you don't like too much weirdness in your movies, you probably won't like it. But if you watch it and don't hate it, and especially if you watch it and like it, but still have like a lot of questions about the movie, watch it again. And I think you'll get a lot more. I think this feels like a 2-watcher to me, and I appreciate that. And it's not the case of this is baffling and makes no sense. I'll try it again and see if it makes sense this time. It's I got a lot of the pieces the first time, and they're really intriguing, and this is worth looking at again, and you do, and you get more. So obviously it was all there. It's just Charlie Kaufman is smarter than me, and I didn't get everything he said the first time. But I think you can really get most of it eventually, and it's so creative. It's definitely similar vibes to Synecdoche, New York, like. Synecdoche gets pretty grand in scale, but it starts, which is actually what the definition of Synecdoche is, as a small thing that represents a much larger thing, and I'm actively losing my voice. And
have some more Coke.
You know what? I'm gonna have a little sip of Coke Ultimate
from last week. That's super warm.
7 days old. Well, it actually is super warm because it's been here for more than half an hour, and this room is sweltering. But yeah, I think that's most of what I needed to say. Any bits from you on the matter?
Nope, because it didn't really stick with me that much. So different opinions.
We had very different feelings on this movie.
I mean, I didn't hate it by any means. I just it didn't really stick with me that much.
Yeah. That's okay. I'm not mad at you. I am mad that we didn't kiss. I'm actually furious
I don't tell you.
that we didn't
Better
kiss.
do a better job in 2021, F-slur.
2021, 10
I
kisses.
probably could have said it because 4 hours and 35 minutes in.
Oh, it's too long.
Well,
It would have been funny.
I tried to tell you.
It would have been funny if we had just if part 1 had just been the preamble and part 2 had been all of the movies.
Well, it would have been 3 parts.
No, it would have been part 1, 1 hour. Part 2, 6.5 hours.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Turn it off. I'm miserable. See you next week for an episode that I'm gonna make a wild promise. An under 2 hour episode next week.
You're fucking dreaming, buddy.
I know. What are you gonna do? Hi, everybody. Scott here, because this wasn't long enough. We normally end these types of podcasts with a recap of our top 10s for easy reference, so you don't have to go back and scrub through 3 hours of jibber jabbering to find out what our damn lists are. So, but sometimes we don't do that because we finish recording at midnight after more than 7 hours total recording, and we don't know our asses from holes in the ground. So here's the 10s for those who care and are still inexplicably listening. Drew, in ascending order, starting with 10, ending with 1. My Octopus Teacher, Maya, The Kid Detective, Riders of Justice, Wolfwalkers, Pieces of a Woman, The Wolf of Snow Hollow, Another Round, Quo Vadis Aida, and The Father. And mine, in descending order, just to fuck with you. No, I'm kidding. I'll do it in ascending too. Starting with 10, going up. Another Round, Wolfwalkers, Maya, The Kid Detective, Feels Good Man, The Wolf of Snow Hollow, Quo Vadis Aida, The Painter and the Thief, The Father, and I'm thinking of ending things. And I really am thinking of ending things. Also, you might notice that numbers 5 and 6 for me seem to have switched from what I said in the podcast. That's because I was racked with guilt after I made my picks and have already changed them, with possibly more to come in the future. But that's where we stand now. And it's my birthday. Goodbye.